When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 la. I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the tells in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light Biz Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, The Woo, Nas, KZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep. The choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Take
said could things be harder, said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing it too. If
keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the toes in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You made a light that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language.
one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love.
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL. We are starting week 8. I am just Oshin. He is Dagda. And Dagda, we are officially on the final quarter of the split. We are here now. We are coming up to the end of the season now. It just flies by when it just starts.
I know, it's absolutely insane to think of how quickly this has all come together. I mean, it feels like summer's only just started. It feels like certain teams are only just getting their footing underneath them, and we're already closing in on the end.
Yeah, we really, really are. But before we can talk about the end, let's talk about the past. Because, you know, we got to figure out how we kind of came into today. Because, of course, we did have some games yesterday. Pretty quick game, if I'm being totally honest. I think Weibo, after their win over V5, finding a fairly decent bit of form. And they're looking kind of strong coming into the latter half of the split.
Yeah, Weibo looked angry against OMG, kind of dismantling them systematically there yesterday. Having a great old time. And Top Esports as well, kind of keeping that domination trend going against Ultra Prime, who now sitting at 3-8. It's already, there was a lot of question marks around Ultra Prime, but they're only getting louder and louder.
Yeah, they really, really are. We can have a look and see what they're able to kind of do. But again, not looking great for Ultra Prime. I think for Top Esports, still flying high, 11-1 in the standings. And speaking of the standings, we can start to see it because it's starting to get a bit clumped in certain areas. You've got your top 3, then you've got your 4th to 5th, maybe even 6th, I would say. And then after that, you're looking at a pretty big kind of conglomerate of about 4 to 5 wins between 8th and 11th.
Yeah, 11 and 10 seem to be the big number for our top of the pack. Now, just remember, RNG still have a lot of games in lieu to play. They've only played 10 games so far, whereas you look at like Top Esports and those who played 12 games. So you still got a little bit of time for RNG to try and play catch up. But yeah, you're definitely seeing a definitive kind of opening up of who our top teams are versus our middle of the pack. And then you've got a ton of teams that are still vying for those lower places in the playoff bracket.
Yeah, you really, really do. And of course, when we come into a new week, we got to commemorate those who stood up and beyond compared to those in the last week. We've got our best of the Rift, our team of the week. And we've got some nice little cool little pictures now. Of course, we got the new esports manager game coming out. We got some cards made of ourselves, which is very, very fun. But yeah, honestly, I think this team looks kind of cracked. And specifically, someone I do want to highlight right now is Mark. I think Mark's look exceptional on Top Esports and rightfully gets the support of the week.
Yeah, and I am definitely someone who has been critical of Mark, so to see this guy kind of finding a home on Top Esports, going from strength to strength, is absolutely fantastic. Like, being a little bit more consistent has been such a big factor in that for Mark, and you can see him paired with Jackie Love there as well, the Top Esports bot lane looking hot this week. The other guys I want to point out is like the damage percent for the Shy. Nearly 36% of the team's damage is absolutely insane. So the Shy having a field day in the top lane. And of course, Kanavi and Xiao, who looking spectacular as well.
Yeah, and of course, we got to talk about our rookie of the week as well. I think I would be remiss if we did not talk about this guy in the top side. I think Wayward has proven himself to be a top 3 top laner, if not top 2, depending on who you're looking at in the league. And he continues to impress. Look at the #1 in KDA, #1 in damage per minute, #1 at gouge difference at the end, but we don't really care about that stat. The first 2 are still very impressive.
But this is the thing, right? Like, Wayward is as you can see, the rookie that actually is an SSR right here. This man has come in and taken over top lane in the LPL, and it's so good to see. Like, what top esports needed was someone that can obviously blend into the madness that is top esports, but also give a little bit of a solid base in that top side of the map. And Wayward is able to facilitate both, looking fantastic on these carry champions, but still being able to fall back on towards things like the Gregas and be that engage tool, that disengage tool as well, that top esports need.
Yeah, sadly, you know, you're going against the Shy. You gotta bring your best. So we give him rookie, but we won't give him team of the week. And of course, we gotta talk about our MVP for week number 7, Kanavi. I think JDG have just found a system that works. They know how to work with this. They're incredibly aggressive, and the fact that they consistently can bring that kind of style to the Rift is just kind of centers around this man right here.
Especially when you look at like the amount of damage that this guy's able to do. Like, his DPM is already there on your screens, it's relatively high, but I mean, he was posting, I think it was like 24% of the team's damage coming through from the jungle, pretty much on average in his series this week. Like, the guy was absolutely insane, and to give you an idea, like 16 to 17% damage percent is about average for a jungler. Like, Kanavi just runs away with it every single time. Yep. Massive carry performance, especially on things like the Xin Zhao when he's paired with the Lulu. Like, this guy was a beast this week.
Yeah, he was an absolute beast. But we can stop looking at the past. We can start bringing you towards the present as we have a look at today's games. And we've got ourselves RA versus RNG. RA desperate to try and make an upset. We'll talk about that in a second. But then, honestly, a pretty big playoff implication between FPX and TT.
And I think a really interesting one to see how everything is going to pair out. Like, both FPX and TT kind of on the rise. You're getting Stomach coming in on one side, Hoya coming in on the other. The 2 Korean top laners changing up how stylistically both these teams are looking. So excited to see what these teams can do, including Yao Yao coming in onto the support role for TT. So I think low-key we got a bit of a banger on our hands for the second game of the day.
We do. We definitely do. We'll get that and we'll deep dive a little bit more a little bit later on. But of course, we've got RA versus RNG. And for RNG, it's not quite a playoff securing game, but it is one step closer. They are almost there, Dagdan. At 8-2, they are still looking like a top 3, top 4 team.
Yeah, and that's the big question here is, you know, can RNG continue the role? As we said, they've only played 10 series, so still a lot to go. As you can see, there's still some tough matchups there. JDG, anyone's legend, still the kind of the behemoths that they have become in the LPL. Still weird for me to say that against anyone's legend, but it's true. TT as well on the rise. And you're looking at teams like IG, LGD that they, in theory, should be able to pick up wins against. That should put them up to that 10 win slot, and then it's a case of how high can they climb. Like, if they can beat teams like JDG, beat teams like anyone's legend, they can suddenly find themselves very quickly skyrocketing into that 3rd place, maybe even 2nd place, potentially if things go their way, 1st place. But definitely top 4 is what RNG are keeping their eyes on.
Absolutely. I think the big thing we always kind of talk about when it comes to RNG is that, and even any kind of top team, it is all about placement. It's about getting yourself as high up in the bracket as you physically can, because that gives you less best of 5s, but also just more time to prep, more time to get yourself centered around the playoffs patch. But right now, it does feel like RNG are riding off of some momentum of such, because they are the mid-game miracle workers, because they are just able to do so much with just so little. Honestly, we saw it in spring in the finals where top esports were winning every single early game. It didn't matter because RNG just know how to play the map.
And that's the thing that's terrifying against RNGs. Even when they fall behind, they will still find these creative ways to slow down the pace of the game, outpace you on the map, pick up and always trade up in the just the way that the state of the map is working. And we got to see EDG kind of fall afoul of that over the last week as well, where EDG got this early lead in game number 3, but really smart decision making from RNG was able to slow that down incredibly well, making sure that they were always playing off of side lanes, making sure that they were always keeping waves pushed in and keeping EDG under pressure. And Hysteric said it on the cast, I have never seen a 0-4 Talia have as much of an impact as Xiaohu does. You'll see it on both these seismic shoves here, causing major major issues for EDG. And RNG just having a really good understanding of, hey, EDG, very short range composition. We can actually try and play with these advantages, play a little bit more aggressive underneath their towers, and find these moments to bring it back. And as you can see, it ended up at this late game scenario where we end up with this miracle Baron steal from Breed, which then nets RNG the game as they rush Elder and close it out. So it always feels like no matter when RNG fall behind, no matter how far they fall behind, even 11,000 go behind in that game, they still can find a way to bring it back.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is that it's in the name, never give up, because they do never give up. And they honestly, you saw, I think it was an interview, I believe, with Gala afterwards, where he said, we just feel like we can win every game. It doesn't matter how poorly our early games go. We know we can do well. And it does feel like you can never really count these guys out, regardless of what state the map is in, because they just know how to play so cleanly, even from behind. But we're gonna have a look at the other side of this matchup. Rare Adam, not as high flying, not doing so well. And honestly, they're gonna have to start punching above their weight. They've done it before, like in spring 2022, but this time around, it does feel like the pieces just aren't aligning right now.
Yeah, and that's what we're hoping for Rare Adam. They did in spring 2022 beat RNG. Now they have to face RNG again here today. But the problem is, as you start to lean on into the rest of their really difficult matches that are upcoming, Edward Gaming, they lost 0-2 in spring, and Edward Gaming at least looking that little bit better now as well. LNG still to play alongside that, and with a revitalized LNG as well, it could a 2-1 score in spring. I'm not very hopeful that Rare Adam can try and win this. And as you say, they're at 2-8. They need to essentially win every single one of these series. And with so many tough opponents left, you really need to make sure that you're coming in all guns blazing for Rare Adam, and it starts here today.
Yeah, it has to start here. You have to pull off an upset. Sitting at 2-8, you've only got 6 series left, and like you said, you're kind of at the lower part. I feel like if you go to 2-9, then you're really starting to go, right, even if we get to 7-9 in win scores, you're relying on other people to fall. You're relying on other people to drop games, drop series against maybe even the likes of WE and IG, teams that wouldn't necessarily have a significantly, large chance to get themselves into playoffs. So we'll have to wait and see. For RA, it's a big test today. I think RNG are still going to be definitely a little bit worried about how their performance against EDG. Again, they had to come back from about 11,000 gold down. Don't think they want to be doing that too many times. But before we can kind of jump into that, before we look into the nitty-gritty of these two teams, you wanted to look into the nitty-gritty of the draft so far. We've been on 12.13 for quite a while now, in terms of a couple of days, and you found a couple of different options that LPL teams have been bringing into the forefront.
Yeah, I wanted to point out some of the big picks that we've seen and some of the counters that are starting to rise up as teams kind of start to get used to the draft, and also as we've seen some of these sweeping changes come through. So the big one that I wanted to look at to start things off is in that jungle role. Like the Wukong, we've seen very highly fall out of priority because Poppy has come out as a big counter to it. You can't really go in with the E. Your clone doesn't work either, because the W actually counts as a dash. So Poppy being a really good counter. We've seen people like Wei, who we'll see here today, bring out the Poppy as a really good answer into things like the Wukong. So we might see Poppy start to band away and opening up Wukong as an answer, but he's not really be coming through at the forefront anymore. Same when you look across the Azir. With the buffs that Talia got on 12-13, you're actually getting a huge amount of push in that lane. And because Talia is so much stronger in early skirmishes, Azir is struggling massively to try and find ways to answer for the early roams and the early dueling power and the early fighting power from the Talia. Not to mention, a lot of what Azir wants to do is being able to reposition with his E. The fact that you've got the counter in the Talia where she'll land the stun makes it very, very difficult. Down to the bot side, though, is where I think things get really, really interesting, because we've kind of seen this rock, paper, scissors nearly start to come out in the bottom lane, where people would like to take Kalista, but if you can take the Aphelios into that with the Renata, Kalista really can struggle against this lane, isn't able to match the late game scaling from the Aphelios, so we start to see a lot of people go towards the Aphelios in the early stages. But when you get the Aphelios, well, then teams are starting to go back towards the Lucian Nami, which was being countered by the Kalista. So we're seeing this really cool rock, paper, scissors, and then every so often we see Draven come in and just try and smash the entire thing. But
I love that. It's that
really
kid
cool.
who kind of comes in and goes rock, paper, scissors. It's just like, like laser gun. And it's just like, wait, what? Yeah. What are you talking about? It's like, I win. That's kind of how it kind of works depending on who's on it. But Yeah, it does feel like, we are seeing some really good adaptations coming in. I do like the fact that teams are starting to pick up counters because, again, the meta does tend to get a little bit stale, but we're not going to hypothesize anymore because we are jumping straight into picks and bans. RA going to be on the blue with RNG on the red. The Lucian that you talked about, the Rock, has already been taken out. We'll see if the papers and the scissors follow.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like you still got to ban the Zeri here for RNG. Zeri's still an incredibly strong pick, but actually looking at the Silas here, going across, trying to make Strives that little bit more uncomfortable. So a Zeri, a Callista should still be left open, and as we say, Aphelio's still an answer towards the Callista, but we'll have to see exactly what these teams want to go towards.
We'll see what they want to do for it. Again, Zeri has just been perma-banned pretty much across all 4 major regions. It has not really been let up. And then when it does get let out, you regret it. You regret it pretty much instantly.
I love this from Rare Adam, though. They banned the Poppy, so now you take the Zeri or the Wukong. So now RNG kind of go, okay, well, we want one of these big picks as well, so we're not going to choose one of the lesser evils. We're actually going to make sure that we can get one of these dominant picks. So I imagine with the way the Rare Adam played, they will go, towards the Zeri for iBoy, which means it leaves the Wukong open for Wei here without that Poppy counter pick really being available. And we'll have to see what the game plan is here then for Gala in that bottom side of the map.
Well, that's the Zeri locked in, but Talia does go over now to RNG. We know, again, you mentioned it, never seen a 0-4 Talia be so influential in those mid-game fights against EDG and Xiaohu. Very comfortable on this, especially when you combo with something like a Wukong. The combination of that mid-jungle 2 is just insane as well in the early game.
Yeah, and now we're going to see the Gnar being picked up here for Rare Adam as well. Just an easy blind pick, no real bad counters in the top side. And again, I think with the way that this team fight is set up for RNG, the fact that you have this Talia now who can throw down the Unraveled Earth, it makes it very easy against all the dashes that Rare Adam have. You get a ton of value. And now, because it's a short range composition, Gala goes towards the Sivir. And I'm not going to lie, I'm not very good at AD carry. And I've played a handful of Sivir games. And she is terrifying. The amount of push she gets in lane, the fact that you're able to consistently get these ricochet blades off, bouncing back and forth in team fights, specifically around like neutral objectives where everyone's clumped. Her late game damage is terrifying.
Yeah, it really, really is. It always was, but I think the thing is now is that they have moved her away. Again, she received a little bit of a mini rework or update, shall we say. Not going to go into nitty-gritty, but basically moved her away from lethality into crit, back into that big late-game carry like you were just mentioning. And now for RNG, honestly, I think they're very happy with what they've got, but I think that Rare Adam have some fantastic answers for them. We know how powerful the Gnar is on this patch. We've seen many and many champion and top laner do so damn well on this pick. And for Zeri and Viego as well, you're going to be in a lot of good standing if you can get those small kind of tight corridor skirmishes that you want for RA.
They just really need engage on Rare Adam's side. Like, you don't have a guaranteed one with the Gnar. So I'm really curious to see how they round this out. I feel like something like a Nautilus or something along the lines of a Leona could be great, but it's always a little bit wonky when you're up against the Sivir because of the spell shield. So Alistair may actually be the answer here for Rare Adam. Alistair's always been a traditionally really strong pick into the Sivir because you headbutt, pulverize. Only one of the headbutts can actually be stopped by the spell shield, so it gives you the actual engage that you need. And honestly, being able to maybe take Wukong out of these fights, knock him back out before he can get a second Cyclone off, can be really good in a more defensive route as well. So it looks like Rare Adam might be eyeing that up, especially with the Nautilus ban here, but we'll have to see.
See what they want to go for. As I said, the Nautilus been banned away by Rare Adam. As I said, the Alistair very much an option here for RNG. You would imagine they will go towards their support pick here. Or actually, technically, they go towards top lane. They know it's going to be a Gnar. So pick up the top lane here, then leave the support for counter. And honestly, breathe on something like a Jax. We know how powerful he can be, and that's exactly what we want to go for. So again, more just lane power coming out from RNG.
Exactly, and it means that as well, like, you've got the ability for Breed to kind of take over the lane on the top side by himself, and then you should be relatively fine to, when he comes into team fights, set him up because of the engage options that you have from the Wukong. Leona, though, going to be potentially covered here. I still think the Alistair's the best bet. Rakan, it still can be difficult to land the charm to allow you to get the lockup later, especially when you look towards Sivir having the extra move speed coming through from the ultimate. So we'll have to see how effective Yanja can be, but at least it's adding that engage that Rare Adam desperately need here.
Yeah, you wanted a little bit of engage. I think Rakan's got plenty of it, and of course it does kind of synergize well with things like the Zeri, just kind of moving in, getting on top of people, and kind of, kiting in and out of fights. We will see the Victor coming in here as the answer into Talia. Victor slowly making his way back up into the meta, and it is just a standard control mage. Can take over a game in those later stages, but very difficult to really gank, but also not really one that can roam around that often either.
No, it's one that's definitely more mid lane focused and can have some decent push in matchups, and that's kind of where a lot of his strength comes from. But against the Talia still should be able to shove, and we know what Xiaohu's like when he's able to get these roams off. So I like what RNG have got here. 2 strong side lanes that you can play around, a great late game carry, which has pretty much become the staple in RNG's compositions. And that's why oftentimes when they talk about, oh, well, we don't really mind if we lose the early game, we're still going to be fine late game, it's because oftentimes we see Breathe and Gala on these late game threats like the Jaxes, the Gwens, the Jinxes, the Aphelioses, and now just another one for the back pocket of Gala is this Sivir.
Yeah, and I think as well, we can kind of talk about this, RNG composition as well, and talk about how it's very reminiscent of 2021 RNG, where they were kind of seeing Wei and Ming linking up, getting themselves together, either working with Xiaohu or trying to work out with Breed, and leaving Gala on a little bit of an island. And honestly, you'd feel like that would be a bad thing for Gala, but you looked up a little bit of a stat and about solo kills, and for an 80 carry, the man's just nuts.
Yeah, Gala has the 4th most solo kills in the league right now, which is absolutely absurd.
Absurd.
Yeah, I think, what was it? He's only behind the Shy, Knight, and I cannot for the life of me remember who the third person was, but 10 solo kills as an AD carry is insane. So definitely the fact that he's managed to pick up a lot of these is absolutely spectacular, and it does kind of show that an awful lot of the times he is kind of being left to his own devices, but being able to find these moments in lane where he can go aggressive, especially on things like the Aphelios. But we'll have to see how he does on the Sivir, because Sivir, less of a champion that has that agency. She definitely likes a team that can try and enable her, which is why I like things like the Leona being here, because she wants someone who can kind of start the fight off, allow her to approach, because she's an incredibly short range AD carry, so you definitely need people that can get the fight started. So Wukong, Leona going to work perfectly here, and Rare Adam will need to make sure that they're keeping themselves safe.
We'll have to wait and see how it all ends up fanning out. We are jumping onto the Rift for game 1 of this best of 3. Of course, it is going to be RNG versus Rare Adam. Rare Adam need a win. It cannot be overstated. If you're going into the final 5 games of the split at 2 and 9 on your scoreboard, that is not where you want to be, especially for a team that made playoffs in spring. And for RNG, it's about keeping the pressure on those top 3. They are 1 loss down, but they still have to play JDG later on in this week, I believe. So plenty to be coming out here from the side of RNG, the MSI champions. And yeah, we're going to see a defensive rune kind of set up in the top side. Cube going towards that fleet footwork, pretty centered, and Grasp the Undying for Breed. So both sides kind of recognizing that as long as they don't lose too much health in the skirmishes, there's no real kind of kill pressure in the 1v1 unless we see a massive all-in.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, the only place that there is really the kill pressure is potentially topside, but that's more when you're looking at like level 8, level 9, potentially even waiting for that first item to come through realistically before Breathe can have that kill pressure there. It's off of those initial few resets that Cube should be able to keep an advantage for himself, just because he's got the range and can generally hop away from Breed. But you do have to just be so careful of the counter-strike when you're trying to go for trades here as Cube. But I am really going to be focused on what Wei is doing in the early stages with Xiaohu, because you've got a ton of pressure with this mid-jungle. Great skirmishing, great pressure, great gank setup for with Xiaohu as well. It all works really neatly here for RNG, and Strive and Leian just can't really match that aggression.
Can't really match it, and it's set up exactly where because we haven't really talked about the junglers as such, really. We all got the Diego versus the Wukong, kind of becoming the new trade back as such. We saw something similar in spring, where we just kind of had the junglers kind of going for these 2 very solid picks. Where do we expect to see them kind of, they're both starting on the bot side, moving up to the top. Do we expect to see anyone kind of going for any big moves in the early game, or just kind of standard laning phase until, like you said, you hit those level 6 and those first items?
I honestly think for Leian, the best bet is to try and wrap back around towards your bot side of the map. You have Breathe with a decent push in top side here. Talia will have full push mid, and if you ever try to contest where Wei is, it's going to get really, really tough for you to try and get a scuttle crab for yourself. But it looks like he's actually just going to go straight up towards this top side, so I'm pretty sure Wei's going to be able to get honestly both scuttles if he wants to, or maybe even just take top scuttle, and with Gala and Ming having push on bot side, they can rotate over and take this bottom scuttle crab. So it's a bit of a difficult time for Lian at the moment with, you know, bot and mid having almost guaranteed push generally because of the matchup. And in theory, Cube should have push top, but he's actually in a little bit of a bad spot, so gonna be just backing away from this one.
Yeah, as you said, you got Xiaohu roaming up. You can see Wei just said, look, I'm going to take the scuttle. I will say Lien, though, in a decent position to be able to get a bit of a kind of a power lead, I suppose, over Wei, as he is a level up, so he's just going to be able to run straight in through the mid lane and get himself the scuttle down bot side. But as you mentioned, Gala and Ming have already roamed themselves down, so there's not even an objective there. So really nice call here from RNG, and this is kind of just, it's just kind of par for the course of how they like to play the game. This is very RNG-esque because they just play it so smartly.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think for Lien, the biggest thing you need to do in this scenario is try and desync from Wei. And generally what that means is just like, okay, well, I'm going to take a bit of a funky path in here, so then I actually amn't just matching Wei as he goes through his camps. Now, he should have a bit of an easier time because Wei is a little bit slower. Like, Wei hasn't got his reset in here, which means naturally he should kind of be out of rhythm with Wei as he goes through his camps. And that's where maybe he can try and make a couple of cross maps, because realistically for Lien, you do not want to try and match Wei in any of these ganks. Wei is just so much stronger. He's able to bring a lot more damage to the table. He's got the beefiness coming into the kit because of the passive, and also pretty much every lane is great setup for him. So you definitely do not want to end up in that situation as Lien.
Yeah, well, we do have a bit of a pause coming in. Of course, we do apologize. We saw this the last time. RA did have some connection issues, and this has been a pretty consistent thing for them, so hopefully it will just be organized and set up very nicely without any real problems. And unlike the last time, I will say, against BLG, there wasn't a big team fight literally about to happen, so it's probably the best time it could probably happen. So of course we do apologize, and we'll get back to you guys in the game as soon as we possibly.
A really interesting thing that I learned the other day, just
oh, yeah?
because it's Rare Adam as physics. There is very unique moments where, you know the way computers work off of 0 and 1s, it's all binary code. Well, there's very unique moments where a solar flare can actually hit one of those digits out of order, and that's why you can get these really weird moments where like PCs and computers don't work properly. So this is obviously what we're seeing for Rare Adam, because Rare Adam are obviously the physics of
my mind, right? So I realized now you meant an actual solar flare.
Yeah, an
not
actual,
Leona's,
not Leona solar flare. An actual solar flare
game.
from the sun can cause a single like minuscule molecule to end up hitting the wrong thing on a PC, and your PC can just go completely kaput. And there's actually been like recorded instances of this where like computers have just completely failed because of it, which is why like as the like people kind of go, maybe we shouldn't completely rely on computers for everything, because they're not fail safe.
No, there is just, that's just physics really. It's just kind of the way the universe works. It's like
it's a rare
hits.
it's not quite a Rare Atom, but it's rare enough, and it's close enough to a Rare Atom.
enough for it to be relevant to it's kind of like null zones. Ever see null zones, where it's like if you have a frequency, so it's basically it's if you have a sound on a frequency and it's very high pitched and very like annoying, but if you get the exact same one, but just I think it's like it's slightly, it basically it ends up kind of like hitting the same frequency, and it will nullify it out, so both end up basically making no noise. But as soon as you turn one off, it'll be back to high pitch.
That's how noise cancelling headphones work, right?
Yes, roughly speaking, yes. They pick up whatever cause if you're using them on a plane, you don't hear anything in the background, because the plane noise is basically just like a constant basically. And they're able to kind of match it.
Oh, and look, we're going to have to go back to the game, because we're going to need to noise cancel the groans that are coming from the audience about our random
the resident sleepers.
But look,
we're just nerds. We're just nerds, all right?
Realistically, though, I think coming back in towards the game, this is going to be interesting to see how Rare Atom trying to combat what RNG can do, because we've said already and we've seen already that RNG are very, very good when it comes to the mid-game point. It's about trying to rattle them in the early game enough that you can get these leads. But the biggest thing that I've seen with Rare Atom is that they try to heavily rely on these like weird invade timings from Lien, like catch more or get like the jungle ahead in a lot of situations. But I just don't really feel like they have the control here. With the Talia mid being able to push in, the bot lane Sivir being able to push in as well to try and make that happen. So I really want to keep an eye on Lien to see if he can try and maybe get some, deep vision in the enemy jungle, try and see if he can spot out exactly where Wei is, and then find these moments where he can try and play in towards the bottom side of the map, maybe look for a gank in the mid lane where Wei isn't able to respond, and try and get these lanes snowballing ahead, because otherwise you do just run the risk of, falling to the push from Sivir, falling to this Jax having a good matchup in the top side, especially as that lane scales on, and you just don't really get a look into the game.
Yeah, I think the big thing that we look at, especially when we look at RA, is Leyen is the catalyst of this team. They have very good, moments in the split so far where they've said, Leyen gets up top side, gets a kill, comes back, gets another kill, and able to kind of move that advantage around the map to help the rest of his lanes. But also we've seen it where he goes a little bit too far ahead and ends up kind of getting himself caught out, ends up going a little bit too ham, because it feels like he has to right now. It does feel like when you look at so many of our top teams, top esports, V5, JDG, and even RNG, they have multiple lanes of which they can carry. Pretty much every lane is somewhere that can have a pop-off moment at any single time. And it does feel like for RA, it is very much resting on Leyen, and as you say right now, even in this game, it is going to be on him in this early game to disrupt the comfort of RNG, to disrupt what they want to try and achieve, because like you said, if this goes later and later and later, yes, you do have a Victor and a Zeri, and you're not going to be doing bad, but like we mentioned in draft, you're very, very short range, so very difficult to actually get on top of people, and even with the engage you have with the Rakan, you drop down the work ground, and you're able to, just kind of stop that Rakan engage completely sometimes, so you're going to have to pick and choose where you come for these fights.
Yeah, and I think that's why we've actually started to see Rare Adam struggle as much as they have been. Because when you look towards the way that they want to play, it's about enabling Leyen, make sure that he's able to do the things he wants to do. But when you look at what the champions have been played and made for Strive, it's been a lot of Corki. It's now things like the Victor. Like we've been seeing a lot of stuff like the Azir has been coming through as well from. Like it hasn't exactly been the most aggressive or most controlling of mid laners to try and facilitate what Leyen wants to do. And I think that's why we're seeing them struggle so much, is that, like, although that has been the playstyle, and that was even honestly the playstyle from the last split, we haven't really seen that all come together. And a lot of what we oftentimes when we look at them in spring was, hey, they're going for these invades, but they tend to have little like pockets of skirmishes rather than full-on 5v5 team fights, and everything's very spread out. So champions like Azeri, for instance, can do very well in that scenario because she's able to hop over walls, she can play to her strengths, she has a lot of mobility, she's very easy able to focus down one target, which is what Azeri really enjoys. But when you look at things like a Victor, when you look at things like the Corki, he's much more suited for the team fights. Those AoE rockets, the phosphorus bomb, all this kind of stuff then becomes more of a play. So, and that's where he's not honestly as good in skirmishes, particularly in the early stages. So I think that's why we've seen Rare Adam struggle, is not being able to find the champions that fit the meta to suit their style, and they haven't really brought anything new to the table because their team fighting all out was never as strong as it was. And now that team fighting has been played into more and more with these late game scaling champions, Rare Adam have kind of just drifted further and further away from what they wanted to be able to do.
Yeah, it does feel like Rare Adam, as you say, struggling with what they can and cannot do, really kind of figuring out their own limits and saying, look, we just don't feel comfortable at the moment with how we want to play the game and what is optimal to play the game as it ends up coming out there. But do have a slight update. Of course, we do have a network issue for Rare Adam. If you're just joining us, the game has started, but we are investigating the network issue and hopefully going to resume the game very, very shortly. Again, we do apologize for the delay, but these things happen. Unfortunately, it is the territory that is with the remote play, of course. I think every single team is playing on remotely right now, but looks like we're going to see some team stats coming out here from RNG. So here we go. So we can see there lots of kind of a set style really coming out in that top side of mid lane, like you said.
Yeah, and I think this is the really cool thing about RNG, is like how they decide to play their game. Because when we talk about late game, we often kind of look at like the bridges that you need to get to that later portion of the game. And now look, Viego definitely doesn't opt into that style, but in general, what we're looking at is like mid-jungle tends to be that bridge to the late game for RNG. We're seeing things like the Lee Sin, the Vi's, Wukongs, even the Poppy able to do a lot of work in the early stages of the game. And then oftentimes we're getting it paired with things like Lissandra, Ari, Talia in the mid lane for RNG. Now look, they have definitely like opted into full late game scaling compositions when you've got things like the Azir in the mix and even the Viegos we talked about, but certainly think the most successful form of RNG is being able to utilize this early to mid game, mid jungle, lean that into your side lanes, and then look at the late game scaling you have in your AD carry in your top lane. Like the Gwens, the Jaxes, the Gangplanks, all very, very crucial for them. Especially when you're looking at things like the Aphelios and the Jinx as well in that bot lane. It ends up setting themselves up really, really nicely to have these late game carries come into the forefront. So even if their mid game doesn't go particularly well, they still have that almost late game insurance with these picks as the game goes on.
And I love as well, like you mentioned all the kind of like the way they've been set up, but I also love that Ming is set up to be just a facilitator for the rest of his team. He had 11 unique picks. You can see a lot of hard engage there, but definitely a couple of enchanters sprinkled in between. On the other side of this one, I gotta call out Cube, my man. The guy has been just on every champion he could possibly think of. He was the Nasus. He played it twice as well, which was incredible. He's played the Mordekaiser. He really has just been trying to figure out what will work for his team.
Yeah, but this is where it kind of comes back to the identity of Rare Adam not really suiting the meta or the style of picks that they're going for, right? Because when you look at like things like the Jax, tends to not get priority in a lot of the matchups that we see him into, right? It's kind of like, oh, I'm going to outscale you, and that's what I'm really aiming for here. Same with things like the KO, Ornn, the Nasus we saw come in as a counter pick, so I'm going to take that a little bit different because it was as a counter pick in towards things like the KO, but even Vladimir's, Sejuani's, these are things that tend to lend themselves towards, hey, I can push and roam with you in a day. Same when you look at like Corki, Orianna, not an incredibly strong pick in those early stages at looking at those skirmishes. Same with the Sylas, tends to get pushed in a lot. We were talking about the Victor, the Azir. Like you're seeing a lot of these picks that don't really lean into roaming in for invade. Same with Jinx, Ezreal. Like nothing here screams, oh well, we can actually get lane prio and then very quickly roam in with you and start to get things rolling, Leanne. So I think that's where we're seeing the kind of disconnect from the way that Rare Adam have been playing versus what we're seeing now. And unfortunately, their team fight was never that strong. Like this was one of the things we called out back in spring. Very skirmish orientated fights, not really having a set front to back style. And now that's coming back to bite them because they just don't really know how to set up for, say, a Corki and a Jinx late game fight with a strong front line, because that wasn't what they were playing. It was never communicated well. It was never really cohesive in that style. They'd often fall afoul of flanks, and then it was everyone's on their own. Just make it work as best you can.
Yeah, it did feel like in spring, like we were very promising kind of looks at Strife coming in onto the mid lane. It was his debut split. He did exceptionally well. I always think of the instant Corki triple kill that he was able to pick up. I literally mean instant. He threw an auto attack and a rocket at the exact same time, and he picked up 3 kills straight away. So it does feel like he, in particular, hasn't really found his footing so far in summer. It feels like, again, like you mentioned, they are leaning back onto things that don't really have that kind of same agency. And it does feel like, as you said, with the meta, you look at Rookie, Xiaohu, Knight, they are playing things like the Talia, the Ari, the Lysandra, things that can just roam around the map, get some mid-game power going, and just straight up point and click CC sometimes to kind of say, look, we're going to take a fight here, and if you walk too far forward, you're dead.
And the thing is as well is that Rare Adam haven't been a team that traditionally have been very good around objectives, right? Like we don't see them with crazy high objective control. And in situations where you see, say, a team like Top Esports, Knight goes onto a Sylas, he's always going to be on lower priority. Tien is very, very good at finding these windows to start picking up dragons, being able to contest Rift Herald, and that's where you can see that they can make this style work because they're very good at slowing down the pace of the game, not just kind of saying hands off, look, we're just going to give you run of the map. And that's the problem that we're seeing with Rare Adam, is that although they can go for these picks like the Azirs and the Corkis, Leanne isn't really being able to either facilitate the lanes to scale into the late game, so they oftentimes end up under a massive amount of pressure, or he's not really in a position to try and go for these objectives or even contest them, or willing to give up his farm to go for these objectives. And that's where, again, Rare Adam aren't really finding ways to kind of plug holes to allow themselves to get to the late game. And I think that's the biggest difference between not only Rare Adam, but some of our lower base teams as well, lower placed teams as well, is that they just don't have this understanding of how to use objectives, how to use the map, how to even like use wave states to slow the pace of the game, to give themselves time to hit the late game. Whereas when you look at a team like RNG, top esports as well, when they do tend to go for these things that are less about using their lane advantage, they're in a much better spot to do so because they understand how to use those map movements.
Yeah, it does feel like that. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, we are in a bit of a pause right now. Rare Adam did have a network issues. League officials are currently investigating. We should hopefully be back onto the Rift as soon as possible. Again, we do apologize and we hope you bear with us. It is a Monday. No other leagues on, so where are you going to go? Anyway.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at the fact that they're having network issues. We're going to find out and we're going to try and communicate with them. I'm like, doesn't the network issue prevent the communication?
I mean, I assume the league officials have phones. You know, it's like that Blizzard like introduction. You all have phones, right? But I'm assuming they're able to kind of contact them through that. But yeah, we are hopefully getting into game very, very soon. Hopefully we'll be able to get back onto the Rift. And again, it's just kind of a slow and steady thing. And we can kind of deep dive a little bit now that we have the time onto the actual changes onto Sivir and why we're starting to see her a little bit more into the meta right now, because she hasn't changed in terms of what her abilities at their core do, but the numbers have changed, Dagda.
Yeah, so there's a couple of different things that we have to try and look at. Initially, the one that kind of caught a lot of people off guard, and probably the simplest one to go with, is the E change, the spell shield change. So no longer it gives mana, it gives health when it hits. So it's not like you're going to try and just tank a bunch of these abilities in the early stages to help you push. But in return, they have changed the W and the Q, and honestly the ultimate a little bit as well. So with the Q now has a faster time to throw it out. It scales as you level, and it also scales with crit. So it's going to deal up to 50% more damage with the more crit that you have, up to 100% crit chance. And that's where a lot of our late game damage is coming from, is when you hit that 100% crit, having extra damage on your boomerang is going to be incredibly nice. The W as well now will bounce up to 5 or 6 times. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it does mean that it ends up bouncing back and forth between a whole bunch of people. It costs less mana, which means it's easier now for you to shove the wave without having to rely on tanking abilities with your spell shield, which is just a really nice change. And honestly, the damage that's coming off it also got buffed, so it can be quite annoying to deal with in lane. Like if you get caught by a few of these, especially because they travel faster, it can be really, really hard to try and avoid that damage in the lane state. Also then keep your wave pushed in. So this is where we're actually seeing her get a lot of access to the wave in the early stages of the game, especially against short range carries like Azeri. And then the last big change was kind of her ultimate being swapped over into you still get the speed up every time you get a takedown. The ultimate will kind of extend its duration, but it's got this really nice bonus effect now, which is your auto attacks will reduce the cooldown on your regular basic abilities. So every time you're in a fight, you're just spamming out these abilities like there's no tomorrow. So way more of these ricochet blades are coming out. They're dealing more damage because you've scaled into the late game as well. Suddenly your boomerang blade is dealing a ton of extra damage, and it also has that faster cast time as well, the throw time. So it ends up just being absolutely insane how much damage this Sivir can churn out in the later portion of the game.
Yeah, it really does. And I think that's got to be the big thing now, is that for Gala, he has just been that teamfight AD carry. Even when we had questions about him coming up to, you know, maybe in 2020 and 2021, even in those moments, it was like, it doesn't matter about the laning phase, this guy can still team fight. And of course, you think of some of his amazing Kai'Sa plays. Even most recently, the Lucians and the Aphelioses he's been able to pull out have been absolutely exceptional. I think he really is someone who is pushing himself up towards, you know, the argument of maybe being the best AD carry in the world. Again, it's an argument. I'm not saying which way or the other, but I've got a slight update. We should be jumping into back into game very, very shortly. Thankfully, we have been able to investigate, and hopefully all network issues have been sorted, so we should be jumping back in directly from the point of which we dropped. So nothing was really happening right there. Thank you for the big in-depth dive onto Sivir there, Dagda. Really do appreciate it. But before we do kind of come into this one here, I think that for RNG, what is the expectation for this team? Because I feel like every single year we always come in and say, like, you know, the MSI champions, as we do jump back into game, a little bit of an engagement. There's the spell shields we were just talking about. But RNG, they're a team that every single year, spring champions, the emperors of spring, you know, the little tiger in Xiaohu. It feels a little bit different now in summer. It feels like they finally haven't gotten that big lull. As we can see now, maybe a little bit of a move from Xiaohu here. He's going to try and just kind of wait out Cube to go a little bit too far forward. He's waiting for the hop, but got to get him knocked back a little bit. The flash is going to come out, and Cube's going to have to back himself away.
Okay.
Nicely done by Breed. He tanks up the tower perfectly. First blood to RNG.
Great job from RNG, and this is what we're talking about. Xiaohu having that push in the mid lane and being able to roam around the map. That's exactly what we needed to see. And now Breed, with an early start in this lane, is going to give him a great start.
Yeah, really, really is. And we come straight back in, and RNG, kind of coming in. Yuyanja doing his best to try and make sure this wave does not crash. I like it, but he's playing with fire, Dagda.
Yeah, he definitely is, and taking a good amount of damage in response. So it looks like Gala, anyway, is just going to try and push this wave. It does stop, or at least allow iBoy to be able to get a good amount of this wave, but he just have to be careful because he is alone under this bot lane tower, and I'm spotting Wei moving down, but it looks like he's just going to take the dragon instead.
Yeah, and I love that we're seeing Xiaohu do this so often. It feels like he does it every single game. Xiaohu does not care if he falls behind in the lane. Xiaohu does not really want to be, 1v1 me, bro. Take away, I'm 10, 12 CS ahead of you, at a point where we should be equal. He knows that his job and his best way of playing so far this split has just been him facilitating around the rest of his team.
Might need to cover top, though, because there's 2 members already up here for Rare Adam. 1 more on the way. Leon trying to get the cross map.
He's going to go for the cross map, but you can see Xiaohu already starting to move his way up here. Cube going to lose Mega very, very shortly. Ooh, that's not good. They will get the stun afterwards, but not really in a position to go for this one. Breed does come in, the Weaver's Wall there. Now Xiaohu says, hello, I'm back again. They will not get the flick back as it's going to be a 4v2 on the top side. Flash away by Xiaohu as he tries to make this one work. Breed jumps straight back in, trying to dodge away from the gravity well and also from the ultimate from the Victor. Strive gets ignited as he's in a very bad position. Double flick back as Xiaohu and Breed are 2v4ing. Now the cavalry has arrived and RA need to get the hell out of dodge. Wei is there. He's going to try and get on top of Cube, who does not have flash. Will have Mega very, very shortly, but RNG survive, and RA, they threw everything and they couldn't make it stick.
Just really good answer from RNG. We talked about Xiaohu needing to cover that top side. He got a very quick reset off so he could manage to get up into that top side with the Weaver's Wall and managing to save Breed there. As well, Counter-Strike coming in clutch. I don't know if we'll get a replay there, but a lot of people forget that Counter-Strike not only dodges basic attacks, it also gives you 25% reduced damage on AoE abilities. So things like the ultimate coming through from the Victor there, not actually doing its full amount of damage, and Breathe just about manages to skedaddle away. So nicely done by RNG to shut down the cross map Rare Adam were going for against the Dragon.
And I love this as well because it kind of is exactly what we talked about in Pick and Ban as well. RNG are linking up together as a team. It's why Gala has the 4th highest solo kills in the league, because he's left here in bot lane by himself so often. Even the fact that Ming still hasn't come back into lane shows you just how RNG want to play. And again, it's very, very similar to how they played in spring 2021.
Yeah, I mean, the big difference is that we're seeing kind of Xiaohu being more of an engaged tool on things like the Sandra, on a Talia, which honestly is the most surprising for me, because I always consider Talia more of like a secondary engage tool, but Xiaohu kind of making it work as kind of really the primary form of engage in a lot of situations, which is slightly hilarious. But definitely the cogs for RNG are turning spectacularly at the moment, and it feels like they're really getting into the swing of things, with leaning into the fact that the durability update gives you the late game scaling that you want. Finding these moments to slow down the pace of the game, using wave state, using moments to invade like this.
Strive. Yeah, moments to invade, and nowhere for him to really go. There's the secondary flick back that you were talking about for the Talia, and honestly, this is just prime RNG. They know what they want to do. They know where they want to do it. And the fact that they can tell that Leyen is going to be invaded, it means they can keep going for this, because they know that they can keep going aggressive in top as well.
And there's just nothing you can do to respond here as well. This is kind of what we're talking about in the early stage of the game, is like Leyen not having priority from lanes, the early skirmishing not as strong as RNG's is, and RNG are just using that spectacularly. Now they have the Rift Guard, now they've gotten some kills in the mid lane, this mid jungle that we're talking about looking spectacular, but Gala going to be in trouble with the response.
They're going to try and maybe make this one work. Good flash. He spell shielded as well. I think he was expecting the quickness to be used there, as now Ming is available here in the Weaver's Wall. Xiaohu hasn't been mid in so damn long. The flash in, he gets the knock up, the flick back, and the boomerang braid. Here's a slice of pizza, and there's nothing else you can do. This is actually perfect from RNG. It's insane how much they're doing in such a short amount of time.
The fact that Ming hit 6 off that initial kill onto iBoy was heartbreaking for Yu Yanji. Thought he'd be able to escape, but wasn't allowed. And I mean, I'm kind of surprised to see Gala flash this. There is no minion that's about to die, and Yu Yanji was level 5 still, so I thought he'd just absorb it with the spell shield. But as we talked about, Xiaohu managing to get the roam off, having full control, and you get the level 6 here for Ming, actually just off the minions that died in the back. And with that, you can actually pick off Yu Yanji as well. Gorgeous stuff off the RNG side.
I mean, this is what I was talking about. This feels very different RNG in summer. This feels like an RNG that, yes, they did swap out Bin for Breathe, but Breathe has been kind of adjusting into the system. It was a bit of a slow start for sure, but they've only lost against teams above them in the standings. The only 2 losses they have are against Top Esports and V5, which both went to 3 games. So this is still a massive threat in the LPL, and honestly, I feel like right now it just is so hard for RA to get stuff going when they're in this kind of form.
And it's the reason that RNG have been so terrifying for so long. I mean, obviously looking back at 2020, losing Uzi, a lot of question marks were there for RNG, being like, hey, look, what is this team going to do? How are they going to respond? With Gala coming in, not exactly the massive AD carry player that a lot of people were hoping for, and they started to change. But as Gala has grown over the course of these last few splits, he has now become a threat into and on himself, and RNG are willing to give him the resources, become that late game threat. And with Xiaohu now finally back home in the mid lane, it looks unbelievable. But we'll have to see exactly what RNG can do, because Rare Adam are trying to set up for this dragon. They have full control over River, but I mean, you've got the Talia Weaver's Wall in just a little while to see if they can cut people off. But it looks like with 2 kills already for Xiaohu, way looking great, they don't want to go.
Aye, boy. Yeah, I was going to say he's going to need to get himself over the wall and far away, because he is not in a position to be able to take that. And we can see that RNG are very prepared for this Zeri and saying, look, we just don't believe that the Zeri is going to do exceptionally well into the Sivir. It doesn't have that kind of pushing power to punish the roams coming out from Ming, where Ming just hasn't been in that bot side. And you can see it just there that Gala's got a CS lead at this point as well, so he's not even going to be punished for anything really, in the sense that, you know, leaving Ming or Ming leaving him alone will do. So for RNG to get 2 dragons, drop Rift Herald into mid as well, so they're going to be able to kick up themselves at least 2 plates off of that and at the end of it. So it's just, again, RNG playing so smart. Yes, it's only about 1,000 gold lead, but it's the fact that it's getting it from such smart movement is just a big thing for me.
Breathe even stole away Gromp on the top side as well. So, I mean, they're just doing as much as possible to take away everything from RA that they can. And RA just really don't know how they're supposed to respond. And we talked about it, like, they can't really respond. I mean, now they're even trying to DC from the game. Like, they just want nothing to do with this.
No,
but the thing is, like,
they want out.
yeah, but again, like, you're not falling behind in for Xiaohu's mid lane. And this is one of the biggest surprises for me with Talia coming into 12-13, was the fact they buffed this champion, because it was already, you know, pretty high up in priority, at least that we're seeing in the LPL. And then you give her more buffs as well. And LPL were like, oh, hell yeah, she's just like 1 pick now. This is exactly what we need. And this is where you're seeing so many champions struggle to push the lane against her. It opens up dramatically for you to go for these roam plays. And even in situations where you like don't get off the bat early, right? You can't maybe make these Weaver Wall plays at the early stages. She's still massive threat in team fights. The Weaver's Wall having a ton of control, especially against a lot of these late game carries that we're seeing that tend to be pretty immobile. As well, having the opportunity to shut down the more mobile picks as well, thanks to the Unraveled Earth. Like, there is so much in her kit that lets her dominate a team fight, that lets her control the pace. And especially in the hands of some of the incredible mid laners that we have at the moment, like Knight, like Xiaohu that we're seeing pick it up, like Rookie as well. The first game he came back showing exactly what Talia was capable of. Like, this is where it gets so scary in the hands of these players.
Yeah, again, like, you know, we think of the Talia and we think of kind of, I suppose it's kind of a false thinking as well. It's a pseudo kind of way of thinking about it, because it's always that kind of like, oh, she's, you know, a facilitator. She doesn't do that much. She controls area. That's about it. But we've seen it with Rookie, Knight, Xiaohu, Scout as well. It's that this pick can take over games in terms of damage as well. I think V5 in their last series as well, they tried to go Photic on the Kog'Maw, tried to run and protect the Kog'Maw comp. He kept getting focused out and killed, but it didn't matter because there was still Rookie on Talia putting out absurd level of damage with the Q. So there is definitely an awful lot of room here. And I'll always remember Caedrel as well when he was watching kind of LPL saying, why is this pick so highly prioritized? Right at the start of when the LPL were starting to pick it up in 12-12. And then we're seeing it time and time again that it just fits such a good playstyle and covers so much of an area.
It really does, and that's where it's seen play a lot more, and I think that says a lot about the LPL in general, as well as that we're willing to go for these more mid-game focused picks, the Sylases, the Talias, these things that aren't the uber scaling, because you look across at in the LEC, you look across in LCK, it's all about like high priorities on Gangplank, high priority on like super late game scaling picks, because they don't tend to interact in the early stages of the game. But I think what we're seeing from teams like Top Esports in particular is that when you pick up the pace of the game, you really can run away with it. Still thanks to Dragons, still thanks to things like the double Rift Heralds. It is very possible to just take over a map, amass an insane gold lead, and then the durability patch did help, but not enough to try and deal against everything that's been tossed at you. So I definitely think from an LPL perspective, picks like the Talia suit it a hell of a lot, and especially when you're looking at, you know, things that are being played in the bot lane, champions like the Jinxes, the Aphelioses. Kalista really struggles against Talia as well. Talia's ability to roam down and, you know, separate out things like the Jinx and the Aphelios make it really hard for these AD carries to do their job efficiently.
Yeah, I mean, like if you look at some of the stats as well in this Talia as well, it went from a 55% presence on 12-12 to a 91% presence on 12-13. So you can just see right there, it's kind of like, look, it was starting to hear whispers, if you will, of something that could be happening. And the LPL just jumped straight onto that train and said, yeah, no, this is the pick right now. This is must ban, must pick. And it does feel like the mid lane trifecta as well, the Lissandra, the Sylas, and of course the Talia. Lissandra's fallen off just a little bit, but definitely the Sylas and the Talia have kind of just become the forefront of how you want to play the game, because we talked about Sylas so much, he gets that early skirmishing, but even then, like the Talia, just as you've seen so far this game, Xiaohu's just roaming. Remember, twice we've seen him now go top lane, once bot lane, and he spent very little time in mid lane, but it doesn't matter because he's getting advantages across the map.
Yeah, and the big thing is when you're looking at these types of champions, it's not really just the Sylas and the Talia, it's things like the Ahri as well that are coming into play. But Ahri started to fall off because she's not a champion that can really like dominate the lane, right? She doesn't have the upfront damage to push something like a Sylas out of the lane, to push something like a Talia or even an Azir out of the lane. And then you're not actually able to have as much of an impact in the early stages roaming or even carry these late game fights, even if you get massively far ahead. So that's where I think we're starting to see teams kind of deprioritize the Ahri and then look towards things like the Azirs, the Talias, the Sylases. But Sylas in particular, we saw kind of have his little kind of week as on the end of 12-12, where he was like first pick priority. But a lot of teams kind of realized, well, with Talia coming into the meta, Sylas doesn't do so hot against Talia. Unraveled Earth is a nightmare for the Sylas. Even the Kingslayer counts as a dash. You're abscond, you're abduct, both two separate instances of a dash. The ultimate isn't really that important for a Sylas, so Talia just fits really well against the Sylas, which is why we're seeing Talia become such high priority, because she has a good matchup against the Azir, she has a great matchup against the Sylas, and there's not really much else that can do well against her because of how much push she now has in her kit. Like, you're looking at Victor, traditionally someone who can do quite well against a plethora of different champions, struggling with the push. The only champion I can think of that I've seen that can maybe try and contend is something like a Rise, but even then, it's still incredibly difficult because you've got such good gank setup as a Talia. Like, Talia is kind of like a one-stop shop for everything you really want from your mid laners right now, with scaling tops and scaling AD carries in the game.
Yeah, I think that's just a great way to kind of put it. Again, we're moving back to a scaling AD carries. Of course, the Aphelios coming back into meta. 200 years, very hard to trim that down, even with nerfs and such coming into it. But I also love the fact that it's a kind of a very LPL thing as well, is that, like, you know, with the nerfs to Grievous Wounds, the durability patch and stuff like that, it did feel like it was kind of like enchanters 100%, and then LPL was like, but then we don't have engage and we need engage, so we gotta just keep these guys over here. So you're seeing the likes of the Rakan, the Leona, the Nautilus, just a constant out on the bot side, and they just complement those hard scaling AD carries so well, because at the end of the day, yes, you may be able to destroy people in a late game team fight, but you gotta get there in the end. But if you're just joining us, we are in a little bit of a pause. RA are having network issues, and we are hopefully going to be able to figure them out and bring ourselves back into game as soon as possible. We're going to take a quick break because we've been talking way too much, and we're going to see you guys hopefully very, very soon.
Road to try and come across here. Xiaohu cutting them off from this. They're just gonna burst it down.
The damage is so much. Scout needs a great little ult here as Jun just misses. Goes down the smite there. RNG now have the execution, but they need the kills to go through. As Flandre is forced over the wall. Look at Xiaohu. Look at Gala. The target survived. Once again, Gala will not be dying today. RNG with the comeback of the split. Edward Gaming may be world champions, but RNG are 3 times MSI reps.
Brian on the side here too. He's gonna give up his flank angle, and Ultra Prime will just move in as a body unit here. All 5 of them trying to set up a front to back for Elf.
Oh, look at
Wayward.
Look at
Like,
Wayward.
yeah, they have no idea. No wards are over here. They're walking straight into Wayward, who Mega Nars into the wall, and Top B Sports. They're trying to move into Ultra Prime, and Ultra Prime have disappeared. Wayward shows Zoom who is who, and Top B Sports, the train keeps on chugging.
And this could well be another big fight coming up between them. JDG, Kanavi missed. Oh, Kanavi.
A little bit rough, and Kanavi, he gets out of there barely. 369 about to have Meganar. He wants to go in, only gets 1. He needs to get out. He is taken. No, he flashes, and they're following, but Bull is caught now. Hope is just firing away, and they've got so much damage from Kanavi. Here comes Yakao on the side. Ultra Shock Laser from the heavens, and every hope that's ever existed for JDG exists in this game.
It's going to be hard for them to really make this one work. UCal looking to try and trade solo players, but they get themselves on the top of this one. This is ongoing in, but a curse to Sam Mummy into the explosive cast, and they're able to get the GA immediately. One farm, though, still doing well. The Shy with the slicing Maelstrom right onto the backside. Kepler knows he needs to do something. I will say that Baseron's doing some significant damage, but can they kite this one out? They cannot. SOFM's getting his reset. You can see the triple kill for the Shy.
Legend. They do bend and not break for anyone's legend. They're just trying to push this back out and take down this tower that WE are using as a home base at this point.
Yeah, and it makes
That's a big engage though. But look, AL going back in here. Moonlight Vigil front to back. Xiaohao getting taken out though. Kadaya now. Big Emperor's Divide from Forge himself. And now you got the slicing Maelstrom. Xiaohao tries to come back in. Benny is full health. Benny's got the Inferno. Benny's got the damage. And Benny is the late game carry for anyone's legend.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, became PE, Ultra EPMD, rockin' stats, slick Rick, MC Life is marquee. The Jungle Brothers.
下场对阵 RA 战队的话，要注意乐野选手就是很喜欢反野吧，然后也很喜欢就是出其不意的去抓人吧，然后要防好吧。对，接下来的比赛的话，就是还是希望就是可以走到最后吧，然后就是队伍现在还是就是有很多的不足吧，然后失误也很多，也要注意前中期跟后期吧，然后都会有失误，要去调整吧。对。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. If you're just joining us and wondering, my God, that was either the quickest game of League of Legends you've ever seen, or there was a massive pause. I'm going to tell you it's the latter of the two. There was some network issues for RA that we have hopefully been resolved, so hopefully we will be coming back straight into the game. But Dagda, for any new viewers, for anyone who's not quite sure what's been going on, where are we, what's been happening, and why are RNG 4-0 up?
We're in the game, Oshin. That's where we are. But yeah, I mean, it's just been RNG utilizing the fact that we talked about, you know, strong mid jungle, get control there. Xiaohu able to have roams. And look, he's dropping a little bit of CS every time he goes for these roams, but it's been paying dividends. 2-0-2. Kraken Slayer already picked up in the bottom lane for the Sivir as well. She's well on her way to becoming that late game threat. And Breathe as well, getting some help there means he's got that early Divine Sunder, which very quickly changes this matchup, as you can see in the top side, where Breathe can actually start to play hyper aggressive when he can get onto this mini Nara.
See if you can play hyper aggressive. Does have a 10 CS lead, but is down in terms of the completed items. Divine Sunder, a double Divine Sunder being picked up for the top side of Breathe and Way as we come back into the game. And we start to see where you want to go. You've got the Kraken Slayer now for RNG. And also, the big thing that we kind of never really got to touch on is they've got 2 dragons, so they can pick and choose when and where they go for these fights. And speaking of going for fights, looks like Wei already starting to look like it'd be a more aggressive move up to this top side because they've got push and top. Look at Xiaohu on the minimap.
Yeah.
He's already going for a little bit of a sneaky move to try and catch out Cube.
Yeah, the Weaver's Wall will reach across the blue buff as well, so they've got to be incredibly safe. And you'd imagine Cube is thinking, oh, well, they went for this invade. That's the play. So he's going to walk up, think he's safe.
Oh, that was so well played from Xiaohu. He said, I'm going to put the seismic shove behind you. I'm going to put the ground in front of you. So even if you jump towards us, you're going to die. Honestly, Dagda, this is just textbook League of Legends from RNG. There's nothing else to it. I don't know if Dagda's still here. Dagda?
Oh, sorry, I thought I hit the unmute button. Thank you. Absolutely masterful from RNG. They've looked absolutely incredible the entire way through, and now they get the Rift Herald. You can't really respond to this, even though you've moved Iboy and Yuyanja up here. I mean, I don't really think you can try and make this happen.
I mean, they're going to be able to do it for the moment, but you've got Strive down the bot side. He's going to be answering the push that Gala put in. RNG were just kind of saying, look, we don't need to take the fight just yet. We can re-establish control. We can go for this as Breed jumps in aggressively onto Leyen. And they're just going to be able to kind of double Divine Sunder themselves in here. You can see there's the counter-strike down. They're going to try and get the Heartbreaker out of him. The flash away, but the Weaver's Wall is going to put Cube in a bad spot, who also has to flash. That's a hell of a lot of your engage no longer there. Now you're going to see the quickness, but how can Yuyanja get in? You've used so much here, Dagda. RNG going to have total control.
But this is the thing. Rare Adam keep trying to make these plays happen when you know that Xiaohu has Weaver's Wall, when Xiaohu can get to there faster, when RNG already have control over the area. Now, look, it did force them to bring up Gala, but Gala's totally fine here. He's just going to be able to clear out this wave. You still get ripped out. You've lost push on bot side as well. Like, everything has gone the wrong direction for Rare Adam on that play.
Yeah, it really did. And the fact that you're losing flashes now, you lost ultimates, you're just going to have to try and... It makes it harder to find that, kind of find that comeback play. The big thing that I always say is that, yes, fair enough, you didn't, fight at the Rift Herald, but you got Victor a load of farm in bot side, or maybe you were able to, set yourself up. I'm going to say that, though. Wade's going to find Yuyanja, who's in a little bit of a precarious predicament. But with the blast gun there, should be just fine. And yeah, this is just bad to worse for RA. And yes, it is only 1,000 gold. We mentioned that. It feels like an eternity ago, but it has only been a couple of in-game minutes. And it's still the way it's going about it. Again, late game is in favor of RNG. A front-to-back team fight with the Jack split pushing even as well. That's just going to be so hard for RA to deal with.
I mean, across the board, there's very little that Rare Adam can actually try to fight back with here, right? You've got great late game scaling coming through with the Sivir, who's well on her way at this stage. You've got full dragon control here with 7 seconds left. I mean, unless you find some miracle engage here with Yanja, it's just not going to be it.
Yeah, you're gonna be hard stuck to make this one work. All 5 members of RA are here because they don't have a teleport on Q, but Breed does. So Breed's just kind of saying, cool, if we delay this fight, if we just do not let you do anything, we're gonna get so much on the top side of the map. He's just continuing to push. He's gonna try and, you know, just get some more pressure down. And yeah, look, RNG don't have to fight this.
Yeah, they don't really care. They're just playing this nice and slow. Xiaohu still has a ton of control coming through with the Unraveled Earth as well. So trying to get these engages is so difficult. And here you go.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. The Solar Flare comes in. They get the flick back. Remember that flash he used earlier? Still not available. Ming picks up that kill because he popped down the Ignite. You can see iBoy, after popping the ultimate, trying to make this one work. The Cyclone is good. They're turning back down onto iBoy, though. And iBoy has to flash away. Breathe is joined in as Gala's pushing forward. It is a massacre. It is perfection from RNG as they are just smashing RA.
It's not even close right now. Complete control from RNG. Beautiful team fighting. And again, remember what we talked about with Rare Adam? Like, this isn't a team that has ever kind of strived in team fights, done well when it comes towards these front-to-back 5v5s, and we got to see it there. Rare Adam spread out way too far. RNG pounce on towards one side, and even in a 4 versus 5 scenario, they come out on top. Like, Cube here is trying to threaten the dive, make sure that he's got Mega Gnar, but RNG just turn and say, hey, your Gnar bar isn't high enough, we can pick you up before the fight starts. Yuyanja then tries to go for the engage, but wait, fantastic Cyclone for the disengage, and that means that there's nowhere left for Rare Adam to try and jump in. You've even got the TP coming through from Breathe. All the pieces of RNG are working so incredibly well.
Yeah, it just feels like RNG have just read them at every single point, and now it's a 5,000 gold lead. Remember I said it was 1,000, now it's 5,000. It's literally gotten up 5 times from that. Yeah, honestly, unless there's some massive errors coming out from the side of RNG, RA are going to struggle so hard to come back into this one here. And again, I can't praise RNG enough. They have called RA at every single point, at every single dragon fight, at every single point of which they could maybe contest. RNG have just had an answer, and it comes off of the back of what they drafted. Breathe, very comfortable in the sideline against the Gnar. The Sivir is going to be able to wave clear 4 days, now sitting on a full item ahead of iBoy. It's just so hard to really make anything stick here for RA.
And already you can see again RNG trying to put the pressure on. Spring Emperor leading the charge here in Xiaohu, and this is why RNG are so terrifying when they get Xiaohu onto something that is capable of roaming. They're so good at using that effect to push in on towards the bot side here, like get control over the jungle, utilize the map effectively, and Xiaohu is essentially the puppet master, telling everyone what they're supposed to be doing. Breathe, push in on top side. Xiaohu's gonna hide in the river or in the jungle here because he's got the Weaver's Wall, just gonna play essentially both sides of the map and make sure that if Rare Adam ever try and overstate their presence, well, there's the engage.
Yeah, there is the engage. Solar Flare comes out, but it does miss out. But that's 2 inner turrets being taken out, and RA don't have an answer. There's not as if, you know, they're kind of going for something on the other side of the map. I will say they will get a tier 1, maybe in the bot side, but that turret finally goes down. Is that really worth it? You see a TP coming out just to try and defend. Sorry, not a TP. It was a recall. It's very hard to see sometimes in the small little in-game one. But yeah, this is rough, Dagdan. And look again, like Leyen's trying. He's 0-0-0, but when you don't really have that kind of big primary engage, Yuyanja has to go in by himself. There's not really a lot else you can do.
I mean, Rare Adam trying to see if they can get picks. This is probably their one way back into the game. Maybe they can find some. We're going to back away. I mean, you're looking at where iBoy is, looking at where Cube is. They just don't really have people in the area to try and make things happen. And as you say, 2.5 minutes until Dragon.
Soul.
I mean, I think their best bet was to try and use the fact that Cube had got pushing bot side to already establish vision control into this bot lane, as Yuyanja will get a shield bash in the face, but I'm trying to look for picks, trying to see if they can get better vision control in the area, but trying to over-force and over-chase RNG out of your jungle doesn't really get anything. They'd already taken everything that was on that top side, and unfortunately now they just don't really have any more map pressure. As RNG have got the quicker resets, they'll move into this bot side jungle, start to establish vision. They already have a ton of control over Baron, so honestly they can threaten both right now, where they shove mid, can always fall back to Dragon, have one person even just breathe, solo out the Dragon if they want to, while the other 4 members keep threat on Baron. And with the Kraken Slayer rapid fire already completed for Gala, this is going to hurt if they get on towards the Baron.
It really is, and honestly, the thing is, as well, is that RA aren't really in a position to, as you say, threaten Baron themselves, because RNG have already put themselves in a way to say, look, we're going to be able to control this area, so even if you try and go for it, it's not really going to work out. There's going to be the Weaver's Wall to cut off any real escape, as we can see flash in. There's a solar flare down. They're going to catch out into Lian. He tries to flash away. Dagda, it's fish in a barrel, and they've got a double-barreled shotgun. That's the width of the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely just domination from RNG. Great job from Xiaohu to cut them off. Just utilizing the Reaver's Wall to make sure that there was no way that they were going to be able to run. Once you get in behind them as well, the Unraveled Earth means that they can't really use any of their dashes to escape. And RNG now turn over towards the Baron. They'll take this and look at the timer. Perfect timing for them to rotate down to the bottom side. And you still have Lian and iBoy dead on Rare Adam's side. This is just really good play. I mean, Xiaohu showing exactly how dominant this Talia can be, setting up great control here. Follow-up is immaculate from RNG, and it's simple as you like. I mean, what do you do? Like, what do you do, Adam?
yeah.
I can't even blame this on the connection issues. Like, this is just RNG slapping you about.
Yeah, it really is. Now Yanja gonna have to use his battle dance, you would imagine, to try and get himself out. There's the quickness coming out. They're gonna try and burn down Breed, but Breed's got himself the Grandmaster's challenge, and he's gonna keep pushing in. Flake back, iBoy cleanses and flashes away, but he's already dead, Dagda. This is the scariest iteration of RNG I think I've ever seen. This is a team that is just toying with RA and not letting them have a moment. You got a tower, one tower, and that's it as RA.
I like the way we both had to do the double check there, that it wasn't actually a perfect game, but
yes.
Q will get caught out. Not going to be able to follow it up there by RNG, but I mean, they're totally fine. You've got pushing bot side. They just want this last outer turret. They more than likely, though, I will say, could have moved someone in towards mid lane here, namely Xiaohu, to start like pushing in that wave if they wanted to, just to have like threat across the board. But it looks like with how long they've stayed on the map, they're just comfortable to get this reset in and then try and return even more powered up than they already stupidly are. Let's be real.
I mean, you have 3 items onto Breathe. And I don't even think 3 people are enough to kill him right now, because he has got the Force of Nature. And yeah, look, this is Breed being a Force of Nature and saying, look, it doesn't matter, I'm going on you. You use everything. They CC him up, but it's a Frozen Heart. iBoy can't do the damage.
He's also like 2 levels up minimum on everyone in that fight. And now Yanja trapped again.
Yeah, they're going to catch him out and going to try and see if they can kill him off. It's just a death ball of Breathe and Ming saying, you know what, we're going to be able to take you all out. He doesn't care who else is here. He's going to continue to go forward. Now, iBoy, no cleanse, no flash, and sadly for him, no life. It is 0 and 15, a Hex Soul, a Baron still ticking, and Dagda, this was perfection. This was nothing more than just absolute domination.
I mean, the Nemesis Jack skin definitely feels fitting for Breathe in this one, just ripping people apart. And as you say, I mean, this is game. I mean, how do you defend this? You've got no iBoy, you got no Yanja.
You don't. You got no iBoy, you got no Yanda, you got no chance in hell. There's Weaver's Wall right at the end. 25 and a half minutes, as close to a perfect game as you can possibly get here as RNG. They gave up a single tower, and that was it. That was, honestly, I'm nearly willing to make that a perfect game if it literally wasn't for the definition of perfect.
I think that's the whole definition of perfect. That is just a game. If you're not going with the perfect game, that is just a game. But I mean, yeah, really, really good stuff coming through from RNG. They look spectacular. Absolutely incredible performance. And this is why this team can be absolutely terrifying when they get the tools that they need to, right? Way early advantage in the jungle matchup. Roaming mid for Xiaohu. Scaling on both top and bot side. Like, it's a very clean system that RNG have, and one that, as you can see, is terrifying when it gets up and running, because they can command the early game, command the mid game. I mean, hell, we didn't even get to a late game in this one. 25 minutes and this one was over.
Yeah, I mean, it almost felt like this game was, you know, could have been over at, honestly, like the 18-minute mark, 19-minute mark. It just felt like they needed the extra few 5 or 6 minutes to really kind of end it all. But Yeah, again, I don't think RNG are ever going to be our fastest team in the league, but they are definitely one of the best. And it just feels like time and time again, they are just consistently finding things better. And honestly, I feel like this is a great example of what they can do with Breathe. I feel like Breathe finally fitting into the mold that RNG need him to be, because there was definitely some valid questions about this guy at the start of the split. It's starting to work out. And again, this is a perfect time to build up that momentum.
And that's the thing, is that for RNG, we kind of talked about, look, 8-2 at the moment. This is a squad that wants to show that they are deserving to be in that top 4 spot, representing us at the World Championship, especially coming off the back of an MSI victory. And it took them a bit of time, let's be realistic, for RNG to ramp up into the split. We talked about Wei struggling a little bit at the start of the split, not really knowing what his identity was on this squad, but now you can see when they have figured out how they want to play the game, that's when RNG are most terrifying. And they're not really a team that, as we've seen over the course of like their last few splits, a team that like needs to have multiple different styles. They are incredibly good at just drilling the same style over and over and over and becoming masters of that style. And that's what we got to see here executed, was just a master of this mid-jungle into side lane roaming style.
Yeah, it just, yeah. Sorry, I'm laughing at the 0 KDA, 0 kill percentage, because they did not get a single kill. That was just, it was perfection. I really just can't say anything else. It was just exactly how RNG. Yeah. No. No, you don't get that word. We use another word. It was sublime from RNG. How about
near
that?
perfection is all.
Yeah.
You know
It's always that. It's always semantics coming into this. But we are going to send it to a quick break. When we
Stop being a
return-
jerk. I'm sorry.
When we return, we will see if RA can actually bounce back, or if RNG will be taking it very quick too. We'll see you soon.
Speaking of another, team that's obviously done full rebuilds, IG brought in Mole. Time to celebrate is what none of us thought was going to happen, because my God, it's actually changed nothing. Like, I think Mole has come in and Mole's looking fine, but at the same time, like, barring the last maybe 2 series, right? Yukai was looking fine as well when he was on IG. It was never really about the mid laner why IG was failing. Their individual problems have been with bot lane, and then their mid game especially. You can see it even now. Like, they have no idea what to do. They don't know the limits of their comp, or like they'll show glimpses. I know Ox had the last IG series where they have the one really good team fight, baiting out the abilities. Then the next team fight, they're just all jumping in. Even Shun putting himself in like kind of tragic positions, flashing in on the Nidalee and making sure he gets caught out. So this move feels very.
Okay, sorry, Jordan, can you just keep talking? I want to see more faces coming out of Ox.
Okay, so, and then we bring up TT, LNG. That one was a big banger. No, yeah. I feel like Mole has still looked like, you can still see he's solid in lane and like all these like small things, but at the same time on this IG team, it doesn't matter about Mole. It matters about Shun. But even then, it matters that their mid game sucks. I don't know. This team is so frustrating, and I am the president of frustration.
I just feel like it's mind-blowing. This team can go up against JDG, who is just this fantastic early game beast team, have a decimating early game, Shun's mega fed, and then he like, for anyone who didn't catch the series, he's on Nidalee, he's like super fed, and he like jumps in on a team fight. Like, it's a full 5v5, he like jumps in into 5 members of the enemy team, in cap form, in Cougar form, onto a full HP target, and does like half of his health. And I'm just like, what was the plan? I just feel like that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. It's such a weird one, because IG, like, they'll come out. It's like IG scrims go like this, right? They just end at 10 minutes. They either get stomped in the ground, like, okay, let's remake, guys, go next game, or they like absolutely decimate it, and like Shun's on Nidalee, he's got like an 8k gold lead or something, just himself or something crazy, and then the enemy team's like, yeah, guys, call it, scrim's over, we're done. There's no point playing this on. IG just need to be like, to all the scrim partners, say, please just let us continue playing the game. Trust me, it'll be worth it. Because they'll play for like an extra 5 minutes, and they'll throw, and then IG will hopefully learn how to play the mid game. If it actually feels like they just like, if a team struggles in the early game and then just gets swept, that's one thing. But it's the fact that this team consistently finds early advantages and then just just somehow consistently just flops every time. It's like, I feel like there's so many games where if IG have like a substantial lead, I am just still like kind of I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for the moment. I know it's coming. Everybody's watching this. It's coming. IG themselves probably know it's coming. I'm thinking the coach sitting backstage like, oh god, not again. And then it happens, and it's like, well, been here before.
I don't need fast cars, limousines, hanging in the VIP. It's never really been my style. I don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey. I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. Chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. Yeah. All right. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There's nothing I can do, baby. My hands are tied.
RNG 最近状态也挺好的，然后他们联动做的特别好，我们下路应该要做好防守，不要被他们带节奏。虽然现在成绩比较差，但是还是希望大家尽力去打好每一场比赛吧，能赢一场是一场。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are just coming off of a long 25 minutes of RNG absolutely decimating, disintegrating, other words that have very similar meanings coming into this. I, of course, am still Ushin. I'm still joined by Dagda. And yeah, it was hard to look at sometimes. And we got to talk about a man in the mid lane as well for RNG. Xiao, whoo! Because I got an owl on my shirt. He was our MVP from game number 1. Yeah, I had to think of something interesting because nothing else was really coming to my mind.
Sorry, I didn't cop there was an L in your shirt. And for anyone who doesn't know, like, our videos are a couple of seconds delayed, so I just heard you scream, but I didn't see the movement to show off the L. So I was so confused. But Shahu, yes, looking spectacular and roaming all over the map. We talked about it already. The fact he got the Wukong and the Talia was just such an insane 2v2 for the mid lane, and they used that to perfection, using the fact that Lien couldn't really contest that, meant that Xiaohu got free push. Wei was kind of sticking around making sure he was able to get that push, and then moving around consistently to find these flanks. The Weaver's balls were impeccable as well. This one was spectacular. I didn't even think this would be a possibility, just because where the wall had to be positioned, but Xiaohu understanding how much of a speed up he had, how easily he could get behind the enemy team, and just setting that up beautifully. So really, really good job from Xiaohu to kind of show just how strong he is on this Talia.
Yeah, again, Talia is becoming similar to what we saw Silas of a first pick, first ban. You need to get it off the board. But now with RNG on the blue side versus RA on the red, RA got to kind of look for some stuff. And I think straight up, like, it's just really great to see from RNG as well that they said, look, take the Zeri. We don't need to ban this right now. You're going to have to first pick it, though, because if we got the Zeri as well, like, you just don't have an answer for that, but we have an answer for it, and that's going to be Sivir in that bot side. Just left Gala to his own devices and just said, cool, Ming, off you go. Roam with Xiaohu and Wei. Make sure you're affecting the map, and I'll just wave clear with Ricochet and Boomerang Blades. There wasn't really any threat on that tier 1 at any stage.
And the thing is, because Zeri's so short range, it does open up for the Sivir to play into that and have that push. And the biggest problem that you're kind of seeing as well is that the draft phase against RNG gets incredibly complicated because they've got these like niche little picks that you have to worry about. Things like the Lissandra for Xiaohu open up things for Wukong and Zeri, and I mean even the Talia as well, to try and get through the draft phase. So even though you kind of got like two counter picks or two picks you're happy, sorry, not counter picks, power picks or two picks you're happy with here for Rare Adam in the Zeri and also in the Nara that a lot of teams are vying for, you can see just how strong once you get that mid jungle with the Poppy band, Wukong and Talia become so incredibly strong.
Yeah, and I think it was just yes, you had got the engage coming out. We talked about you, Yanja, but we saw on multiple occasions as well is that you can't get in. There's no way you can actually find a fight there, because even when he nearly was able to get in with the quickness, Cyclone came out. You popped down the Unraveled Earth as well. So there was just too many things that he had to try and navigate to really kind of be the primary gain for his team. And also, as well as that, by the time he actually got to a fight to be a primary engage, it was very much about the fact that they'd already used flashes and ultimates to get away from the side of RNG, let alone engage on top of them. So it just went from bad to worse from RA. It definitely felt like they just really didn't have any real answers coming in, as we're going to jump into picks and bans for game number 2. And yeah, you're going to have to ban the Talia and the Zeri. And now what are you left to ban? You kind of have two massive power picks that you have to ban away. You're left at a bit of a precarious situation.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if RNG ban the Poppy to try and force like the Wukong ban here. But they're actually going to get rid of the Callistas. So looks like instead they might just try and set up for something like the Aphelios on their side. Lucian banned away though. So maybe I think you just first pick Poppy here as Wei and get yourself into a good matchup regardless of the jungle situation. And with most of the AD carry pool already being pinched, if Rare Adam try and take something like the Aphelios for iBoy, well, you can answer with the Jinx in kind on that bottom side. But no, actually going to go with the Ahri. I don't know if I fully agree. I think Poppy does really well against the Ahri. Just because the dashes get stopped a lot, but Xiaohu has been very fond of this pick. And with the Lissandra left open, maybe just see Strive take the Lissandra into Xiaohu.
Yeah, could just go for the Lissandra. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Lissandra Poppy pick up here. I will say for Lien, he's played a hell of a lot of Viego, does definitely prefer it. We'll see if he does end up wanting to go towards that Poppy instead. But yeah, I feel like it feels like exactly what you were talking about when we were discussing the issues with Rare Adam. It feels like they're in a meta that isn't this meta. It feels like their picks are just not really working out for themselves. And yeah, they got a Lissandra and the Viego. Poppy feels like a no-brainer here for me from RNG.
Yeah, I think you take the Poppy, get the AD carry you'd like as well. Whichever way the fence you want to land on, whether it's a Aphelios or a Jinx or whatever. And then you've got a pretty strong team fight here, but actually might be looking towards the Nara instead, so might be looking to change things up. But actually, as we say that, with the Poppy not needed to be taken, well then you can open up for the Wukong. And this is what we're kind of talking about, like how you can maneuver through draft in the opening of the day, just like because certain picks are taken away or you've already seen what the opponent wants to go for. Now these things that were baits are no longer baits anymore.
So they end up kind of working towards here as RA gonna lock in that Jax. Cube has been a very big power pick into that one. We are going to see the reverse of the matchup this time around. So Cube going to be on the Jax himself versus Breed's Narm. And we'll see what both these sides can do. Now we're starting to see more AD carry bans come out. The Jinx, the Aphelios might come out here from the side of RNG, because remember, they don't have the first pick coming out of these particular bans.
Yeah, I think you're probably going to see in a Jinx ban, because for RNG, if they can try and maneuver iBoy onto something like an Ezreal, that opens up for Kai'Sa, for Gala, so maybe some of these different picks, as you've already seen kind of the things like Kog'Maw, Lulu still be up and available, Twitch, Yuumi, still things that can come through. But honestly, I think like trying to get iBoy onto something where he has to play for late game or has to play something like an Ezreal can work out really well here for RNG.
See what they end up going for. Both the late game carries, or the traditional late game carries, have been taken off the board now. Maybe a Sivir ban here for RA, just to, again, get those off the board, get you into something a little bit more fringe, shall we say. And no, they're going to ban the Ezreal themselves, because I think they saw the bait and they were like, no, we don't want to be in this trap.
Yeah, so it means we're going to probably go towards some of these like less traditionally seen picks in like the Kog'Maws, the Twitches, these kind of things in this bottom half of the map. And I'm really curious to see how that one is going to end up panning out, because for RNG, they're definitely looking more towards a dive composition. So something like a Kai'Sa could definitely fit into that style, which is why I thought they were trying to maneuver into that. But this isn't a style that enables something like a Lulu, Kog'Maw, or anything along these lines, because that traditionally wants something that's going to bring the fight to them. Sivir hovered here for Rare Adam, so honestly, this could maybe you go for something like the Caitlyn. Oh, Senna as well, actually. I forgot Senna existed.
Yeah, honestly,
so Senna would
too.
actually be the best fight here then. Yeah, Senna, honestly, Senna, and you can take a long-range enchanter with her here as well if you want to, like Senna Seraphine could actually work out, but nope. They are just going to go towards the Tahm Kench instead.
Yeah, I think Ming always kind of says to me, it's like, if it's an enchanter, he's just not going to feel that comfortable on it, but it's going to be Sivir, Yuumi in that bot side. We'll have perma push, no real kill pressure in that bot lane either side of the matchup, to be perfectly honest. Even the fact that, yes, you do technically have a engage with the Tahm Kench, but with the spell shield, it's kind of the only real engage you really have after that point, so we'll see what they end up kind of going for. RA looking to try and just dominate the lanes, keep themselves set up with a good split push from Jackson, and of course just kind of set themselves up for those big kind of team fights around the Dragons or Rift Heralds, of course, with the Yuumi and Sivir ultimates. But on the other side here, RNG, if they can find picks, if they can just get long sustained fights going out there where the Ahri's able to weave in and out, the Wukong as well, that's where they're going to find their success, in my opinion.
I think the big thing here is that when we were talking about the stylistic choices from Rare Adam, this is where Rare Adam will actually get to play the style that they traditionally like. You have good push and bot lane coming through from the Sivir. Senna, Tahm Kench can't really handle that. You look towards the mid lane as well. Lissandra, good counter pick in towards the Ahri. She gets a lot of push in that lane and could also set up for some great ganks on towards the Ahri pretty sick as well. So if we're looking for Rare Adam to have a game where they can try and bite back against RNG, this feels like the one to me to do it. Even having the counter pick in that top side as the game goes on as well is going to go really well for Cube. So I definitely like what Rare Adam are doing. I just think they need to get off the bat very early to make sure they're in a great spot, because if you end up going towards the mid game where you've got Ahri who's diving the back line with this Gnar, with this Wukong, that's where it can become very, very difficult for Rare Adam to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, again, like we saw in Game 1, RNG, no strangers to just roaming around pre-6, getting themselves, and specifically Xiaohu, into positions either around the top or bot lane to make things happen. And RA, it's going to be about containing that. It's going to be about making sure that they are in position to make that one work. We will see. Nice little early setup here from RNG to make sure that RA do not get their level 1, but it does mean that the ward does go over to the side of Yuumi, actually picked that up. So Yuyanja getting a little bit of gold and XP all around the house.
Yeah, so won't be too many issues there for RNG. So we'll have to see now how they try and start things off way. I'm trying to figure out like what the best place for him to go. He still has a very strong mid jungle here as well. But you do have to be very careful just about the amount of CC that can come through from Leanne and Strive. Like, very easy to hyper-focus down one carry in that mid-jungle duo and just get the kill, turn towards the other one. So we'll have to see how they do, especially with Xiaohu opting in towards the Unsealed Spellbook. Won't have access to things like the Electrocute that can help out in that all-in scenario.
And again, we kind of look towards the junglers. Again, Bopi starting on the bot side of the map, pathing up towards that top lane. And again, Lien will have a slightly faster clear, but we saw this last time where Wei is just not even afraid, really, to kind of go say, look, you get the early level, I don't really mind. I will get the priority and get the double scuttle if I can. But different bot lane matchup this time around for RNG. They're not going to have the same perma push you would imagine that they did have in game 1. So we're curious to see what both junglers are able to do now once their first clear is finished up in the next minute or two.
Yeah, Rare Adam will definitely have full control over this bot side as they like. And I love how we're seeing Rare Adam opt in towards things that give them the advantage in a farming matchup. Because you look at Gala and Ming, it's all of that engage on the bot side is really telegraphed, which is perfect for a Sivir who's got that spell shield. And as you can see, already getting a really nice trade-off on the bottom side. So opting in towards the teleport means that they can continuously push this wave, reset, pick up the items that they want, get back into lane nice and easy, and not give Gala and Ming a moment to rest. Especially when you look towards the likes of Ming, who's going to be farming in this lane. When you're able to completely continue pushing this wave, you can look for turret plates and make it very hard for RNG to try and respond.
Yeah, double stun in the top side here. Cube, though, jump in, jump out. It's actually interesting how similar the kits of Gnar and specifically Mega Gnar and Jax end up working together in terms of in tandem, shall we say. You can jump in, you can jump out, you can get a stun down, but we'll see now. Cube looking to see if he can maybe unlock Lien in this top side. It is still only level 3, finally hit by Cube, but not really able to make something happen again. Breed holding on to that hop makes it very difficult to make this one work, and now Lien, he might be in a bit of trouble. He's kind of sitting here in no man's land. Wei is here, and they can just start to put down a little bit more damage here onto the Viego. So not really ideal here from the side of RA, but it does keep the tabs on RNG's jungler, which means the other lanes, as you can just see there, the mid lane can start to free themselves up.
Yeah, they do have to be careful though, because Xiaohu doesn't have mana, so I wasn't sure if Rare Adam might try and go for a contest, just knowing that Strive has the advantage in this lane, but they decide not to. But Wei might be looking to try and sneak in behind here.
Very hard to sneak when you have a ward right on top of you, so will be spotted out. They will spot out Lien, though, on the top side, clearing away his Krugs, so it ends up being just a bit of skirmishing, nothing more too untoward to be really kind of talking about, and both lanes happy to continue their farming ways.
Yeah, the real question is what happens with the scuttle on the bot side. I mean, you both junglers reset. Wei's faster off the bat, though, and could try and make his way down here. Xiaohu and Stride both TPing in the mid, though, means that chances are Lane should be able to get that scuttle crop for himself and then go back to farming in his own way. Look, yeah, Wukong looks at least like maybe he'll make a quick stop off in mid, just to see if he can get help on Xiaohu on the push to contest scuttle, but no, actually just steal it away. I mean, it was a 50-50 on what side of the jungle or the river that Scuttle Crab was going to be, and Wei manages to get it.
Yeah, it was literally, is it going to be bot side or top side? The entrances of which you choose, and now we're going to see iBoy and Yanja taking a bit of an unfortunate trade, but it's still a Yuumi and a Sivir. They should just be totally fine, and yeah, this is kind of just going to be what the bot lane is. Both mid lane and junglers now trying to see what their 2v2 is going to be like. As you can see, Wei trying to see if he can be a bit more annoying with his stop starting, and Strive just trying to make sure they can steal away this camp. It'll be very difficult to really make this one stick, though. You can see it's actually, they have to move themselves away, because remember, if you're taking the camp, you have to use the abilities to actually make something work from it. There's going to be the spell shield coming out as iBoy gets a little bit of health back, and yeah, that's a telegraphed kind of engage you were talking about that's just so difficult to really make work.
Yeah, this skirmish is still going on topside river, though, so we've got fights across the board. I like this from Rare Adam, though. Again, going for these invades that we talked about. This is the style that Rare Adam have wanted to play, but haven't quite been able to get it to work. Now with Strive having control over mid, Lien is going for these invades, and I specifically like that it's on the bottom side. What you really want to do as Rare Adam is Strive and Lien push mid, invade bot, steal away camps, get vision control, and just allow Ibunya Yanja continue pushing in on this bottom side, hitting the tower as often as possible, getting advantages through turret plates, and Rare Adam are already trying to make that a reality. You can see again, you have camps on top side here for Lien, but he's more interested in trying to get this push here for Xiaohu and continue putting pressure on this bottom side.
Yeah, going to be able to help out Strife into Xiaohu, and we are seeing level 6s though for both mid laners, so the options for engage have greatly increased for both these teams, as now we start to wait to see where both these sides want to go for. You could end up seeing an early dragon take as well. There's going to be a Mountain Dragon to start us all off with. And with only no real kind of contested mid lane and the bot lane just kind of sitting there farming as best they can, it is just going to go over the side of RA. So already a much better start. And like you said, it just kind of lends itself into how RA want to play the game. This is very much a style of composition that can help them out and give them advantages, which is what they so desperately need.
The biggest problem that we have seen, though, is that sometimes they can overstep on these. Specifically,
Yes.
Lien can overstep on these. So we want to see a cool, calculated run here for Rare Adam. It's a very simple game plan to operate on. They just have to make sure that they're not taking that step one too far forward. And at the moment, it looks like they're going to keep up that pressure. Strive going to be able to get blue buff on bot side here. Means he'll have the buff advantage, I believe, over Xiaohu in the mid lane. So he can continuously push, force Xiaohu out of mana, and prevent RNG from having Xiaohu roam two side lanes because he just can't really get control over the mid lane. This, though, is the one moment where he can. He has got push, and it looks like they're going to instantly use that to try and dive topside.
Yep, Xiaohu's already unlocked himself from the mid lane, and you got Wei sitting here on the backside. No level 6, though, for the jungler of RNG, so not quite able to set himself up for a full gank. And I think without that bit of CC, it's going to be very difficult, especially with a mini-Gnar form here, for Bree to really make that one work. But as you said, it's what RNG do best, and now we might see the Viego look to try and maybe make something happen on the bot side. Heartbreaker is available, and Strive starts to move his way down as well. He had the spell book, so he gets himself a ghost, and he's starting to move down really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, small wave, but you've so much engage here. No sixes.
No sixes. They're going to try and maybe catch them out, though. As you can see, there's Tam Kench going in. They're going to try and catch out the Senna, and they do just out. Yuyanja tanks up perfectly as the Yuumi. Double kill for Lien, and he gets out with his life. That is the kind of play that RA love to set up.
And that was just really well read by Rare Adam. They saw Xiaohu leave mid. They assumed he'd gone top off the wave, but now might have stuck around that bit too long.
Yeah, I think they might have. They do have Flash still available for iBoy and a Spell Shield, but he gets caught by the charm. iBoy, oh, it was so good until it was so bad, and they trade back 2 kills. That's just a basic error.
Really good job from Xiaohu there, though hides the charm in the Orb of Possession that makes it really hard. But this was great from Rare Adam. Like, they read the Xiaohu had moved up to the top side, so they go, right, we make a play bot lane off of Strive, then pushing out the wave in response. Great dive, well orchestrated. Lien gets out, and then iBoy tries to stick around thinking, oh, I'll just clear the wave, then it can move. But watch how Xiaohu uses the Orb of Deception here with the charm. So he throws out the orb, but throws the charm right as the Orb of Deception's on the way back. So it makes it very hard for you to time that spell shield, and that's why our iBoy fell down. He really, as you say, did need to just flash, because there was no way you could have tried to time that properly with the way Xiaohu played around the Orb of Deception.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for the RA bot lane. After so much good had come out of it, they do end up losing out on that particular skirmish. Now they're going to try and set up themselves for this Rift Herald, but the RNG bot lane's already here. Sivir's nowhere to be found and no teleport either, so this is just a straight up better moment here for RNG. They have more members, they are in a much stronger position, and they get themselves the Rift Herald. So thank you very much for the leash, and they get themselves back out onto the map.
Rare Adam, I think we're relatively okay to go for that, though, because iBoy's on the bottom side here. We talked about the push already coming through, and Rare Adam, it's all about kind of just using lane advantages to get to that late game scaling that they have. Again, kind of using Strive as that bridge. And for RNG, it's like, well, where do you really try and use this, right? iBoy is just clearing out the wave immediately as soon as he gets there, and Lien going to try and put Breathe behind here.
Gonna try and put Breathe in a bit of a hole, but Breathe not willing to kind of fully go onto it. I will say Breathe actually has a red buff onto him right now, so he must have done a little bit of a steal while all that was happening in the bot side. So he's actually in a much better position to be able to kind of take these trades and get the health regen coming back in for himself. So very nicely done there by the top laner of RNG to keep things interesting in the top lane. And we are starting to see a bit of a different setup here for RA. It's specifically into the Jax Narn matchup. We saw a lot of pressure come out from RNG in the game 1 because Smite there from Way to stop iBoy, who actually pops his ult to make sure he doesn't get caught out. But
I'm not gonna lie, iBoy missed the return boomerang because he moved, and that was the difference maker there.
iBoy's not having a fantastic game as of the moment. There's the replay there of the red buff being stolen. But yeah, as I was saying, like, RA are playing very heavily, as you say, towards their kind of bot lane and kind of maybe setting themselves up, whereas RNG are still playing towards that top side, even if technically the Jax has an advantage in the Gnar.
It's just a case of where they can actually play towards. Like, again, Gala Ming's engage is way too telegraphed to try and catch out Yuyanja and Iboy, especially now the level 6 been hit from Yuyanja. They can actually turn that around very effectively. So I like that RNG are trying to play towards topside, but it does mean again that Iboy just gets free reign here. Kraken Slayer already picked up. He will continue to push down in this bot side. You've got some wards at the back of the Dragon Pit there to try and spot any wards that are, or sorry, roams that are coming out from Xiaohu. And Lian again, just helping Strive, get push mid. Now they can start to move down towards Dragon. You have to try and get push on bot side first though, because Gala and Ming had already collapsed that one under the tower and are still trying to keep that pushed in.
Yeah, does feel like they're just going to maybe try and contest around this Dragon here as RNG don't really have the push in mid or in bot. They do have the Rift Herald though, so they're probably just going to drop that and, yep, get themselves the priority here and maybe just look to try and take the whole turret itself, because you haven't got Strife really on an angle to kind of defend this just yet. He will get over there with the Glacial Path, but that's 4 plates now going over to the side of Wei and Xiaohu, so you'll gladly give over that Dragon. It is a Cloud Soul, so has got some benefits, but definitely taking the gold now will benefit RNG in the short term.
I think the problem for RNG though is that like gold onto Xiaohu doesn't mean a huge amount. The advantage you would gain is if this was done like a few minutes ago and maybe Xiaohu could have Everfrost, say, coming in towards this Dragon fight, and then you can use that Mythic Spike to try and help you out. But Ari, you know, whether she gets the 2 items quicker isn't a major impact for the next Dragon fight. She won't also get towards her 2nd item in that time. So I think the advantage of that Rift Herald is kind of nullified just because Ari as a champion won't do a huge amount with this.
Oh, they're going to see a lot being worked here, though, into the mid lane. I will say, you got a lot of low health bars for Wei, but they flash over the wall, and they follow him right there. 2 kills over to Xiaohu. They had the damage in the 2v2, and they took it very well.
Yeah, great job from Wei there, managing to get the knock up on the Cyclone. You get all the damage across both members with the Orb of Deception, and just so much damage coming through from the Divine Sunder or Wukong at this early stage means that they tear them apart. And this is why Wukong is so terrifying when he does have that ultimate at this stage. Like, level 8, they spot Lian, and Lian knows instantly that he needs to get out of here, but just the Cyclone damage is doing so much with the Divine Sunder.
Yeah, Divine Sunder, and of course you have the Dawning Shadow off the back of that as well. So it will mean a full set of plates, a full dinner in the mid lane there for Xiaohu as he gets that tower down. And honestly, that opens up quite a lot here for the side of RNG. You're able to kind of open up this Ahri even more and get her roaming around and influencing the map like Xiaohu loves to do.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of saying, look, Xiaohu won't be able to carry a game when it comes to damage if he hits his 2nd item faster, but I mean, the fact he now has 3 kills means that he can actually push this mid wave way more effectively against Drive than he has been able to do prior, especially with the Luden's Echo now, and that opens up Xiaohu now to actually start roaming, and this is how Xiaohu needs to start using this effectively. And you can already see he's kind of like backing off, trying to play around the Fog of War and moving up towards this top side. Then Breed can try and catch this wave effectively and just continue moving from side to side and trying to keep Rare Adam at bay.
Yeah, and already now with Ming and Gala hitting level 8 respectively each, you're going to start to have a lot more safety in this bot side. Still don't have the Dawning Shadow, but Lian I have to use his flash here in a second. I will say, though, there are 4 members here as Wei needs to get himself out. The Devourer is available should they need it, and they will. They will get a TP, though, and that's going to be Nar joining in. The Jack's going to be jumping on the top side or bottom side of this map, though, as Strife already goes down. They're going to have to get the flash out of Eyeboy as an exhaust goes in. He gets the charm, though, and Xiaohu's still pushing in. He's trying to get a 1v2. Very difficult to do this, though, into a Yuumi. Flash away the Orb of Deception. The Ignite is good, but they're chasing down Cube on the bot side of this play. He jumps to his own ward and will be able to survive. It ends up being a 1-for-1 as both mid laners end up falling.
RNG, though, come out with the healthier health bars, which means that they can actually get this bottom tier 1 for themselves as well. Looks like Rare Adam going to try and respond in kind of the mid lane, but shouldn't be able to get this tower before RNG are able to come back off of reset. So nice reactions from RNG to get to the play faster and be more grouped as that comes through. Rift Herald is here for Rare Adam, though. They have to do this quickly, though, because RNG are coming off with resets and item advantage. And they should be able to clear this out, but if RNG can get to this fight, it can be kind of terrifying for Rare Adam.
Yeah, you don't have Flash or Cyclone here for the Wukong, so he's just kind of finding himself in a position. Is there going to be a Smite Steal? It is.
Of course it is.
Of course it's a Smite Steal. Of course they're able to get it. You cannot get an objective that RNG are contesting you for.
I don't understand how Wade does this all the time. Like, it's actually disgusting.
So
Every time
consistent.
you're just like, oh, maybe, but no. But watch here, right? You've already got 3 members of RNG in the vicinity. Strive takes a bunch of damage off the Divine Sunder hit right before it comes through. He has to go golden, and you just don't have the damage from iBoy initially to try and follow this up. And I think a great job here from Yanja to keep iBoy alive with the heals, exhaust, and to Xiaohu to mean that iBoy can actually turn this one around. But it means that iBoy is completely separated from this fight, whereas RNG, for the large majority of this fight, are staying clumped as one and are able to finish off the members, or at least push back the members of Rare Atom and give themselves control over the bot side.
I will say, iBoy would have loved to get that 650 gold shut down onto Xiaohu, but sadly it goes over to Yuyanja. Will be bringing up his Chemtech Putrefier on his next item, so that does help a little bit with the Grievous Wounds, of course, to be able to kind of help out his team a little bit more than he at the moment he is. But still, definitely would have loved that to go onto your AD carry, but wasn't to be. You still get the gold, you still get the kill. It is only about a 2,000 gold lead now, but RA are not able to keep the Dragon stacking because of everything they used in that last fight. They don't have any combat summoners on Yuyanja, no flash on iBoy. They don't feel comfortable going for that Dragon, so already you're starting to see the game kind of elongate here. And yes, RA have got some great late game scaling tools. It does feel like with a Senna, you know, permanently scaling into the late game, you do not want to go too far into it without, you know, kind of having at least some kind of an answer. Ooh, Strife. Nicely done there.
They're missing out on windows here as Rare Atom. Like, Lian needed to be moving down towards that bottom side as RNG committed to the Dragon to try and punish Xiaohu. But because Xiaohu was just untouched, continuously shoving in the bot side, you never actually get to make a cross map or try and answer anything back for that play. So it'll just be a case of Rare Atom pushing out waves. And I love that Xiaohu was going for that play because he knows that he's going to be safe, right? Like, even if Lian shows up, he's still going to have the Spirit Rush. He should be able to get out of the any sort of issues he has, but it just means that there's a constant pressure point on the bottom side, so Rare Atom aren't able to make a play for that top tier 1 like they would have loved to try and trade effectively. And now, because they've reset, Breathe is actually going to be the one that gets this top tier 1 instead.
Yeah, he's going to make sure the wave dies as much as possible as well before he takes that one out. So it's all outer turrets now taken by RNG. They open up that map a little bit more, and you can see it getting a little bit darker here for RA. You do have the Shadow Flame now for Xiaohu, so we'll have some pretty decent damage into the targets like iBoy, of course, with getting that extra shielding. But we'll wait to see now where he wants to try and take this next pressure point. There's no Dragon. The Baron will be up in a minute 10, but neither team... Well, I suppose actually RA have a decent Baron take setup, but not really in a position where if you're committing to that Baron, you're just fishing a barrel. So RNG and RA probably going to be avoiding that one for at least another 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah, I think the big question is more the Riptail play. I thought that we'd actually see RNG shove in mid here and then try and rotate topside, but you can see the problem that you have when facing a Sivir. Her wave clear is insane at this point in the game, so trying to use wave advantage in mid, where you've got the AD carries matching, just becomes way too difficult to try and deal with. So instead, they're going to try and have Ari shove in bot side, Breathe, threaten the top tier 1, and then try and use this Riptail on bot side so it's away from where the Sivir is, and they can actually try and use that advantage.
Yeah, Wei is going to start running out of that, though, very soon. He needs to make a decision pretty damn quickly, and already, like you said, they're going to look towards that bot side. Ming and Gala roaming down, making sure they're in a position to be able to make this one work for their team, and Gala... With that Umbral Glaive, it just becomes so difficult to maintain vision. This is the power of the Senna, I feel. Like this is something that people just kind of forget about it. Yes, she does have infinite scaling and is good to healing as well, but the fact that you just can't control any kind of vision around your own jungle just makes it so difficult. They got a second charge off this, perhaps. No, they're going to back away from it.
And you can see Xiaohu TPing to mid lane as well to make sure that there wasn't any threat onto the tier 1 in mid to try and answer for that. So at least RNG getting themselves slowly but surely back into the game. And it's unfortunate for Rare Atom because things started off so incredibly well for them, but, you know, just misplays on the team fight on the bottom side, not being actually able to get that tier 1 on bot side because Strive and Lian couldn't really get down there, weren't able to use the advantage that Strive had to roam bot side and look for more of those dives. Even botching the aftermath of their initial dive they went for meant that RNG were able to keep within touching distance, and now we're starting to see the RNG mid game come alive where they are so good at using their wave states to get advantages, creating pressure points in the map that Rare Atom just can't deal with.
Now we start to look towards where this game can go. Of course, there's no real soul for another 7-8 minutes as such, really, for RA. So where do you want to see them kind of like push the issue? Because they're not too far down. Yes, it's 4,000 gold, but they have got tools available to them. How do you want to see them use those tools?
So for RNG, I think the best bet is, as you can see, like shove in sides with Ari, create pressure points with her, use the fact that she has the Spirit Rush to mean that you can't just fully commit on top of her. Like Strive can't 1v1, so you'd need both Strive and Lien to commit. Xiaohu then tries to go for the Spirit Rush and get out of the any sort of issue that you find, and then try and create numbers advantage with Xiaohu being able to roam. The biggest problem that you have though is like, because iBoy can clear out these waves super effectively, it more so becomes a case of like trying to establish vision control off of these pushes like you're seeing from RNG right now, because trying to threaten a turret without Baron is essentially impossible with the amount of wave clear that Rare Atom have on their side.
It's going to be interesting to see if they can burn down Breathe, but yeah, I don't think they quite really had the position on it there. We'll say he has basically no magic resistance as Breathe does end up seeing the Glacial Path coming out, so backs himself away. And now RNG recognizes quite a few members of RA in this top side. Ming, gotta try and see if he can catch out Lien, who does have to use the Heartbreaker. So again, little small moments like this that are just kind of plaguing RA's gameplay. They look to kind of half look for something on Breathe, but then RNG just reacts so much better to them and say, look, well, if you're here, we can definitely get something off from you.
Yeah, it also means that they're not in a position there to try and threaten onto that top turret. Like, they could have moved Lien and Strive with Yuyanja up towards this top side to potentially threaten that and still have iBoy there to cover any sort of mid-push, but that's not really possible now because you don't really have Lien in full strength. So now another kind of window closes for Rare Atom.
I mean, look at this. This is a disgusting amount of damage coming out. Strive almost getting taken down. Dawning Shadow not quite able to hit him. But you have to use that engage tool now on yourself just to survive. And again, we're seeing RA look like they might be able to position themselves for something, and they just have to back away because they just can't quite get the execution.
And Cube isn't able to push in bot side either because, I mean, it's an ultimate from Gala. It's not like Gala's had to overcommit towards that top side. RNG didn't even get spotted moving up top end, so Breathe is only now pushing at that bot wave fully, which means that by the time it hits the tower, you can see that Breathe should be in a position to try and match the push here from Cube. So overall, it's just making map movements really, really difficult for Rare Atom. And again, we're seeing this slow creep of vision from RNG in towards this top side now that the Baron has been taken. And again, like, just watch the way like people like Wei are playing around the lack of control of the map. Like, Wei is consistently just hiding outside of pockets of vision, so you never really know if he's leaning in towards a topside play, if he's potentially linking up a Breathe on the bot side, and might need more help here in the mid lane for Rare Atom, as this is going to be a fight.
Full 5v5 coming out. They do get the TP coming in. Breathe is on the backside. He gets exhausted immediately. Flash by Ming. Keeps him safe as Lien now looking for the Gnar. Ooh, bad ultimate there from Breeze as they can finally flash in on top of some pretty big targets. Xiaohu goes into stasis, but he's got himself the Spirit Rush. Cube is still pretty stealthy, as is iBoy. It's a bit of a bad fight, very scrappy from both sides. No one goes down. There's no real objective to take, and everyone just kind of backs away without anyone dying.
Really messy fight from RNG though. Like, this actually could have been a great engage, but looked like Breed kind of jumped the gun a little bit quicker than the rest of RNG were ready to go with, and then he tries to readjust mid-fight, which doesn't quite work out. So now you've got a ton of flashes blown on RNG's side in Ming, Gala, Wei as well, which could be crucial for things like a Baron contest or even the Dragon in 2.5 minutes time.
Yeah, it is a bit of an interesting fight there, but RNG might start to pressure now on top of this Baron. They're looking to try and maybe just gain control, but look at the sustain coming out from Gala right now. You can see how hard it is for the damage to really stick. It looks like they're just going to try and find some people out. They're going to try and jump onto Strife here. The Glacial Path, though, keeps him relatively safe. And RA, they can't be resting on the laurels. They can't be waiting in these areas to try and think that they're going to be able to get away without any kind of contest. Oh, that's, yeah, not quite sure why you needed to walk back in there. But he did, and he dies.
Yeah, and now you've got a major issue that Cube isn't really in a position to try and contest here. RNG actually just going to look for Strive immediately here.
Yeah, I mean, where's he going to go? He has nowhere to be. Cyclone comes out. The Charm will whiff, but they've already gotten the Frozen Tomb. Zanya's to come out afterwards as well. He's trying his very best, but Strife has absolutely no way out of this one here. And honestly, this is just RNG doing what RNG do best, where they pick up the pace, they change gears. I will say, though, you still have iBoy and Yuyanja. That is a fully stacked Sivir with a Yuumi on top of her, so this could be a bit of a big fight.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have Leanne, it's still 3v2. The AoE damage from iBoy would be insane in this pit. You need to try and get on towards him, and it looks like Breed is just going to play bodyguard here, push them out of the pit so that damage can't ricochet across everyone on RNG's side. Mid lane push, though, means that iBoy should get mid tower just off of the damage that he has and the fact it's half health, but no, just going to back away with Baron recalls coming in. They're gonna actually, I thought they'd even just establish vision control in this bottom side. Looks like Rare Adam not really sure what they can achieve at the moment.
Yeah, we're going to go all the way back to where Liang got caught out, because again, it's just RNG sniffing, hunting, and exactly what you talked about earlier. How can we fight a Sivir? Right, we don't. We're nowhere near her. We're nowhere near fighting in a straight 5v5 because they know that the Sivir's just going to be able to output more damage.
And that's exactly why I was focusing on the vision control, like trying to use that vision in topside to then hunt for picks. The fact that they got Cube's TP out in the initial fight before that as well meant that they knew they had a numbers advantage spotting Cube on the bottom side of the map. So nice job from RNG. And now with Dragon here, this is where it gets a little bit worse for wear for Rare Adam.
Yeah, you can see Wei pushing forward. They will land a charm there onto the Cube, and the Jack's taking a hell of a lot of damage. Strife now trying to make something work. The Dawning Shadow comes off to try and zone off iBoy, but look at Ming. He's 1v2 right there because he knows how powerful he can be. They jump straight onto iBoy, and once the cat's out of the bag, he's dead in the river. Now Cube trying to run away as Yuyanja tries to keep his top laner alive. You can see so much coming out here from RNG, and they've just kicked it up a notch.
And now you've got this massive wave that's about to crash on bot side that they can go and meet as well. RNG once more showing why they are so strong in this mid-game. Mid-game miracles galore with finding these fights that they can take against Rare Adam, controlling the waves beautifully, and now they're going to try to reap those rewards. Push on bot side, Xiaohu's in mid lane, and how do you try and contest this at the same time as well? Wukong's on Dragon. They're literally doing everything right now.
They're getting absolutely everything. Honestly, feel like the smartest team in the LPL right now. They just know how to play the map so damn precisely. And there's just not a lot you can do. Death Cap was finished up from Xiaohu just before that fight came in. That's still a 3-item Sivir, but iBoy couldn't do anything because look at the items on the Tam Kench. Watch Ming in this, because Ming just literally goes, iBoy, you're not participating. You're not able to kill me, and I'm going to do my job.
And Cube as well getting caught out there. Counter-Strike not going to do very much against the Charm. Strive, super squishy at the moment, instantly deleted by the engage from Breathe. And again, Gala untouched on the backside, Xiaohu playing as a pseudo-engage tool, iBoy dead to Breathe. Like, this is all just gorgeous stuff coming through from RNG.
Yeah, it really is. More gorgeous stuff. Breathe finding a solo kill on the top side. That's just, again, Gnar things. We're seeing why people put such an emphasis on this pick, what it can do. And yeah, he just runs him down. You don't have Flash, you don't have a Yuumi. It's a 3-item Sivir, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I think, like, Rare Adam just missed the boat. Leanne and Strive needed to play harder into this bottom side. Yes, you've got 3 items on this Sivir, but unfortunately the better team fight coming through from RNG, the lack of any real gold now for Rare Adam is just causing major issues. Second inhibitor gonna fall. A third could be on the way here on that top side if they want to, as Breathe is already shoving that one in.
Oh, they look to try and take out Gala, and they will. That's going to be his first death of the entire series coming out here. Sorry, second. He did die a little bit earlier there. Devour comes out to keep Wei alive, and Breathe as well will get exhausted as Strife with a ghost off the spell book, trying to make sure this play continues to happen. You don't have Xiaohu here, who's probably all of your damage, to be perfectly honest. Breathe doing a fairly decent job of keeping this interesting, but RA will punish the overextension, as RNG do have to kind of send themselves a little bit of a slap on the wrist, saying, all right, you have to respect them still a little bit.
Hey, good amount of gold going into iBoy as well. I love the fact that Rare Adam gifted that kill over towards iBoy. So a 550 gold bounty shut down onto Breathe will go straight into the AD carry. And again, remember, like, so much of Sivir requires her to hit that late game point to get that extra crit chance. So she scales up her boomerang blade. More AoE damage coming out in these team fights. And at the moment, sitting not quite at the 80% mark, sitting about 75%, so still has a little bit of a way to go, but definitely giving that extra bit of gold now gives the last whisper. So maybe in one good fight where there's a ton of AoE, they could look for it, but it's a real stretch, and Ibo's just been getting caught so much.
I do love how you had to say maybe twice just to really emphasize. It's like, now hang on now. I'm not telling you there's a chance. I'm saying there might be a maybe of a chance.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay. So what Rare Adam need to do is camp a bush. Strive goes in, massive 4-5 man W into the ultimate. That's where you get the Q across the board from iBoy. Ricochet blades bouncing every which way. Kraken Slayer procs coming across like crazy. That's the fight. That's where, and then you get
Crowd
like a
goes
follow-up
wild,
counter strike.
everyone screaming, going, "I boy, I boy, I boy." That's what they need. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then iBoy wakes up in his room. His Uzi poster still on the wall. His mom is calling him down for lunch and dinner.
The
you know, it's
LPL
like,
was all a dream. The LPL never existed. It was all a dream. Europe and NA have been fighting for supremacy in League of Legends as it never came to the East. But it can always happen. You never know sometimes. But the Lord Dominic's regard has been picked up for iBoy. He is on kind of bot lane duty at the moment. 2 waves of super minions coming in from mid and bot means that RA are fairly well pinned. I will say you got some pretty decent wave clear on the side of RA alongside the Jax, the Sivir, and of course the Lissandra. So you're not really too hindered with these super minions coming in, but you leave it too long where you're gathered like this. And Dagda, looks like they picked up your iBoy playbook because they're looking for a bit of a pick themselves.
Charm goes wide. Wait, Strive? No, not quite able to get enough there.
Not quite. Now Strive already taken down to about 1/10 of his HP. The Dawning Shadow just a little bit too early his way, taking a lot of damage himself. They will kill off Cube as there come the reset. Not quite able to make it happen as the Viego. Ooh, iBoy. He almost did it there. And now Gala says, I'm the superior support, even though I'm an AD carry. And that is going to be an almost perfect setup there for iBoy. But while it's all been happening, Breathe, he's ending the game, Dagda.
I mean, Strive just needed to clip one more person with the Ring of Frost, and iBoy could have done it. The health bars were so low, but that's the power of the late game Sivir. But unfortunately, RNG may not let them get any more here. 2-man push in the mid. Strive is left. You got to do something before these towers go down.
I mean, he can't. There's nothing for him to do. I think he realizes that the game is over, and he's just going to try and maintain his life. 0, 4, and 7 for Strive. Really not the game he wanted to be having. And that is RNG with the clean 2-0. They get themselves back up to 9 wins, and they're almost locked in for playoffs.
Very, very close. And the fact that they get the 2-0 win as well is going to be spectacular for RNG as well. Now going to be pushing up towards that +9 in the scoreboard as well. I mean, they still got a way to go when you look across like top esports, JDG, and V5. Obviously, you have like the extra win in hand, but it's definitely going to help them significantly against some of the teams that are chasing them, like Weibo, who are 8-4, Anyone's Legend 7-4 as well. Like, these extra little bits are going to make such a massive difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big thing for RNG as well, like we said, the kind of next few tests coming up for themselves. They've got JDG and then Anyone's Legend. If they can beat JDG, they're all of a sudden in contention for a top 3, maybe a top 2 as we get on, you know, depending on results. V5 and Top Esports do, of course, have to play against each other. So there's still a lot on the line for them. And for RA, oh, 2-9. It is 11 games in, 11 series in, I should say. 5 left to play, and it is not looking... It's not looking good, Dagda. It's not feeling fine. We're not vibing. No. It's just not a fun time.
No, and we said that this was kind of do or die a little bit for Rare Adam. Now, as you say, going to 2-9, they can get a. They've only got 6 more series left. Like, technically, they can still have a chance. But
5. They only have 5 series.
5 series left. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, the highest they can get to is 5. Even with their game difference, it's just looking so unlikely that they're gonna be able to get there. But yeah, I mean, they're not really out in the same way that Team WE at 0-10 aren't technically out, but realistically, I just don't see Rare Adam hitting our playoff contention.
No, it's like that definition of perfection all over again. It's like, by definition, they can still make playoffs, but are they really going to make playoffs? That's because even as you said, they've got 5 series left. Even if they 2-0 every single one of those, they still have -2 game score. That's the big kicker for me. So it's not looking good at the moment for the side of Rare Adam, and a bit disappointing. Honestly, they were one of the teams that were very much surprised us in spring, and very much feels like they, even though they kept the exact same roster coming into summer, it just doesn't really work for them. And sadly, they're not looking so hot. But again, just kind of speaks so highly to the LPL and how competitive it is. You can't just have one split and keep the roster. You got to be constantly looking for big things and big changes, as everyone else has.
Same with the patches, right? Massive patch
Yes.
changes coming even from spring into summer. And unfortunately, Rare Adam haven't been able to adjust in time. And that's kind of the hallmark of some of the great teams we have in the LPL. Seeing teams like Top Esports adjust, RNG adjust, JDG looking spectacular on this patch and being able to move with the times. But unfortunately, Rare Adam, for a team that is so technologically forward in the name, unfortunately, their techniques are a bit outdated at this stage.
Yeah, they had a little bit of an early gold lead. You could see the moves they wanted to try and make work. I will say that bot lane play was so smart and really felt like they were doing something, but just staying that little bit too long and really kind of punishing themselves off the back of it for the proactive play. I will say, though, Breathe on the Gnar was exceptional and really kind of showed Q both sides of this matchup and kind of just said, hey, you know, this is the way it is. This is how I'm just that level ahead of you. And yeah, again, just a great game coming out from RNG. I think that, again, we're seeing Wei and Xiaohu linking up so very well. And it's nice to see as well Gala and Ming showing two different sides of their play as well. Kind of saw game one where it was Gala being the carry and game two being much more reserved and much more facilitators for the rest of their team.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you can kind of see how RNG can change up their style. And I got to give a shout out to Wei. I think Wei had a spectacular series, this one. The Wukong, both games in a row, looking incredibly comfortable. Like game one, we saw a lot of the kind of babysitting Xiaohu to let Xiaohu become the Talia that he wanted to be, but still having a fantastic amount of damage and a great game score. And in this game in particular, like a lot of the early plays that got RNG clawing their way back into the game was, you know, great team fights from him, quick picks to get Xiaohu into an advantageous position. Like these things that all started to culminate then as the game went forward and RNG were able to get themselves back into a position where they could win from.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is incredible for Wei, and looking at his stats as well, has 5 games in the Wukong, 100% win rate with that pick, so he is just looking exceptional when given things like this. And I will say, look, yes, obviously when you're 8-2, far more likely that you'll have wins than losses, but it is still very, very impressive to see how consistent he can be on things like this, and even things like the Vi as well. He's played it 5 times, has 4 wins out of 5, so these are the kind of numbers that you expect from, again, top-class junglers.
And I mean, a top-class team across the board, right? I think you're seeing how well this team works together, bless you, as you also look at the way that these teams are able to... This team, sorry, in particular, is able to find great team fights. The way they function as a whole, with people kind of moving in tandem, back and forth, great target selection, understanding just how far they push, when sometimes they need to take it slow. Everything just works really, really well in RNG's camp. And it's such a pleasure to see them when they do get to these kind of mid games, or even when they can take over the early game like they did in game 1, because it is just such a smooth running machine. It may not be the flashiest of plays, but from like intelligent gameplay point of view, RNG are just spectacular.
Yeah, they really, really are. And I think it's why we look to some of the bigger matches, which are coming this week. JDG versus RNG on Saturday, I believe. That is a huge moment here. This is where we start to see and question a lot of things. Like, yes, this thing, the smart gameplay, the consistency comes up against the smaller teams. Can you bring it against the big boys? Can you start to say, yes, we can beat V5, JDG, TES, and start to push ourselves towards a top 2? Because, again, don't forget, in summer 2021, RNG got top 4, but were knocked out immediately in the third round of the gauntlet because they didn't get themselves into the double elimination. So this is actually quite important. They weren't able to contest for the defense of their title, and they still made it through the regional gauntlet, no problem whatsoever. But it is those moments where you're kind of thinking to yourself of like, your hard work's not done just yet. You need to be able to prove it against some of the bigger teams, because honestly, even looking at our top 6, it does feel like, especially with Weibo in there as well, any team can beat any other team. And we got our MVP. It's another Xiao coming out here from game number 2, double MVP on the day, and there's nothing else really to say about it. I think, again, damage was great. I think the Ari works very well. He's just showing how good he can be on different styles.
Yeah, again, I think Xiaohu looking spectacular. I will say, once more, Wei kind of putting him on his shoulders there to make sure that he could be the carry that he needed to be. And I think Xiaohu has been able to run so effectively with these. And again, I just love how smart Xiaohu is with how he plays the map in these scenarios. Again, like little micro things here, but I mean, when we got to the kind of 18 to 19 minute mark, where he's consistently putting pressure in side lanes, then starting to create points of problems for Rare Adam because they couldn't actually contest map points, because Xiaohu was like, well, you have to deal with me pushing into your tier 2s, and you just don't have the faculty to deal with it with the way that the waves are set up, because I've got so many escapes. And as well, then, as you can see in team fights, again, Shehu kind of providing that engage tool or even secondary engage tool that lets RNG set up for these great fights.
Yeah, it really does. And I think RNG are just kind of showing that they deserve to be at the top 4. They deserve to be back-to-back MSI champions, and they deserve to be at Worlds should they end up getting there. Again, a lot of League of Legends to play between now and then. As much as we're hitting our third to last week, you know, in the LPL in terms of the regular split, still plenty of time for teams to try and get themselves and make their mark as we come into the end of the split. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll have our second series of FPX versus TT.
G'day guys, I'm your friendly LPL caster Hysterics, and I'm here to teach you how to speak in LPL. By now you've probably seen loads of the LPL mic check, player clips, and even the documentaries, which means it's a great time to break down some of the famous phrases of the league. 我们是冠军, a famous saying, shouted by Doomby when winning his World Championship in 2019. You can feel that kind of madness and excitement. The power of his saying was felt across the world. Translating it into English, it means, we are the champions. The correct pronunciation of Chinese is 我们是冠军. Repeat after me. Try it yourself. 我们是冠军. Cheering phrases like this must be accompanied by physical expression. 我们是冠军! Phrases like this have so many uses, like in NBA, NFL, and the Premier League competitions as well. You can even use it in your sports game, or even for your next League of Legends game too. In LPL, people press 1 in order to express affirmative replies, such as copy that, yes, confirm, okay, etc. in a much quicker way. If you guys understand today's speak in LPL, give me a 1 in the comments, or barrage, depending on where you are, to let me know you understand.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la.
下一场面对 TT 战队，然后要注意他们下路点的话，就是我跟翔哥打的再更专注一点吧，就不管是对线啊什么的，都保持好状态，然后集中打就可以了。接下来的比赛的话都非常非常重要，就我们的自己的目标的话，就是一场不输，全力以赴的就拿下每一场比赛。
As all these interviews go, play better, don't make mistakes, just be good. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into you in our second series of the day. It is FPX versus TT. I am Ushin. He is, of course, still Dagda. And Dagda for TT, oh, it's rough, but they still have a chance. We can still look at what their next few games are going to be, but they're going to need to pull out maybe an upset or two if they really want to have a chance at playoffs.
Yeah, the standings ain't looking so hot for TT. The rest of their schedule not looking so hot for TT either, when they still got teams like Top Esports still to play, RNG still to play in there as well. But they really need to start making these ones count, and it starts here today against Top Esports. Excuse me, sorry, because 4 and 6 currently in the standings. They would like to try and get to 8 wins, and in theory you see them picking up wins over Ultra Prime, Rare Atom, LGD, but it does mean they have to try and beat one of these top teams in Top Esports, RNG, or beat FPX here today to kind of get themselves in a better position with the tussle they're currently facing around teams like FPX, OMG, BLG as well in that contention.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is that we're looking at a team that is doing fairly decently. I think with the changes that have come in, honestly, the kind of Frankenstein's monster of teams, they were just kind of picking pieces around and chucking it together, seeing if it worked. It has done fairly well, and I think the big thing is that, though, you have to think that if they want to try and get to 8 and 8, which is really the bare minimum you would expect for a top 10 team to have, they need to be, honestly, I think the best chances today, they got to beat FPX. They got to try and come into this and really try and take down the Phoenix.
And I like that we're starting to see TT kind of have a more solidified stall with this really strong jungle support, working with you, fishing for picks, and we're just going to have to see if it's going to fit here against FPX, because it feels like with both these teams picking up the new Korean top laners, we're seeing kind of a resurgence for these squads.
Yeah, we really are. And I think we're seeing a resurgence for FPX, but are they flying high? They definitely seem to have some pretty good moments, but they did lose out to OMG recently as well. So other playoff bout teams, they have got some interesting results.
And that's the thing, when we talk about TT wanting to secure a win here today to try and push themselves forward in that playoff tussle, it's a very similar story for FPX, and also just trying to solidify the strength of FPX in our minds, because we've seen them take down teams like Anyone's Legend 2-1, JDG 2-1 and looking spectacular, even LNG in a 2-0 manner, but then dropping a game to LGD, dropping the series to OMG. Like, it hasn't really been able to solidify exactly how strong FPX are, and especially when they're going up against, TT here today. They still have BLG, Weibo Gaming left to play as well. It feels like for TT's side of the equation, not for TT, for FPX's side of the equation, sitting at 5 and 6, we want to know just how high they can climb, and can they solidify themselves as a real playoff contender.
Yeah, I think that's the best way you can kind of put it, is are they a playoff contender? Are they someone that we should be very excited for? Or are they just another team in a 17 team league? It's just very much, you have to differentiate yourself from those kind of particular setups. And for FPX, they had a very rough start. Again, 0-5 was not looking good. They've brought in, a couple of changes. The Clid and Care combination definitely seems to be working out for them, the CC combo, if you will, and it does seem to be coming together. But like you said, having a rough game against LGD, losing against OMG, another fellow playoff contender, or at least someone battling to try and get that top 10, it has been a bit weird. I think the big thing we want to look at as well is Summit, because peaking at the Summit seems to be what they want to do, and for Summit, he's been doing exceptionally well since he joined the LPL.
Summit has been a great addition to FPX. I think he has a much better understanding of how to set up his waves correctly, so they can look for things like Rift Herald fights, contention at Rift Herald, and also then just being a major damage dealer for the squad. You can see 31% of the team's damage on his pocket pick, well, not pocket pick, but his most picked up champion in the NAR. This is something where Summit has been able to excel, and I think just having a really good understanding of how to push advantages in the lane is why we're seeing Summit succeed on this squad. Oftentimes calling Clid up to the top side when he feels like he has a moment where he can really push home an advantage, and Clid being able to respond in kind. And when I'm watching FPX's gameplay, it's been super interesting to see how the laners have been kind of self-sufficient without the help of Clid in the jungle in a lot of situations. Like you'll see Care roaming topside, roaming bot side to try and help out. Then the other laners will then scratch Care's back in kind, with Summit roaming down, with Hong roaming up towards the mid lane. So having Summit, who's been incredibly good at understanding how wave mechanics work, has been crucial for that success of FPX.
Yeah, and we can even see it here, just someone just kind of putting himself into a moment where he's saying, look, I'm not overcommitting, I'm not getting myself caught out, but as soon as he knows he has the Mega Gnar coming, him and Care just fully commit and get themselves into a much better position. And we've seen it pretty much throughout the entirety of the split since Summit has joined, that they just feel like much more of a cohesive unit with this man on the top side.
Yeah, and I mean, their team fighting is looking a lot better. Their understanding of how to play the map is a lot stronger. And Summit has been a really strong engage tool for this squad, particularly when it comes towards those early Rift Heralds, setting up the fights in a lot of situations thanks to good lane and wave management. And then as well here, we see him on the gangplank. This blast on towards Jinjiao is why he's been able to put up amazing numbers when it comes towards the damage percent for his squad, especially on a team that has people like LWX in the squad. To have a 31% of your team's damage on average is absolutely insane.
Yeah, it really is. And I think the thing is now we're going to see if FPX can continue that. Don't forget they did lose to OMG, but they bounced back and were able to kind of take down AL as well. So this is a team that are able to kind of like punch above their weight, as well as kind of, you know, get down and dirty with people around their kind of same style. And I can't really, you know, overestimate, and we kind of talk about this so much. You're at 5 and 6. Very, very different story from going to 5 and 7, especially if you lose this game. TT would actually leapfrog you. So FPX could go from 9th to 11th if they end up dropping the series.
And a huge amount of this series for me is going to be looking at how those junglers interact. I think Clid has still been a little bit of a disappointment for myself. The fact that we're not really seeing him shadow his lanes when they really need to, and it's been kind of more the laners interacting to try and cover his mistakes, is a bit of an issue. And definitely when I'm looking at how FPX are looking to win, it can be a very different game when Clid is more proactive on the map, when he actually is linking up with the laners. And that's where we see the FPX are able to take down the likes of JDG. But if you don't actually have Clid involved in the team, TT's jungle support synergy has been off the charts. Beishuan and Yao Yao look like they were brothers from another mother that came in and just working off the same page. Look absolutely spectacular. And when they're able to link up with UCal, play this pick heavy orientated style, it means that you often don't get those skirmishes that FPX like to look for, because they're getting picked off before it happens. They're separated and not actually able to solidify a team fight for themselves.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. Again, look, I'll always have it bird in my mind of UCal on the Twisted Fate against LNG and just randomly Destiny gating into 5 members for whatever reason in his head. They could go for it. So for TT, it has been a little bit of an interesting kind of development season for them, or split for them, considering that they've been kind of moving from this very much people thought bottom of the barrel team. And honestly, even look at the history of TT as an organization, they haven't really been a team that have hit the top. So I don't even think they've ever even hit playoffs. So they have always been the bottom of the barrel of the LPL, always from between 17th and 14th realistically. And it does feel like they finally turned a corner as we jump into picks and bans.
Yeah, already Talia and the Azir focus away from UCal in the mid lane. Ari has been a really impressive pick for me for UCal, so kind of surprised to see that not prioritized a little bit more over the Azir. But I mean, Wukong, Silas still left open, Poppy available as well. I'm curious to see though if FPX really want to go for the Silas. I think Silas is a strong pick, which they will pick up, but I think Care has been so instrumental to FPX's early game success in having control to roam around the map. Putting him onto something like the Silas can hinder that greatly.
Yeah, I think the big thing now is that the Silas being locked in, especially when you've got something like the Gnar coming out on the side of TT for Hoya, means that you have got arguably the best ultimate available to you here on the Silas. Is just so good.
Summit has not played it, but I'm pretty sure Summit plays the Silas counter matchup into the Gnar top side. So that actually could still be the Silas top, so just bear that in mind as we start to roll through this. The Senna going to be locked in here with the TK though, so still going to be waiting to see what the jungler will be locked in here for FPX. And for TT, okay, they're actually just going to go take the Rise. I thought they'd actually take a jungler for themselves here and then continue to ban away jungle picks, but now with the Rise locked in against the Sylas, will have good push against the Sylas, can look to roam, and I honestly think this is a really good moment for FPX to swap that Sylas into top lane.
Yeah, we've seen it quite a lot as well. It is very much a flex that can work out. And like we just mentioned, the Gnar ultimate being hijacked away by the Sylas, probably the greatest one he can ever get. So he gets instant access to that at level 6. And we'll see now TT. They don't believe it, though. They want to get rid of the Gangplank and make sure there's no real options available to the side of FPX. Like you said, someone hasn't played it just yet. And they're still honing in on that top side. So if this is a Sylas top, this is actually a huge win for FPX because they honestly got like 2 free bans away from mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's in his top 8 most played of all time. He played in LCK Summer into the Kennen in 2020. Like, this is definitely something that they can swap. So I think this would be a really good moment and actually catch them off guard here. Could even go with an Orianna mid lane if you really want to. Go for great team fight prowess here for FPX. Trundle going to come through here, which I think is great against the mobile carries on a very short range TT. So I'm curious to see exactly... Oh, actually going to swap over completely. Going for the Hecarim here instead. So looking to be that engaged too. Yeah, I would really love to see an Orianna. I think you've such a short range composition on TT. Orianna bullies so heavily here in this mid lane. And you can set up, but no, actually going to go with the Aurelia. So it will be the Sylas mid. And it looks like it'll be the Aurelia going top here for Summit. So either way, we're still getting that counter pick for Summit.
Yeah, you are still getting that counter pick coming in here. So it will still be very good for him to be able to try and set that one up for himself and his team. Now you got to round this composition out with a support here on the side of TT. You got the Aphelios, so the Braum can do very, very well. Like you said, still very short range composition. The Braum will be nice to try and stop the onslaught literally coming out from FPX if he can get that Glacial Fissure down. But it is going to be locked to load. A very quick pick and bang coming out. I think both teams happy with what was left on the board. And with the Hecarim coming out from Clid, kind of a new pick coming out here onto the patch.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot to dissect here. TT, very much a disengage style. Like, this is kind of a protect the Kepler style of composition, where you got a lot of lockdown, a lot of CC when we get to the later portion of the game. Not a huge amount of ways to start off fights, though. You're heavily reliant on, like, a flash engage. Excuse me, coming through from Beishuan. Hoya getting some kind of Mega Gnar ultimate off. But they do have a lot of tools in the early stages where UCal should be able to roam and try to get that game snowballing in their favor. And although when we look across at FPX, they have got like counterpick for someone in the top lane in the Aurelia. They have like things like the Sylas, which is incredibly strong on this patch. I'm a bit worried about them when it comes towards just how many dashes are in their kit. Because you're looking at the Poppy there, that steadfast presence is going to be a nuisance for the Aurelia. She won't be able to dash around fights in the way that she wants to. Even if you end up getting ganked, a lot of Aurelia's safety comes from that mobility, which won't be able to be a factor as much. Looking towards our Sylas as well, we actually talked about how against a Talia he can struggle. Same idea with a Poppy. He abscond, abduct, Kingslayer, all 3 of those very much focusing on that mobility. So I think you've got a good opportunity here for God, I'm blanking on his name now. TT's jungler, which I just said. Thank you, Beishuan. Cheers. For Beishuan to actually be a real pain in the side of FPX.
Yeah, I think the Poppy does exceptionally well at just kind of really stopping a lot of what FPX want to try and do. We'll wait and see how it all ends up kind of panning out. I am curious to see what the Rise can do as well, but we are going to jump onto the Rift. It is going to be game 1 of this best of 3 between FPX and TT. Remember, it's his big playoff implications. TT down in 11, sitting on 4 and 6. Very, very difficult for them to try and make this something work if they go up to 4 and 7. But on the other side of that, FPX 5 and 6, not exactly a million miles away from the Thunder Talk Gaming team. And honestly, I feel like both teams are going to be scrapping it out for any kind of an advantage as we finally do jump onto the Rift.
The big question, though, is how we start to see these teams interact. We already kind of touched on the fact that Care has been... Oh, actually, hang on, might get some action here.
A little bit of action. Remember, Braum has the best, probably arguably the best level 1 of anyone in the league. But we will see the ward being taken out immediately. Didn't even have to use a sweeper for that, but... Yeah, see TT trying to utilize that power for themselves. But like I said, the biggest question coming in for you It's going to be how these junglers kind of interact, and honestly, for me, it's going to be about how we see Care kind of move around the map, because we were talking a little bit in our own little time in rehearsal, and you were saying that Care, the way he moves around the map, that even just to create these little small pockets of fog of war to create advantages for him and his team is honestly incredible to watch.
It's really interesting, but unfortunately, I feel like with this matchup, it becomes very difficult for him to achieve. You will get pushed in consistently by UCal on this rise. It actually is a real difficult matchup for Care. And a lot relies on trying to counteract the ultimate. So if UCal goes bot, you take his ultimate and go top. It's about trying to cross map in this, where you can actually shove in the wave as the Sylas. Now, when you get to, the mid game, that's where Sylas can offer a little bit more in team fights. But certainly in this laning phase, it will be incredibly tough for FPX to rely on Care in the manner that they have, especially when you look at LWX and Hung already taking these rough trades in the bottom side.
Yeah, that's kind of how it's supposed to go. You don't really have that much. We saw it in the last game in our last series, where the Xena and Tam Kench is fine post level 6, but pre level 6 you will just fall down about 20 CS or so. It is just par for the course, and we will see them kind of maybe work towards this one. I'm curious to see now what someone can do now on this kind of a carry champion, because if you've been watching him so far in the LPL, he has played a little bit, I wouldn't say passive, but definitely a little bit more towards the weak side. A bit more self-sufficient is probably a better way to put it. A bit more self-sufficient in a way he's only been kind of setting himself up and not really been looking to try and garner resources from Clid. And so curious now with the Aurelia, if he can get some of those resources, it can be a huge change in momentum.
Yeah, I think he will definitely need it, and if I'm Beishuan, honestly, I'd be trying to focus this top side. He is moving down to the bot side, feeling like he has a gank here, though, and we'll get in behind LWX. They have no idea.
No, they have absolutely no clue, and they're walking forward now. We're going to see them try and maybe make this one work. They get Yao Yao going in. They're going to try and get the land, the concussive blows. They do, but it's just a little bit too late. The root does stop anything else from coming out, so LWX will get out with his life. Does lose both his summoners, but it's a trade of 3 for 2.
Beishuan walked directly over Hung as he was using the Abyssal Dive out. Now, Clid's going to charge him mid.
Yeah, they're going to look for him here. They're going to be able to land him. The Skondum Duck, they're getting a hell of a lot of damage. The flash over the side means that he will be able to keep himself alive. And Clid making some early game plays now on this Hecarim. And honestly, the power you have with this champion, people kind of forget that devastating charge is, in fact, devastating.
Especially when you use the Ghost. This is why old school Hecarim, when we saw him a lot, this was something you had to keep an eye out for. Level 4, running in towards the mid lane to just cause so many issues for these control mages. And now Hoya.
Oh, Hoya, he needs to be so careful. That's just a bit of a mistake, but a fantastic capitalization from Summit, who's already starting to become that self-sufficient top laner that I was talking about.
And this is where you got to try and look at how TT can shut this one down, because this is why I was saying I wanted to see Beishuan playing up towards the top side. You had push from UCal, opportunity to set up a wave crash where you rotate up with Hoya, 3-man dive onto top side, sets him up behind. Even if it's not a case of you get the kill, just being able to put some up behind is so key, because as you can see, the second he gets any sort of advantage, Summit has been fantastic at pushing those leads. And now with the kill and also with the Vamp Scepter, it's going to be so much more difficult to try and keep this guy in check.
Yeah, the Vamp Scepter is huge. Not only that, Hoya didn't have enough to pick up the steel-plated toe cap, so he's not really in a position to be able to take this one. But here we go, a nice little hit there with the flawless duet, and it's just basically simple elementary from there.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunate for Hoya, where you end up with the Q and the auto coming through right before he can fill his Narbar. Maybe that could have been the difference maker in keeping his life, but now Summit again, landing these flawless duets so consistently. And again, this is where it gets a little bit worrisome for Beishuan, because you would like to be able to gank Summit up on this top side, but without having information where Clid is, you can see with the pings going down, they don't want to go for this. Maybe they reconsider as they spot Hecarim onto his Raptors, though.
Yeah, they know that he's there, but at the same time, it's very difficult to remember, because remember, Hoya lost his flash. Summit didn't, so Summit still has that protection tool available to him. So we'll see how that top lane ends up going. And honestly, for Beishuan, going up against his old organization, Beishuan was behind the likes of Tien and even Bo back in 2021. Moved on to TT, has found himself a home here, really is starting to work well with the likes of UCal and Hoya, but coming against a very new, revitalized FPX, who honestly are, not even honestly, they are a completely different team, except for LWX in the bot lane.
I mean, it's been a bit of an impressive rendition to see the movements that FPX have made in the offseason, but They will not be able to kind of keep towards what has been their bread and butter for this split at least, which is trying to go towards these dragons early. TT instead going to be able to move over towards that one and pick that one up for themselves. And I like the fact that we kind of saw TT setting this one up. Slow push coming in the bottom side. I was curious to see how they were going to try and utilize this though, if they wanted to try and go towards dragon, or if Yaoya would reset and maybe try and make a play up top side, because Clid now will be able to steal away some camps on top. You got a big wave that's about to crash into the top side. And also, Care just hit 6. I think Care's going to steal this ultimate, and we can look for a potential dive on top end.
Yeah, Hoya coming in now to see if he can maybe deal with this. There is no smite here on Clid, so he's actually just going to have to give this one up. So not really ideal there for the Hecarim jungler. Kind of just wastes a little bit of time. And while he's been attempting a red buff steal, the actual red buff on his side has been taken away as Summit does get his stacks up and going to go straight in. There's the Vanguard's edge in, but the flawless duet isn't flawless just yet. Now Clid coming in on the top side. They're going to be able to get the devastating charge down. It is going to be tanking up by Summit though at the moment, and this isn't really working. While that's been happening though, you did have a roam down this bot side as the Tam Ken's tried to turn it around, and we do end up getting 2 kills there. Hoya survives the onslaught, and they just turn it around on bot side for TT.
It's just a numbers advantage. Care didn't take the ultimate in mid, so wasn't able to join in that play on top side. Hoya was able to delay that play so long that he's able to survive, and instead, Yuka goes, right, cool, Beishuan, you, me, let's go bot, let's get some kills.
And this is just a really strange passage of play. We're probably going to go down towards that bot side. And yeah, again, exactly what you said. It's just Yukal and Beishuan having a numbers advantage, no level 6. It's almost like a carbon copy of what we saw against RNG, because the Senatem Kench is so susceptible to these kind of moments when they don't have access to their ultimates.
And you can see Hung there desperately trying to get a kill back for themselves, but not able to. And because you get that wave pushed in and great reset timing, TT now get to come back out onto the map, pick up the Rift Tower for themselves. Yes, you're getting Hung push it in on bot side, but I mean, Kepler now just gets to walk straight down towards the bot side, or actually Care.
Why did you walk up on that, my friend? That's just not something you need to be doing. FPX, this is very not what we want to be seeing from them. We talked about them flying high. That's why we had the question mark at the top of the title, because sometimes these things just happen with this squad.
Yeah, I mean, realistically though, TT are doing a fantastic job here. Now trying to see if they can catch Summit on top end as well. They do know that Yukal's on a ward, so Summit trying to see if he can stop his back, keep him interested in top side, but won't be the case. Either way though, a bit of a gold lead now, about 500 opening up for TT. 2 kills for Yukal, the ability to continue pushing these waves and start to roam around. He's also the one with Rift Herald, so we'll keep our eyes on this Rift Herald to see if Yukal wants to just drop it in mid, or if we get some really cheeky Realm Warp Rift Herald plays. Holy moly, that was a sentence.
That's a mouthful. That's a mouthful and a half coming out. But yeah, honestly, I'm very excited to see what we can do. And I think Yukal has been one of the big standouts of recent days that kind of has honestly just pulled themselves up and said, right, I can't be making these mistakes. I can't be the one throwing these games away. So really impressed to see him kind of turn a corner, honestly, and make use of himself on this rise. And the rise is something we haven't really seen that much. It's kind of been trickled about there, but it still has so much capabilities of making things work. And speaking of making things work, we are going to see Clid and Claire, the CC combination in the mid lane, going up against the trio of TTs, but TT just not willing to take that bait just yet. They don't really have a huge amount of damage as of the moment, and they don't feel comfortable taking a full 3v3.
You don't mess with the Yao Shuan duo. Beishuan and Yao Yao are everywhere together the second they get these sorts of advantages, and always giving those resources to Yukal. So you can see there, just sitting, maybe looking for pick, just getting some vision control on the spot side. And with the amount that they've already set up, it definitely feels like the play here is Yukal now TPing back into mid with the Crown of the Shattered Queen. He's going to shove mid, instantly roam bot side, look for the Realm Warp into that Rift Tower play onto the bot tower. But you can see that FPX are trying to already be in a position for that, with Clid being on this bottom side. Care needs to get a reset before this play on the bot side happens.
Well, he's looking for a reset, but at the moment he's currently being pushed back by Yukal, who's just abusing him in this matchup. The extra range, the extra kind of damage you're able to get down, and we will see now the Gravitum come out here as Yao Yao gets a good Glacial Fissure across 2 of them. They're going to try and get the Realm Warp here as well, as Yukal's find himself back in familiar territory. There's a Devour, though, really nicely done here by the FPX bot lane to keep themselves alive. You do have Clid on the backside of this one here, and so does Care, who TP'd in. But at the end of the day, no one goes down, but they're still hunted here as TT.
Yeah, Care just about got that reset we're talking about in to make it down to this bottom side to cover the play. Now Summit finding Hoya, knowing there's no one about.
There's no one about. It's a straight 1v1, but very difficult to make that one stick, even with full stacks on the Conqueror and, of course, on the passive there for the Aurelia. Not quite able to make that one stick, but you can see Hoya really struggling now on this top side, and it's honestly been kind of left on an island, really, by TT. TT kind of said, look, Hoya, I'm very sorry. You're going to have to sort yourself out because bot lane is where we're looking to capitalize.
And Blade of the Rune King completed by Summit makes that matchup so much more difficult. And TT, as you say, just going to go, right, well, Hoya, you take your beatings. We're going to go for dragons. We're going to start stacking these. And no Cloud Soul means that TT may actually reap the benefits from this. But FPX, with Summit roaming down, want to answer.
I mean, they used an awful lot of ultimates in the bot lane as TT, so not really that afraid here as FPX still had the hijack, still had the onslaught of shadows. So yeah, they're just able to kind of roam down someone who had the priority in top side and just kind of make use of this move. So really nicely done there by FPX. It will be an Infernal Soul, so very hotly contested for both teams. And yeah, FPX a little bit shaky there for a few minutes, but they've stabled the ship again.
This is what we're talking about though, with Summit being able to use his wave state really effectively to actually get these advantages for FPX. Because we saw him take that heavy trade against Hoya, and he knew that Hoya had the TP, but what he really wanted to do was get that TP out of Hoya, because someone was going to be able to push the wave regardless. It's very easy as Aurelia when you're uncontested in lane, and then be able to start roaming down, knowing that Hoya had to TP back to the top side. And it's these like little things that have made such a big difference for FPX, where it's not like Summit needs Clid there, right, to make that play happen. He already has the advantages from the counter pick or from the matchup. But being able to utilize them effectively to then look at how that can support the team is why Summit's been such a good addition to FPX.
Look at the map. Everyone's on a bit of a, kind of a rift-wide reset, as you would say. Crown of the Shatter Queen picked up for UCal, so recognizing there is an awful lot of burst available between the Hecarim and the Silas in that mid lane kind of combination, so doesn't want to get caught out by that. Blade of the Ruined King has been finished up here for Summit, as we do see the Umbral Glaive as well for LWX. So FPX on a pretty decent power spike, and Hoya, he's going to get locked up here by the Flawless Duet. He will get into Mega Gnar, and you can see Summit very aware of that. Doesn't want to go too far underneath the tower, but this matchup's becoming unplayable here for the Gnar. Oh,
I mean,
no.
It's already gone for.
Oh, dear.
To stop the recess. It's
Yeah,
over.
It's a little bit
is
over.
it? Clid?
Oh, it's going to see the onslaught of shadows coming. Flash away by Hoya. Clid almost goes down there, but Summit now chasing him down. Care as well, saying, look, I will find you, little man. I don't care if you're in your pajamas. And, oh, as I say that, Hoya, he's making this one interesting. And now they recognize there's 3 people topside, so they're going to try and make this one more beneficial for TT in the bot lane. LWX trying to see if he can run away. The Dawning Shadow, not quite enough. It ends up being a trade of 1-for-1. UCal, though, still pushing on this bot side. Clint is here. The flash into him, though, means you will trade it back in. 2 kills for UCal. 4-0 on 1. UCal in this rise is popping off.
And Kepler is going to be able to get this bot line turn as well. So good roams from TT. 2 kills, a terror trade back and forth. Means that TT will still get to keep their lead. Full control over this bot side as well. Looks like they're going to take every camp from Clid on this bot side of the map and make sure he just has no reason to be down here. Rift Herald, though, is up and available. And with FPX having control over top side, they will at least get that objective for themselves as well. And we'll have to see if they can put more of these resources into Summit on the side lane and get more of the towers for this Aurelia to open up side lane pressure. But we just catch it here. Kepler gets the CC down. Actually, doesn't even get the CC. Beishwan just managed to get the engage. UCal's in a great spot, lands the CC that he needs onto the Tam Kench, and from that they just feel confident enough to run through this tower. Crown of the Shadow Queen on UCal doesn't mean he has a little bit more of that tankiness in him to move underneath that turret.
Rift Herald was taken on the back of it as well, so it ends up being a trade of a turret for turret. 2,000 gold lead actually being built up here by TT, and it kind of does come from the Aphelios' CS lead, but Summit does have one of his own, so it feels like we are starting to move towards a Summit versus the world situation here. You do have the Sen and the Tam Kench, lots to be able to keep that Aurelia alive. And already Hung, you can see he doesn't really feel super comfortable. And this is something that I've noticed throughout the entirety of FPX's split so far, is that Hung is great when he's on something that can be able to engage, when he's on something that can be a little bit more frontliney in the sense of like an Alistair, a Nautilus, or even something like a Leona. Things like the Tam Kench don't really feel that comfortable for him, so it is a little bit of a learning curve for him to try and just kind of whittle that one back up for himself. But they lose mid lane turret, TT now back themselves away, and they're going to be able to cover bot lane as well.
I think that it's a little unfair in this game to give Hung stuff because he's had 4 members bot lane every single time. And to be fair, he's been doing a fantastic job with these Devouras to actually keep LWX safe. Like, he's doing everything in his power. Even when you look at the initial gank that we saw come through from Beishuang, it was Hung's knockup on the Abyssal dive that actually caught out Beishuang and stopped them from being able to die. So I honestly think Hung has been having a great game. It's just really unfortunate that TT have put so many resources bot side, but it is like bot lane suffers so Summit can live, and Clid and everyone now going to make sure that Summit's having a fantastic time right now.
Yeah, they will shatter the crown of the Shattered Queen as they try and push this one in. The Rift Herald should get her charge off and get themselves onto the tower. And then the dragon spawning in 14 seconds. That's going to be the next focus here for FPX. They are going to try and utilize this big power spike where they've got the Turbo Chem Tank and the Everfrost here onto the Silas. I will say, though, the Seraph's Embrace is going to be stacked up here for UCal, and he's already TPing in with an exhaust in hand. So he's in a position to try and maybe contest this one here. Care and Clid looking to try and get onto the backside, and they're able to steal away the Gnar ultimate to get himself into the wall. They're trying to jump onto Beishuang, and they will kill him off. Hoya waiting for his ultimate as well. Hung gets the Devourer down to keep his Hecarim alive, but he's been knocked straight back into the arms of the rest of TT. 2 kills going up for Kepler as Summit just can't really take over this fight just yet.
No, there's too much CC there. Too many denials of entry on TT's side. And that's exactly what we talked about. Having this steadfast presence, having Yao on this Braum, it's a full circle of protection for Kepler, who picks up the duo kill. And now also the Dragon for TT as well. Great fight for Thundertop.
Oh, and Kepler wants a solo, but the minion walks right in front of him. They will have Summit coming in here, immediately exhausted. Double flawless duet, so he gets a 2-fer on that one. The Rise ultimate has been stolen by Care. And Care just having to walk away from that one there, but you can see the carries of TT, Kepler, and UCal. 3-0-3 and 4-0-3 respectfully. They are just huge in these fights.
And this was a great engage from Care here. But with Kepler flashing over the wall, he's now out to safety. UCal is still only TPing in, so a huge amount is dumped onto the front line. But watch Kepler, right? Summit would love to be able to threaten him, but you got Yao who's sitting right there beside him as well, making sure that he's going to be totally fine. So Summit knows the second he goes in, he's just going to be CC'd down. All those shurikens going to go directly into his face, so actually not able to commit to the fight, and that's why the death ball of TT could continue moving on forward onto the rest of FPX.
It's a big kind of proponent of the Rise, the ultimate, to set up to yourself, to put yourself in a better position to... He was bot lane, all of a sudden he's right beside Kepler, so very difficult for FPX to really go for something there. 2,500 gold lead gonna sneak itself up to about 3,000. They are gonna try and maybe punish Hoya here. Does have flash and ultimate, but they are willing to fully commit to this one here. He hops away, they smite him off, but he's dead. Nothing he can really do here as he's going to try and flash to delay a little bit more time. Execute comes onto LWX as Hung actually needs to be a little bit careful.
Huge.
Yeah, that's huge.
LWX not being there is huge.
Yeah.
Now you get to push. This is a disaster. Like, LWX needed to survive. You won't get bot tower now, and you're losing it. That's a massive blunder from LWX.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a moment there for LWX where they end up getting themselves another tower in mid, a tower in top as well. You trade it back eventually for that tower in bot lane, but TT, they're just calling FPX at every moment, and honestly, it just feels like FPX are kind of floundering.
Yeah, I mean, just little mistakes here and there coming through to bite them. Summit not really being in a position to fully carry this, but yeah, we'll have to see what happens, because LWX just gets left under tower. And the fact that they've already taken 1 or 2 shots, they heal and everything. Oh my god, that was so much ramp-up damage. LWX just not having the creeps, finding that a little bit unfortunate, and now you're just not in the best of spots. And look, I like the build coming through from Summit. This is something that we've seen a lot in Korean solo queue on champions like Renekton, Aurelia. It's the Blade of the Rune King Sunfire, because it does give you a lot of tankiness for team fights, and you can rely heavily on the Blade of the Rune King for slows. The percentage health damage means you're a massive threat in side lanes, and it all just works out super nicely. But it does mean that the amount of gold that has been given to Summit, not having the massive threat to kind of go, oh, I can actually just just rip through these turret structures incredibly quickly. You now kind of have to fight as FPX because TT are being able to trade so aggressively against you, and it's just not quite working out as FPX would hope.
Yeah, and as well as that, you got the second dragon, or sorry, third dragon of the game, second for TT on their side. So if they get the next one in a minute and a half, they will be getting themselves all the way up onto Soul Point. Now, Beishuan looking to try and make something happen as the TP coming in. That's going to be Hoya joining his team. Hong is probably going to die here, but he can delay a hell of a lot. They're going to use the Vanguard's edge onto Yao Yao, and Hoya gets dragged all the way back in. It's a great Mega Gnar, but not really what you want, and Hong is still going. Eventually will fall down. And now you got to see now FPX, they don't want to take any more of a fight. So 1-for-1, and FPX is the team behind. You take that.
Yeah, TT, some questionable TPs have definitely been involved here, but we're going.
They're going to go straight in on top of them. It looked like an absolute myriad of people there. Someone has to flash over the wall. And TT, they get themselves a tier 2. It will be traded for a tier 1 in mid lane, but this is kind of TT bringing the fight to FPX.
Yeah, and look, the team fights have not been the strength of TT for a long time. When you look towards how they actually look to set them up, coordinating the plays, and you got to see a little bit there with Hoya going too deep, the rest of the team trying to focus on the Hong and not actually trying to save Hoya or like work with their front line. But it still means that they're able to get this tier 2 and top side. The reset in time for the Dragon as well, as we're just going to follow an auto shot all the way back to Summit.
How far back does it go? I thought it would land near Summit, but does not. It goes right back to Poppy there. But 20 seconds till the next dragon spawns. FPX do have a TP onto Summit, so he could look to try and TP in here now that he has got the Sunfire cape finished off, or Sunfire Aegis, excuse me, alongside that Warden's Mail. But with the Zonya's picked up here for Care, he does have the Gnar ultimate, but he's had that for a while, so he's going to have to get rid of it soon.
Yeah, that's the problem. He slowed in that last fight. Hoya, though, will have that ultimate backup available, whereas you're still waiting on the Vanguard's edge. The ultimate for the Hecarim has just come through, but Care. Fancy Feet keeps him safe. That was a close one, and now Summit TPing into the pit.
He's TPing into the pit, but he has no flash because he lost it in that last play. So now we're going to see the Dragon just kind of procced off a little bit here. Hoya taking a little bit of damage. The Devour has to come out very early. Beishuan, though, has to flash away because he knows that the Onslaught of Shadows is coming in. Hoya gets a great ultimate into the back of the pit. They take out the Tam Kench. Look at Kepler. Look at UCal. They're untouched in this fight. FPX really trying to hard force this one, and TT just say, no, you can't.
Yeah, Hung ends up bringing Summit into the fight with the Abyssal Dive, thinking, hey, look, I'm going to get you back into position for this fight. But only ends up launching himself and Summit with Clid into the waiting arms of Hoya. And now TT move over towards the Baron. TT in our playoff bout, looking strong in game number 1.
Yeah, very much so. Just kind of constantly calling FPX's bluff. We thought this was going to be a Summit carry kind of game. He got that solo kill. He was able to make so much work in terms of the top lane happen. But like you said here, they're just not really in a position. That TP is very questionable when Summit doesn't have any support whatsoever. They're on the side of the wall.
Yeah, it was a panic one for Care. He thought he needed to be there. But now watch this. Hung, Abyssal Dive in. But it just means that he goes in, not even with Summit, which was his plan initially, to bring Summit into the fight. But it meant that it could have even gone more sideways, to be honest, because Hoya hits Mega Gnar at the perfect time, gets that ultimate, and able to take the fight. So now FPX a 5,000 deficit. They haven't really got the damage in Summit to carry these fights through anymore, even with the Frozen Heart as well. He's definitely built more for the team fights, but remember what we said. Great peel from TT. Beishuan and Yao Yao have just been playing bodyguard for Kepler. 405, the 3-item Aphelios, is tearing up these fights. And when he only needs one more Inferno Dragon for that soul, Baron is up for him as well. It's so difficult for FPX to get access to this backline.
I mean, look at the items on the 2 carries of TT. UCal and Kepler. You've got 3 apiece. You've got the Rabadon's Death Cap here. And honestly, I love this pickup here from the side of UCal because there is no magic resistance. There's literally a pair of Merc Treads, and that's about it from the side of FPX. So you're not really in a position to try and just, deal with this Rise. You still got a stopwatch in the back pocket as well. Using this Baron buff as well. Yes, you get Care on the top side who takes away a tier 2, but you might lose your base all of a sudden as TT just barreled through down the bot side and say, cool, we'll take everything.
I mean, already the inhibitor gone. Now you get the push coming through from UCal in this mid lane as well. It's been set up beautifully by TT. Now, you do still have to be careful. This is a very short range composition from TT, and a big ultimate from Clid. Summit on a flank could spell a disaster. And you can see TT hyper aware of that, just playing this nice and slow.
You got to play it a little bit slower here on the side of on the side of TT. FPX still very much in the hole about it. You've still got about a minute left on this Baron, so as much as the reset came in there for Hoya, he's got a TP there. You've got the Keeper's Verdict, going to be used by both Care and by Beishuan, but I think Care had his eyes on the minions, so just get the minions away from the tower. Clid put himself in a position to maybe look for a flank, and that does deter TT. But 2 minutes time until the dragon spawns, and the base has got to just been pushed in constantly here by the side of TT. They're constantly looking to try and make sure that FPX just don't get a look in to get any vision control.
Yeah, and this is why I like the early reset coming through here from TT. They're like, hey, look, we don't have the vision to actually place into this bottom side of jungle for that dragon. So what we're going to do is reset at 2 minutes, we push in waves, we dip into the jungle here on bottom side with the refresh wards, we then back again at the 50-second mark, and that should give us the timing that we need then to get back into position. You can see here with 30 seconds, they're about to push that mid wave, and then they should be able to lean over, but it actually looks like Yukal a little bit late here, trying to pick up the last few items, I believe, for... Actually, I'm not even sure what he's trying to pick up. So, yeah, maybe he's just trying to stay out on the map instead. But I want to see them now, as you can look, moving in, establishing vision control, and now you can get a quick reset again coming through from TT, replenish all those wards, and be in prime fighting spot for this dragon.
I mean, you have to fight this as FPX. I don't think you really have a choice in the matter, but it's all about whether or not they can get in onto the river to really look for an actual contest. Right now, you got Summer pushing up in that top side. Not quite got the Rabadon's death cap here for Care. He's ever so close. He maybe gets it off to this last wave in the bot side, but it looks like FPX are trying to utilize the fact that they have a TP on Summit to make something happen here on the top side. They're going to be able to push in that wave all the way nearly right up until the inhibitor turret, as they start to look to try and back themselves away again. More and more damage coming out for Summit now, or more damage rather than the tankiness, I should say, as you look to try and pick up a wit's end. But now, this is going to be it, Dagda. How do FPX want to try and approach this? Do they look for a front to back, or how are they looking to try and make this fight theirs?
Well, I mean, TT didn't really get the vision control established that we talked about. They got 2 wards very deep in FPX's jungle, one of them cleared out, but they actually don't own river, they don't own FPX's jungle, and Beishuan moved fully up into that top side, so they now are only establishing their control over river. So this actually gives FPX a fighting chance here, but it does need to be a great flank from Care, as you can see him positioned on the side with that Gnar ultimate. Clid following over the top, and they need to kill Kepler off the back of this.
Yeah, all summoners are up and available. Remember, Yukal has a Zhonya's as well. Deathcap was finished up by Care as Care tries to join in with his team. Yukal, though, finds Summit, and they're almost getting him taken out. They're going to try and burst this one down. There it is. The Infernal Soul has been locked and loaded. There is a good Moonlight Vigil as he can get the Devourer onto LWX. It's a bit of a long one, though, and Care finds the engage, but I think it might be a little bit too late. Kepler is free hitting. Yukal is going to use the Realm Warp to get on top of him as well. 2 kills go over to him, but finally Kepler goes down. LWX is trying his very, very best, but it's just not enough. TT just called the fight. They got the dragon and FPX. They could not hold the water.
They weren't able to get in position to fight them, and TT strike first in game number 1 of the series. The teleports come through, the damage is there, and just like that, TT will secure themselves game 1.
Game 1 of this best of 3, and again, we talked about how important it is to get this win. You can see Hung trying to just kill off the minions with his Frostfire Gauntlet, just delay for as long as he possibly can. He's doing a pretty decent job, but he finally does go down. I don't know, it's going to be close.
Yeah, I mean, Care and LWX are up. I think you don't have the damage here, so Hung might have done it. They'll get 1 Nexus tap.
Wow.
But FPX will hold on. Hero Hung there will keep FPX in this game, but you can already look at where TT are aiming. Baron is up. You are down a support here with Hung dead, and that feels like is going to be the nail in the coffin. But Beishuan does end up missing the ultimate, which is why FPX decide to go so ham. But a separation here on FPX's side. Great engage here from Care, but watch Hoya. The second that this engage comes through, Hoya goes forward, flashes in to get the counter engage, prevents Summit getting in, stops Clid from being able to follow up on the ultimate, and could have just changed the entire pace of that fight for FPX. But with them being safely able to get out of that, TT recovering the fight thanks to Hoya, and now they get the Baron, and they should, with this push, be able to end the game.
Should be able to end the game, but we've seen some interesting moves from a lot of different LPL teams of all levels and standards. But the Baron has been locked in. They, of course, have the Infernal Soul from that last fight as well. And now we're starting to hit pretty much full items coming out for both teams. Both the AD Carrios waiting for the kind of 4th item. You're nearly on the Banshees here for UCal, who's just been absolutely exceptional. 5-0 and 10, 100% kill participation throughout the entirety of the game. Really has been just exemplary here for the side of TT. And for FPX, honestly, it's a rough one. I feel like they just weren't really able to make the things happen. You can see it was very small little errors like LWX dying to that bot lane dive, not quite able to get the kill onto Hoya when they went for that top lane dive, and it just never really came about. I will say they still have options available to them if they can find picks, but already Beishuan kind of roaming around like he doesn't want to get picked off anyway.
Yeah, I think for FPX, I'm just not a big fan of trying to play topside carry in this meta at the moment, just because it feels like there's so many ways to deny you team fight access, and you can see it, especially with the Poppy and everything like that. I just don't know if it was the best way to try and play the game. Now, though, TT reaping the benefits of those advantages they got bot side, as Hoya goes on to Clid.
They're going to Clid, and Clid is probably going to die here right now. The Devourer comes out. We can see someone trying to go into the backside, but he's already dealing with the Gnar. He's not really getting in a position to try and do this fight, though. Kepler gets feared up, though, but it's just not enough. You can see someone doing so much, but it's all onto the tanks. He eventually takes down Beishuan in a 1v4 situation. I still don't think someone can do it, because while that's been happening, you can see that Kepler is just ending the game. Kepler is done with this one here. He wants to secure the win, and TT will go 1-0 up in the series.
Great play coming through from TT. I mean, Rise, fantastic answer to Silas. You instantly get a ton of these plays moving down bot side for you. Beishuan, just like storming out of the room.
When you gotta
like,
go, you gotta go.
Who do you think you are, FPX? You get rid of me? But yeah, I mean, TT, I think honestly just a great game. UCal looking great in the Rise. Getting the support from Beishuan and Yo-Yo to get control of that lane consistently. Beishuan and UCal linking up then to feed that presence into bot side. And we talked about it from coming through from draft. Protect the Kepler was the name of the game. Yep. Kepler very well protected in every single one of these fights. And even that initial dragon fight that started to swing the game in their favor, the second dragon of the game. Sorry, third dragon of the game, where we saw the double kill go across over to the Aphelios. From that point forward, UCal was just making sure that Kepler could continue to be in the driver's seat, even with all the extra kills that he picked up in the early stage for himself as UCal.
Yeah, it just felt so smart and so clean from the side of TT, and they didn't really give an opportunity for FPX. And again, it was sloppy from FPX in terms of their cross maps, but it was just TT saying, cool, you overcommitted on top side, we're going to commit bot side. You overcommitted top side, we're going to commit mid lane. There was just so many smart moves coming out from TT, and honestly, a really refreshing look from them where it didn't really feel like they were ever out of control of this game. Once they had that little bit of an advantage, they just felt like it was FPX playing catch up the whole time.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of what TT has become. Like, I really enjoy watching this new version of TT. I think they have a really good understanding of how like Yo-Yo and Beishuan can interact, how to facilitate UCal in the mid game, and setting him up to be kind of the person setting the pace of the game. Oftentimes you've seen on the Ari where he's roaming a lot with Beishuan and Yo-Yo. This time though on the Rise, it just even fits in more so than we've seen in the past. And Kepler has been a major benefactor of this, because obviously Kepler are not exactly the most talked about AD carry coming across from V5, but with the way that TT play, he's just been so well set up, and it becomes very easy for him to be a massive carry when he's just got all these resources dedicated to him in the bottom lane.
Yeah, again, got everything he needed to. It was very much like you said right at the start of the show. It was about Kepler. It was about protecting him, making sure that someone couldn't get on him. And even that last fight, yes, someone was able to kill off, literally probably could have killed off 3v2 or 3v1 on his own, but it didn't matter because the person he needed to kill was Kepler. He was the person who was the most valuable member on the side of TT, and sadly for FPX, they just weren't able to get on top of him. And yes, you go with this tanky build for the team fights here for Summit, but it just doesn't really work out when you're not able to get onto the primary target. But great moves here from TT. I think Hoya did very well to try and mitigate a lot of what Summit did after the fact that he got solo killed, and I think it was really a moment there for TT just to come together. And again, I can't really praise any more highly how well this team seems to have just got it together.
And that's why I really think coming into this, we needed to see FPX kind of flip the script a little bit with the Silas pick. I really felt like the Silas needed to go into the top lane. Good matchup against the Gnar, and then you're able to still utilize the Silas. bringing in something like an Orianna could have been the difference maker here. You just had no threat realistically for this fight. And when you have such a short range composition on TT's side, having something like an Orianna that can lean into those fights, set up your team a lot better, and then you're not as hyper focused on trying to dive in onto the back line, could have worked out a lot better. But unfortunately, that was not the way that it ended up panning out. And now FPX will be playing from a deficit.
Yeah, they will be. We're going to send it to a quick break. And when we return, we'll see if TT can get themselves a 2-0 or if FBX have got something left in the tank. We'll see you guys very soon.
Road to try and come across here. Xiaohu cutting them off from this. They're just going to burst it down.
The damage is so much. Scout needs a great little ult here as Jun just misses. Goes down the smite there. RNG now have the execution, but they need the kills to go through. Splandre is forced over the wall. Look at Xiaohu. Look at Gala. The target survives. Once again, Gala will not be dying today. RNG with the comeback of the split. Edward Gaming may be world champions, but RNG are 3 times MSI reps.
Brian on the side here too. He can give up his flank angle, and Ultimate Prime will just move in as a body unit here. All 5 of them trying to set up a front to back for Elf.
Oh, look at
Wayward.
Look at Wayward.
Yeah, they have no idea. No wards are over here. They're walking straight into Wayward, who Mega Nars into the wall, and Top B Sports. They're trying to move into Ultra Prime, and Ultra Prime have disappeared. Wayward shows Zoom who is who, and Top B Sports, the train keeps on chugging.
And this could well be another big fight coming up between them. JDG kind of be missed. Oh, Kanavi.
A little bit rough, and Kanavi, he gets out of there barely. 369 about to have Meganar. He wants to go in, only gets 1. He needs to get out. He is taken. No, he flashes, and they're following, but Mole is caught now. Hope is just firing away, and they've got so much damage from Kanavi. Here comes Yakao on the side. Ultra Shock Laser from the heavens, and every hope that's ever existed for JDG exists in this game.
It's going to be hard for them to really make this one work. UCal looking to try and trade solo players, but they get themselves on the top of this one. This is ongoing in, but a curse of Sam Mummy into the explosive cast, and they're able to get the GA immediately. One Fong, though, still doing well. The Shy with the slicing Maelstrom right onto the backside. Kepler knows he needs to do something. I will say that Baseron's doing some significant damage, but can they kite this one out? They cannot. SOFM's getting his reset. You can see the triple kill for the Shy.
Legend. They do bend and not break for anyone's legend. They're just trying to push this back out and take down this tower that WE are using as a home base at this point.
Yeah, that makes it so.
That's a big engage though. But look, AL going back in here. Moonlight Vigil front to back. Xiaohao getting taken out though. Kadaya now. Big Emperor's Divide from Forge himself. And now you got the slicing Maelstrom. Xiaohao tries to come back in. Benny is full health. Benny's got the Inferno. Benny's got the damage. Hey, Benny is the late game carry for anyone's legend.
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You better like it, you can't deny it. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. That dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. That dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. That dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. That dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the bite. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. No, you're not in control. Oh, once you connect, she feels the vibe, and you're pulling her close, her close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. I bailar.
下场对战 Fabalas 的话，我觉得颗粒的选手他的打野风格是比较偏刷的，他一般都是喜欢刷完野再做事情。然后因为对他们比较了解嘛，我可能会针对一下中单或者 ADC 这样。下场面对老队友就让他们等着被我抓爆吧。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We're after just seeing TT have a pretty convincing game over FPX. I am still Ushin. He is still Dagda. And we're going to be bringing you to our second game. But before we can do that, we got to talk about our MVP from this game one. It was UCal on this rise. We haven't been seeing a lot of rise, but the man made it look meta as hell.
Just a great answer into the Silas. Like, fantastic counter pick. It means you get push, you get to roam around the map. And UCal was so massively impactful when he was able to get on towards that bottom side of the map. He just took over the game entirely.
Yeah, it really is. And just the way they were able to kind of utilize the overextensions coming out from the side of FPX. FPX would overcommit on the top side. They immediately move everybody down towards the bot side. And the realm warp really does enable that style of gameplay. And I do think that it does become a bit more of a question of what do FPX have left in the tank. Because like you mentioned, they had this Aurelia. They wanted to try and go for that top side carry style. But it just isn't really that easy to do in this current meta.
Yeah, especially when UCal's able to just feed his bot lane so many kills here. And we always kind of talk about how difficult it is to to dive a Tam Kench and a Senna. But they just made it look easy when you've got that many people in that bot lane that can show up. And his CC chart was on point. His damage, nearly 30% of the team's damage, as you can see, especially after picking up that early Rabadon's death cap. He was a monster. And from that point, it meant that there was too many threats on the side of TT with too much protection for FPX to deal with. And you can see the Summit, even though he tried his damnedest to try and get into some of these fights, just wasn't able to because Yao Yao was there, because Beishuan is protecting his carries. He just wasn't a threat in comparison to what TT had.
And I mean, TT, this is a huge matchup, not only in terms of standings, but if they win this, it means that FPX actually don't have the head-to-head over OMG or TT. TT would own both head-to-heads and will catapult themselves very much up the standings. So if it does come down to either game difference and that's equal, and then it comes down to head-to-head, OMG are going to be pretty happy that TT are able to kind of take this, because otherwise we're not going to be in a rock, paper, scissors scenario. But FPX, they need to find something back in the tank, because this is a scary place to be in.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like we got to see the FPX when they're in their comfort zone. We talked about Care trying to be that facilitator, not even just on like the picks necessarily, but just being able to roam, having some priorities kind of mid, and then being able to protect the side lanes. We don't get that because he's on the Silas. Just Glid trying to play up towards Summit. We have seen it a little bit, but not in as much of a manner as we've seen previously, because we've talked about things like the Gnar and the Gangplank, these things that are relatively fine to just allow Summit to abuse his wave mechanics, how good he is at understanding how to set up his lane. It just felt like it was a weird kind of take from FPX, as if they thought, oh, well, you know, we can just go up against Hoya and try and beat him out that way, but kind of just removing the entire bot side of the map entirely for themselves, which again hasn't been the FPX way. So I think coming back into this, I don't think they really need to like ban anything in particular coming into this next rotation or change anything up. I think trying to highlight something that can give them a little bit more control over the mid lane, like being flexible with the picks that they have and being willing to open up the draft a bit more, should lead to a bit more success for them.
Yeah, I think that's the way you kind of look for it. It's not necessarily a specific pick or an OP thing that kind of took them out right now. It was very much that composition just doesn't really suit them, and it doesn't really suit the meta at the moment either. So curious to see what FPX are able to kind of bring back into this one now as we wait to see where picks and bans do end up going. But for TT, you're sitting pretty. I think you answered everything exceptionally well that was thrown at you, and the fact that we did see things like the Jax and the Gangplank being banned away from, and even the Gnar taken away from Summit, meant that he was very much left on this island of what do you end up picking. He clearly didn't want to go towards a tank, and they felt like they needed to go with something a little bit more carry orientated.
Well, that was the surprising part to me. Like, I was looking over the stats for Summit, and he is someone that plays the Silas top, which is why I assumed they were just going to swap it over. Like, he has like a 60% win rate over the course of his career. He's played 10 games of it as well. Like, it's not like it's something he hasn't brought out previously, but I mean, anyway, not going to be a question mark this time. FPX are going to ban it away. Ari, Sivir, and Lucian taken off the board by TT, which is why we're seeing with the Ari ban, Silas taken off the board. Zeri, more than likely going to be the last one for FPX, or that could just be the first pickup. Okay, so I think, yeah, Taliyah open as well. Taliyah, Zeri, Wukong. This is where you start to cause issues here for blue side, because with 3 power picks open, I think taking the Taliyah is the best call for UCal, but you will give the Zeri and also the Wukong across to Clid.
Yeah, or you might be able to kind of maybe go for a different one. I do kind of like this from the side of TT and saying, look, we don't really care as long as Summit's not on the Gnar. It's been one of his best picks so far in the LPL, and they take that one away. So kind of saying to them, right, cool, we're going to get at least one more OP, as you say. So even if we don't get the Taliyah and the Wukong, we'll get the Zeri.
Yeah, I feel like the Care is one of the best Taliyahs that we have, though, in the league as well. So maybe you just end up going for the Zeri Taliyah for FPX. You give the Wukong across the base one, and then just try and play through a style that is much more... Yes, you've got like a strong top lane, and sure, you've got a strong jungler, but we've got 2 of the big threats on this patch in our carry roles, and Wukong struggles against Taliyah still in the same way he struggles against Poppy. Gnar is going to struggle against that. Zeri will be in a great spot, and with the Sivir band as well, your kind of go-to counter in that scenario has gone off the board as well.
Yeah, it looks like exactly what they're going to go for here. The Taliyah, they're taking their time with it because they want to make sure. But TT now, he feels like you're going to have to go for the Wukong. We saw it for RNG versus RA earlier.
Oh, wait.
Taliyah... What?
Sorry, you just go Kalista Renata. I've like, Renata has actually been banned away so frequently that I completely forgot she existed as a champion. You just take Kalista Renata here as TT, and I actually think you're in a pretty good spot. Especially FPX have gone for very short range picks.
Wait to see. No, they're going to go for the Rise, so You're going through all these different iterations of draft there, Dagda, but sadly for you, they are going to go with their own setup. I will say again, UCal very, very, very solid on that. Rise does have a similar play style in terms of how he's able to move around the map with the Talia, but then, like you mentioned, the seismic shove, the control with the unraveled earth that you gain with the Talia, very, very underrated, I feel, in a lot of these situations. And TT now, they got to figure out where they want to kind of put their jungle. It looks like they're happy to go with the Viego into the Wukong, so looks like FPX, they honestly, they feels that they got 3 what could have been red side bans.
I still think taking the Renata here as FPX is a good shout, or taking your top lane, because even though the jungle isn't locked in, Lee Sin, Wukong, the Xin Zhao still available that can all do really well into the Viego in the early stages. Honestly, also keeping the opportunity for Clid to flex that Talia into the jungle if needs be, which always works out. But Kalista banned away. I imagine that we're probably going to see the something like a Draven banned away here as well from Kepler. I know that Kepler hasn't picked up the Draven before. And then you can first pick the Renata here as FPX.
Yeah, the big thing with the Renata is that she has an incredibly weak first few levels. If you can get on top of her, you can kill her very, very quickly. So we'll see what the side of FPX want to try and ban out as the last little pick, but we are going to have a Jinx coming out. So they're kind of taking away some of those big late game options and forcing the likes of TT on maybe into something like an Aphelios into what could well be a Zeri and Renata bot lane for FPX.
Yeah, so there's the Wukong banned away. So we kind of talked about the Xin Zhao probably being the pick for Clid, but I really do like just taking the Renata here. Renata is so incredibly strong. You got still TT more than likely going to be going towards some sort of short range composition. We have seen Caitlyn come in as a little bit of an answer to the Zeri if you want to go towards that as TT, and maybe that's why they're a little bit hesitant about taking the Renata. They want to see exactly what the answer is going to be. But yeah, if this is Kai'Sa, I think unfortunately the Renata can just come through here for TT. Aphelios Renata still incredibly strong. Kai'Sa Renata very strong as well. Like, you either way, I'm just shocked Renata has gotten this far through the draft.
Yeah, the Kai'Sa going to be locked in here. One of those picks that doesn't really see a lot of play, but when you've got yourself 4 or 5 AD carry bans already off the table, definitely doesn't work there. But the Renata not even going to be looked at right now by TNT.
There we go.
Well, they're still hovering through it, so there is a lot of, kind of straight up dive potential here for the side of TT. So maybe FPX just want to go back onto something that can give you that sort of safety, that kite ability with something like the Braum. And yeah, sadly, you shall not get your wish. You can stop talking about Renata.
I don't want to, though, because I
no,
think
it's too bad. It's not on the screen. Get over.
Because the thing is, like, so yes, Braum can offer that disengage as well. I just think the ability to enable Zeri to go a little bit deeper is going to be much stronger. The problem that I'm seeing on FPX's side as well is that you don't have a huge amount of engage tools. So like a well placed Braum ult can try and get people into a fight. But you're actually going to be looking more to try and see if you can get your poke off with the Zeri and the Talia, and then kind of hoping that TT try to overextend in towards you. Kepler as well, going to be on this Kai'Sa. So you got a good amount of dive tools coming through with the Gnar, the Kai'Sa, the Viego as well on TT side. We're going to have to see if that'll be enough for them to try and take these fights down.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they're able to kind of work with it, because again, these are the two kind of teams where the OPs and stuff like that can start to be a bit more muddied in the water depending on how you execute on them as well. So we did see Zeri earlier today for the RA versus RNG game, where the Zeri just could not do anything. And I feel like if you can replicate that style for TT, where you're just getting on top of LWX, you're not letting them plant his feet and just kite around these different fights, that's where this game can get very, very sketchy for the side of FPX. But they've got themselves a Talia. The Talia has been showing such a high presence and high mastery as well from so many of our different top mid laners. I think Care, like you mentioned earlier, is one of the best Talias we have in the league. So if he's able to kind of get unlocked, get around this map and make himself known, this is where the game could start to turn into FPX's favor.
It also fits FPX's style a hell of a lot more here, right? Care being able to have an opportunity to roam, Clid on something that can be a bit more aggressive in the early stages. LWX and Hong as well on this later scaling AD carry, and even somewhat having the counter pick is always a little bit worrisome for anyone that goes up against them. So I think this is definitely more of a comfort draft for FPX, and we're just going to have to see if they can try and execute on it.
We will wait and see. No more theories, though, as we jump onto the Rift. We'll have the both mid laners taking up the spell books, so curious to see where they end up going. And I love that Kerr is prioritizing the cleanse over the teleport right now. Recognize he can use the teleport when he needs to, but the cleanse is going to be probably a little bit more valuable, especially at the early stages, the early levels of this mid lane matchup. If Yukal can get down that rune prison alongside something like the root from Beishuan, he is in a hell of a lot of trouble. But we'll have to wait and see. And for FPX, this is, again, a big moment for them. You know, you're looking at being potentially knocked out of playoffs here in terms of the short term, being brought from 9th to 11th. If you lose this matchup, you don't own the head-to-head versus OMG. You lost that bout 2-1, and now you're 1-0 down against TT. We can see Beishuan and Clid kind of just being annoying to each other. Clid kind of seeing if he can take away his own Raptors, but it's going to delay quite a bit. And actually, we're going to see the big Raptors. It's kind of a split. It's like, you can have those three, I'll have these three. But no, you can have the big one instead. It's like trying to change, you know, the chicken nuggets between you and a sibling.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very much of an annoyance for Clid, but should still be able to move it to the spot side. Kerr taking a lot of damage off this initial early poke, though.
Oh, lordy. That was so smart from Beishuan. Gets the stun out straight away. And Kerr now, without a flash, he has to be so careful in this mid lane.
Yeah, especially on that health bar. I mean, Flash Rune Prison from Yukal could be a disaster for Kerr, especially if Beishuan wants to go for a repeat gank. Kerr, obviously having that cleanse, going to come in massively clutch now with the summoner spells of his Flash being burnt. But yeah, you just nice play in the early stages for Beishuan to come out with this. And it's cool to see how Beishuan has kind of grown in the LPL. Like, we kind of always talk about his meteoric rise into FPX. Like, he joined FPX Blaze 2 weeks later. He's on the main FPX roster. A guy that was known as an Echo One Trick in solo queue that hadn't really got used to competitive. But now that he's come across the TT, we can really see him getting used to that competitive style and now finding a ton of success even on picks that are away from his Echo of home.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the thing is that you're looking at Beishuan as a potential jungler that can become the, you know, the catalyst of this team. I think TT were very much looking at a side that were reliant on one player, and a lot of our smaller teams are. You think of Shun on the side of IG, or even, you know, Beishuan. A lot of junglers effectively on the side of Team WE, but it does become very prevalent, I feel like, for a lot of different players, that when you're able to kind of have confidence in your team, and Beishuan does have confidence in his team in this split, they are able to just kind of freely express themselves that little bit more. They're not over-forcing anything. They know they have the power and the presence to be able to make things happen on their own rights.
Well, it looks like Beishuan might try and make a little bit more of a issue here for Clid. Has the push here for Yukal in mid lane. You know that the red side buffs are all up for Clid because you spotted out that the bottom side camp's been taken. And it looks like Beishuan will stop off for the scuttle on his way in, but could look for an invade on red buff here.
Will be a little dangerous as he doesn't have priority on top side, but like you said, he has got the mid lane pushing in for himself, and they're actually gonna, I think they might go straight back for the Raptors again. But Clid this time around, recognizing there was a ward right there on his pit, so he's just going to be able to kind of keep himself out of vision right now. You still have a whole topside camps here for TT to take. Beishuan, though, not to be outdone. We will see Summit getting jumped on here. He doesn't have a lot of mana, and they're going to try and predict the flash. Summit holding onto the trigger finger. I like that.
Yeah, well played by Summit. Cool, under pressure, manages to walk away from this, and also, crucially, will buy time for Clid to try and clear out some of these camps. You have a lot of camp advantage there for Beishuan because he was able to steal away some of the early Raptors, CS in mid, getting some of the bot side camps, but he actually hasn't managed to clear out his own top side yet, so having this advantage now, at least when it comes to tempo, with Beishuan investing on top side, will mean that Clid gets some time to even up in the jungle match.
Yeah, Summit will have to use his TP to get himself back into lane, but does have a Sheen, so should be doing pretty damn well. And in terms of that particular matchup, Hoya goes back, picks up a Cull, as we see now both junglers. We're going to keep an eye on where Beishuan can make things happen. Yukal trying to go toe-to-toe in this mid lane, has used a lot of his mana as Hong has freed himself from the constraints of bot side, and Yukal, you knew he was there, but I don't think I think he knows that he's going to be under no real threat with the lack of mana here on the Talia.
Yeah, Hung was just there to just help Kerr push that wave. They're not really sure on what the pathing is from Beishuan right now. They weren't sure if he's going to reset, go towards his second camp spawnings, his level 2 camp spawning on bot side, or if instead he was just going to go and try and go for a mid lane play, knowing that Kerr wanted to reset, but instead, Beishuan has now cleared out his camps and will look for a reset. But look at the item difference that you're seeing because Clit has had 2 resets in, cleared the camps with a little bit more experience as well. Means that he is starting to get back into this matchup. Although Beishuan will at least get a nice little present for himself when he goes home with the amount of gold that he has.
Oh yeah, he's going to be up about, probably a Caulfield's Warhammer, or not Caulfield's Warhammer. I forget, Hearthstone Axe, I believe it. No, it is Caulfield's Warhammer. Yeah, it's Caulfield's Warhammer. I'm trying to. It's the blue and the brown one. That's all I know. It's just kind of moving forward with it. But yeah, should be able to keep himself relatively healthy. He's actually looking for something in this bot side and maybe looking to try and maybe contest around this dragon. But like you said, hasn't really gone back just yet. So very difficult for them to really make something of a contest on this scuttle, and honestly for the dragon as well. So should just be FPX picking up the first dragon of the game. We do get Beishuan going finally back and actually gets himself a Sheen and the components of a Caulfield's Warhammer. So he's actually in a pretty big spike right now if he can get back out on the map.
Yeah, but with the advantage that they have, it looks like FPX going to try and start up this dragon. As you say, Beishuan will have an advantageous spot if he can get down here, especially when you're looking at the item differences between Kepler and LWX. But looks like Clyde actually going to pull it off that objective and instead look towards mid lane.
Yeah, gonna look towards mid lane. Beishuan now in this bot side, and honestly, with the way TT are aggressing, it feels like they're the ones that are gonna have the advantage, and they should. Like I just said, the Sheen has been completed by Beishuan, but Clyde is undeterred as of the moment. Gonna see if they can get a flash in. Everything whiffs right there. Literally not a single thing touches Beishuan, as he's just too fly to catch out.
Yeah, Beishuan didn't want to try and turn that because Care had that push in mid. Weaver's Wall is available, so we're a little bit worried about any sort of play down onto the bottom side, but now Yukal will have control over this mid lane and may look to try and either punish Care a little bit, although gets hit by the seismic shove.
Yeah, looks like Care does have his flashback and available to him, so definitely in a bit of a better position than he was a couple of minutes ago. But LWX goes very aggressive, gets the ultimate off. They're going to try and fully engage on top of this. Beishuan trying to see if he can make this one work. There's the Weaver's Wall that you were talking about. Beishuan doesn't quite get the execute though, and that's going to be Clyde keeping him and his team alive. Double kill coming out for LWX, and maybe even a little bit more. Triple kill to start off this area, and we're going to see just how OP she can be.
Great fight from FPX, utilizing the fact that Care can get down to that fight at the same time as Yukal, but is able to cut off Yukal from being a part of the equation. Now Yukal needs to be very, very careful. FPX will get Dragon, and we'll just back away.
I want to see as well, because Yukal's Realm Warp is down. I want to see what happened there in the replay. Hopefully our observers do end up showing us that, why we didn't see the Rise coming back.
He just got cut off. He just
got
cut off, yeah. So that's the thing, is like, the Realm Warp is great in trying to follow the Weaver's Wall, but the thing is, if you're not able to get fully into the fight, and with good pressure from Care on the Weaver's Wall, you can actually just cut off Yukal from being able to interact. But TT going to respond in kind. If you take Dragon, we could put our pressure topside, and they should get Rift Herald, which honestly might end up being worth it if they can get some gold.
If they can get some gold, and Yukal going to get himself a little bit there as they do get the kill off the top side. But Yao Yao just popped down the ultimate to see if he can maybe disengage here. Hong finally has the Glacial Fissure, going to use it immediately. He kind of goes wide, and Yao Yao's very isolated here. He might be run down just a little bit, but they don't land the W there from LWX. While this is all happening, I will say, you're going to say Kepler on the bot side just getting so much free time.
Yeah, so kill on top for TT, Rift Herald for TT, and the plates on bottom with a massive wave being lost for LWX. Now, he does have 3 kills, which is going to help, but I mean, either way, just great spot to be in. We're getting the stall points here on the play, but you wanted to ask what happened to Yukal. Watch where the Realm Warp goes to. We get this fight kicking off, Weaver's Wall comes down, and boom, Yukal can't get into the fight. So even though Yukal's in the vicinity, he's not adding anything to this fight. The fact that Beishuan goes down as well before he gets the reset is crucial, because getting that health back, starting to get a few more of these abilities out, could have been the difference maker, but the 4 versus 3 is too strong for FPX.
Yukal now going to see if he can make something work here onto Care, who does get the flip back already. So there's the hook coming out and a flash as well. So Care does get his summoner used, but that's what it's there for, Dagda.
Yeah, great reactions though from Care. Like, I'm pretty sure Yao Yao wasn't spotted on that ward that's in River, so that was just seeing the anchor come out of the bush, and Care manages to react. But still, even with FPX getting these early leads, you still see TT are trying to fight back. So we have to now look at how FPX are going to try and utilize LWX. This is the man with the advantage for FPX. They need to start playing into him with Care. Start getting these advantages and trying to deny Beishwan with this Rift Herald. And oh, hang on, Summit.
Hoya tried to go for a little bit of an all-in there. Sadly, his boulder toss did not quite land onto Summit on the second try, so is just going to use his ult there to try and just clear off the rest of the wave. But yeah, like you said, I think FPX need to try and get, make use of LWX on this, big power spike that he's on. I will say it is being kind of mitigated right now because Kepler got so many plates on bot side and so much free time as well. He's actually gone up and got himself his Kraken Slayer already, so it is a bit of a mismatch at the moment, but LWX should not be too far away as he did go for the Berserker Greaves first.
Yeah, it's the Berserker Greaves first, and LWX just hasn't reset, so we'll take the tower plates, and won't actually get to reset for a little while, so maybe if TT can make a play on bot side here, this is where they could have an advantage, and UCal should have push in mid, but Beishwan is moving into the mid to just try and help with the push, but will be spotted by Care.
Yeah, will be spotted, and maybe trying to move this back up towards that top side. You do see Clid here. Actually goes for a reset, so he's not going to be here should Summit get caught out. You will have a flash available here, but there's the Realm Orb coming out. He does have the Leap Strike there. There's UCal trying to just burn him down. They will get the Mega Gnar over the side, and they will stun him down and take him out. UCal basically tanking up everything there, and will use the heal from the Summoner Spellbook to make sure he stays fairly safe.
Question mark though is what do FPX try and do in kind? The answer is not too much, although they may actually try and turn this around on Beishwan on the top side if the Rift Tower goes down, but TT just going to back away. You had the reset coming through from LWX and Hong, so they actually weren't in a position to try and follow up.
Oh, look at the mid from the mid lane. Care it's going to be able to try and maybe use a Weaver's Wall here, and has got a cleanse, but not quite able to land the seismic shove onto the damage. So Hoya will still flash, but they do not get anything else out of the play. So now with Dragon spawning in 50 seconds, we're going to see the replay or the reset coming out here from TT. They have got themselves a Rift Herald. They need to drop it pretty soon as we can see flash from Hung as he knew LWX was on the side.
Yeah, so a little bit sloppiness coming through from TT here. Like, Hoya thinking he was out of vision, but not remembering that someone had Leap Strike to a ward. So knew where exactly he was, and that's why he had to burn his flash. UCal as well, not really considering that, hey, there's push in bot side, Hung can roam. So starting to see some cracks for TT, but this is what I wanted to see exactly from TT, utilizing any sort of pressure to try and get the bot tower and get some gold onto Kepler, but FPX are in a position to respond. Will it get the charge? It will. The tower will go down, and crucially, looks like Kaisa got an auto attack onto the tower, so gold as well going over to Kepler. Dragon, though, here for FPX, and I think TT will just give this one. They're happy that they managed to sneak away that tower.
Yeah, got the tower, got the full plates as well, so just keep the gold almost dead even in this game. Actually gives TT a tiny little bit of an advantage, but like we said, it's all about where you're able to kind of use those advantages, who's those advantages on. You can see on FPX, it's very much on LWX, but on the side of TT, it's got to be on UCal. He's the one with 2 kills. He's got himself his Luden's Tempest already, as we can see Hoya trying to go aggressive onto Summon. We've been looking at this matchup of the Gnar versus the Jack pretty much all day today. And Dagda, I'm curious about your thoughts in here, because we are seeing the Jacks as a quote-unquote pseudo counter to the side of the Gnar, but the Gnar seems to be doing semi-alright. So tell me what this matchup is supposed to do.
Yeah, the big one is when you start to hit this point. Level 9 hit for Summit, and also having that Divine Sunder. This is where this matchup starts to change around, because you've just got a hell of a lot more all-in potential, and the trading pattern for Summit where you Leap Strike in auto Counter Strike becomes way more difficult for Hoya to deal with. So this is where it becomes a bit easier for Summit, and now you start to outscale. But the question is, what's happening here for FPX?
Well, what is happening? We're going to see the Weaver's Wall there as Beishwan gets himself the hell out of dodge. There was a hell of a lot of members of FPX corralling on his location. But it's a Weaver's Wall down, so that's not going to be much else used out of it. You got a Heartbreaker out of Beishwan, that's about it. So these are small little moments here where it does kind of delay the tempo here from FPX.
It's huge. I mean, you've just used the Weaver's Wall to try and pick the jungler before Rift Herald, but you don't actually get to connect with it. So instead now, Beishwan going to move over. Will spot Summit is in the vicinity, but not having Weaver's Wall to try and shut this one down should mean TT get this Rift Herald uncontested.
Yeah, pretty much. We will see them, though, going from bot lane to mid lane as they go from a reset, but it's a little bit slow for my likings, and I think they're going to be a little bit late on the play. I will say that, though, they are trying to commit quite a lot to it. The Rift Herald goes down and is secured, as TT should be able to just kind of get themselves out, and this would have been a fantastic moment, Dagda, for a Weaver's Wall to cut off and escape, but you don't have it available.
Yeah, it was a good attempt from Care, but unfortunately just not able to connect. And once more, though, we're kind of seeing that, you know, FPX not getting the chance to play around LWX, but they want to change this fact here as Kepler could be caught.
He could be caught, but you got Beishuan and Yao Yao now finally here. Now Hong in a little bit of a bad situation. They will get the stun down onto Clid and clear out the wave. Still have Care off to the side. As you can see on the minimap there, UCal's just hovering towards this top side. So good moves here from TT. They're not only answering for FPX, but they're also threatening on other sides of the map. So they are just kind of coming out ahead in general when it comes to this mid game. As I say that, Summit goes very aggressive. Hoya thought about going back in, but already UCal's starting to do some significant damage.
Yeah, and UCal should be able to push in on this top side. Fine, now you have to send Care bot to collect that massive wave that TT had pushed in, which means TT now get to push in mid, get to kind of pick up their spot in the mid lane, and continue to keep control here.
Yeah, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, and he is just going to die. Had not got flash, needed someone to get to stand behind him, but just not able to be in range. That's a bit of a big mistake there from the FPX support. That's going to open up this mid lane. That means they can't look for pressure around this this river. And honestly, right now, it's starting to feel like TT, they're turning the tides again.
Yeah, TT are just doing a really good job of abusing their globals, and now Clid is gone.
Clid, he has to use the Crescent Guard to try and keep himself alive and safe, but you can get the damage mitigated, but you cannot stop the CC as they get on top of him. They're going to be a flash from LWX as Rise does go down. Finally, Summit can come in here as Hoya does go down. That's a good trade back here, and Summit's not done just yet. He's got himself 2 kills, looking for more, but very difficult to do it at this stage in the game, but Summit already starting to come online.
Yeah, these last few passage of plays, TT have just been doing an stellar job of abusing the fact that that Weaver's Wall wasn't up. They create that big wave bot, cares to go and deal with it, doesn't have Weaver's Wall, so can't leave mid for a while. You've got UCal has been playing top and between mid consistently, but they overextend that bit too far, and now FPX fight back instantly. Summit should get this bot lane tower. Zeri should get mid lane tower. And now, with a minute until the dragon as well, suddenly this is where FPX rip back tempo advantage in their favor. We'll catch it here in the replay. So, UCal trying to use the fact that the wave is on top side to go, right, I can realm warp in. We've got the numbers advantage. But Clid survived for so long here. Great Weaver, Seismic Shove as well, means that they're in trouble. And Summit just abandons the top wave. He's like, look, if I can pick up some kills here, that's far more important. And it ends up just being a disaster for TT as they overextend for the pick.
Well, 26 seconds, it is a pretty much dead even game. It is a Cloud Soul, but FBX are 2 dragons away, so they would love to get this one there and maybe set a 5-minute timer. We will see a TP coming in. That's going to be Hoya joining in on the action as both sides are starting to roam themselves up. You've got 2 items onto your Zeri. You have 2 items onto your Jax, or nearly 2 items onto your Jax, excuse me, as Kara starts to get pushed away by Beishuan. Dragon has spawned, and FBX, they've got someone on a flank.
LWX needs to carry this. If he falls, there is no hope for FPX, but he is in a good spot here, and TT will be looking to see if they can set up this monstrous engage with Hoya, the point and click from Yao Yao, try and enable Kepler to carry through and be that dive in the back, but Care. He's caught.
He's caught. He's dead. He got the cleanse, but he's going to go into stasis. UCal is there to put down the last of the CC. Now you're going to try and make this a 5v4 in favor of TT. FPX, though, Kepler in a lot of trouble. And you can see now they're jumping straight on top of the resets are coming in. They've caught LWX as a triple out of the same fight comes out straight away. Summit may be big, but he's not big enough. A quadra for Beishuan. And TT have taken over this game.
Care isn't even the best Talia in this game. Beishuan with the seismic shove hits 3 straight into the Heartbreaker and tears apart FPX. Beishuan with a quadra kill gets the dragon. That's what TT needed. We'll see it on the replay here. So Beishuan starts this off. Care trying to get a flank but no vision means that TT all turn around. Kepler and everyone backs away, but I want you to keep your eyes on Beishuan after they get the kill on Care, because Yao Yao does get caught. But watch here, Beishuan with the seismic shove flicks 3 members, gets the stun, and instantly over the wall managed to finish them all off. Great play from the TT jungler against his old team.
Yeah, really, really well played. And Beishuan has just been going from strength to strength. Comes back out onto the Rift. And I will say that this is just kind of, again, FBX, why we have question marks over them. They have such great times, great plays, but Care getting caught out right there, it's just not really what you need. If you had the Talia there, the Weaver's Wall, the work ground to be able to kind of push down the rocks, it just makes it so much more different of a fight. And even without the Talia, it looked like FBX might have been able to turn it, but great play coming out from TT, and now they've got 2 items basically across the board. They're trying to threaten now towards this top side to make sure they can guarantee the tier 1, and they've got themselves a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and 2 items on towards Beishua means he's a serious threat. Having that Kempunk sword is such a great addition, super good value for money, and with the amount of healing you're going to see coming through from Jax, Zinzao, Zeri as well, going to be an incredibly strong pickup. We'll have to see though how TT are going to try and keep themselves in check here, because Summit is going to have control over the side lane. That's unfortunately just the way that this matchup goes. FPX still at least pushing in and getting some control over the river, and it looks like UCal, because he doesn't have the Realm Warp, can't really try and contest on side lanes for the moment, but that should change the second he gets that Realm Warp back up and available, and that's where maybe we can start to see TT pushing these waves in, establishing vision control on top side, trying to look for picks, trying to see if they can use UCal's opportunity on the Realm Warp to move around. They just have to be so careful that FPX aren't setting up for some sort of pick with care to separate TT.
See if they can get the separation in these fights. Like you said, it's better off for TT if they can get those segmented fights coming in for themselves, but we'll have to wait and see. We're coming up now to 22 minutes. It's a 2 dragons to 1, 2,000 gold lead for TT, and 2 turrets to 2. So we're still waiting to see that top tier 1 go down. UCal should be able to take it pretty much on the next push or 2, but he is still starting to stack up very, very nicely. I think this Rise really is starting to look like a pick for TT that can just work so well. And you just forget when he's outside of the meta how much damage he does and how much he's able to kind of facilitate for his team, working towards that death cap, already starting to be a big menace in these team fights. And the point and click CC is just so powerful. So for FPX, I want to see them maybe be a bit more creative, not looking to try and also just straight up, you got 3 kills on the LWX at the start. He's now 4-1-3, still doing fine, but very much not the kind of overtaking carry performance we expect from this caliber of AD carry on this caliber of a champion.
Well, that's the thing. These haven't really been team fights. This point-and-click CC from Rise, from the Nautilus, works better in skirmishes. And that's what has been playing here for TT. They catch out care, they're forcing uneven fights. You're not actually getting to fight front-to-back styles. Like, that's actually where FPX, in theory, can actually try and play out. But again, not really being able to engage on their own terms because, you know, Clade and Hong, not exactly great engaged champions, and now they're getting engaged on.
Yeah, they're getting engaged on. They put down the exhaust. They even get the Heartbreaker in. He survives for a little bit, but only to delay the inevitable. Now 40 seconds without Summit. Yes, he does have a TP, but look at the wave state stack. That they're in a perfect position for TT to force this.
You still have to be careful. Clit is here, though. Can look for the steal. May not be the 50-50 want to start, but TT, they burger flipped these before.
They burger flip these all the time because they are the masters of the flip. They're going to try and go for this one, but they shall make themselves a gourmet burger. They will use Hoya off the back of it. As you can see, LWX sees low health bars, but the Realm Warp brings everybody out. Yao Yao trying to see if he can run away. They're going to try and catch out Kepler, who does a great utilization of the ultimate and the flash. He's still running away from this one here. There's going to be a Glacial Fissure to maybe catch people out. But TT, they get themselves their flip. They get 3 members out, and they got what they came for.
Now they're going to try and contest on towards this dragon, though. It will be dragon number 3 in 30 seconds. TP available for Hoya. Beishuan will be a little bit late. Pushing mid, establishing vision in towards this river is going to be crucial, but we'll see this here. Like, so incredibly close. This is where I always get nervous with TT. They have no problem trying to flip these. They were hoping the Hoya would be able to go over the wall and then keep Clade out of the pit, so you end up in a much better spot, but not able to do so. The Realm Warp doesn't save as many people as they're hoping, but it does mean that 3 will survive.
Here we go. We're going to go for another fight right now, Dagda. TT got themselves back out onto the map. You can see Beishuan moving himself around at Summit, looking to try and go for that flank, but now knows he's been spotted, so doesn't want to go for that fight just yet. Look at the waves again in mid lane for TT. In top lane, they've got the pressure around the map. They're not under time limits, really, to try and make this one work. And again, it's not even soul just yet. This is just for soul point for FPX.
And put Summit in a good flank spot. This could be the engage that they're looking for. Remember, that's the crucial part of this plan for FPX. And TT are struggling. Hoya now getting his Narbar ult.
Yeah, getting his Narbar ult, has already used his flash to try and make sure he doesn't get caught by a seismic shot, and just killed off straight away. They've brought the Jacks away, but this is just kind of sloppy coming out from TT. They weren't quite sure where they wanted to go, and I think Hoya just gets a little bit too comfortable with where he was positioned. Doesn't really have the resistances at this stage of the game to make that kind of a play.
But that's the problem. R is so reliant on that bar, and because Hoya was dead and he'd only TP'd in, they didn't actually have anywhere they could try and stack it up. No wards, no mid-wave, no anything. for Hoya to try and get into a position where he could engage. So with that, FPX will get third dragon. They get some kills. They don't get Baron off of TT because Hoya, of course, didn't have it. And looks like the other person that has Baron is actually going to utilize it to nab himself an out mid tower.
Yeah, get that more open pressure. As you can see, the Realm Orb coming out. Gonna have the Seismic Shove come in, but Yukal, very nicely done, does keep himself safe and get himself an objective. So really nicely done here by Yukal again in this game. We talked about it in game one, how he's just been kind of going from strength to strength, really finding his own footing on this team. And honestly, it does feel like even a little bit behind on this game, he has been able to just make the plays matter.
Let's see though, because again, this is such an incredibly close game. 3 items already for the Zeri on that bottom side. 6, 1, and 4. LWX is the carry for FPX. He needs to be the one that's enabled in the team fights. And thus far, he's been doing an okay job of trying to get in position. But FPX haven't been able to set up properly for him to really take off. Whereas when you look across at TT, they have great dive potential. If they can get Yao Yao to get that point and click CC onto LWX. Dive in with Beishuan, Hoya, find these moments. But TT, they're not even worried about trying to find fights at the moment. Yukal has just been such a threat around the map right now.
And again, Yukal just roaming so quickly. He went back after taking the mid tier 2, TP's bot lane and says, cool, you're committing for a tier 1, I get a tier 2. And that's just how this game is going to go. It is 10-10 in kills, 3 dragons to 1 in favor of FPX, and 5 turrets to 3 in favor of TT. So there's always been a reaction from the side of TT. They've always gotten a trade-off as the death cap finally comes in, and a third item, Kepler, coming in now with the Infinity Edge. So they've got some 3-item carries that are going to do some serious damage.
FPX going to push up mid lane though. Summit pushing in a bot side. Summit still has much more control than Hoya does, but TT are just collapsing.
They're looking to try and find out Yukal, but look at Kepler on the back side of this one here. Yukal is putting out some serious damage here onto Care, and he takes him out in a 4v1. He's actually taking them out. He's putting in the work, and he eventually goes down, but that was huge from the side of the TT mid laner. Now someone's trying to come in on here. Yao Yao will try and get himself away from this one here, but Kepler can still do some decent work. It's kind of a fight between 2 different sides. Both these solo carries being taken out here by TT and FPX, as it's a 2 for 2.
2 for 2. Kepler managing to take out someone on one side. Beishuan trying to play decoy on the opposite, but doesn't have the damage with LWX's heal to take down the FPX AD carry. So all said and done, great turnaround from Yukal, who just barely got caught out. But look at the damage that this Rise is churning out. You'll see it here. I think Yukal, yeah, just barely gets spotted on the blue, tries to run for the hills. Care comes in thinking, oh, I'll be all right, but 2-level advantage for Yukal with all the plays that have been made. And that damage is insane from Yukal.
And then we can see the rest of the fight come in here. Summit kind of goes into a 1v3, and then so does Beishuan. So it ends up not really, again, being not a full 4v4 or 5v5. It ends up just being a 1v3 on 2 different sides. So Hoya almost going down. It would have been great for FPX to be able to make that one happen, but Kepler able to take that kill. And we see the Realm Orb coming into the mid lane as LWX has just been caught out. He flashes away, but he has no heal now, as Yao Yao is just trying to keep everyone away from the side of FPX. But TT, they've already not really got anyone to follow up on top of this one. Yukal actually got caught in the minions, so he couldn't walk forward and had to clear them.
That is heartbreaking for TT. You can see them trying to collapse onto LWX, who was that bit overextended, but Zeri's so slippery. And now a big engage tool down with Yao Yao gone. Baron in 6 seconds. Beishuan got the better of Clayton that last smite. He's going to need to try and do it again here.
He's going to have to try and go for it now as FPX start this one off. They will absolutely melt this Baron. You can see it going down so quickly. Beishuan finds himself on the backside of the pit, puts down a ward, and you can see FPX, they don't want to flip it. They don't want to go back to spring of 2022 as they can finally look for the fight. Yukal, the big damage dealer, the only real threat to LWX, has been taken out of this fight. Hoya has nowhere to go in his mini-Gnar form, and Kepler's going to have to try and run away as well. Heartbreaker by Beishuan to try and keep himself alive and healthy, but it looks like it's going to be a trade for the Baron back down towards his bot side because the Dragon Soul's coming up.
Yeah, you've now got no ultimate on Beishuan, though, no flash. Beishuan can't contest this. TT stopped the Baron, but will give the Cloud Soul over to FPX. And honestly, with the way that this game has been going, being able to hold on to, well, trying to deny the Baron could have been nice, but with the kills going across into Yukal and Hoya, FPX will turn back over towards that objective regardless.
Yeah, they're going to try and get both sides of this coin as they can maybe look for a steal from Beishan, but no Heartbreaker, no Flash, no real chance in hell to make that one work. 9-1-6 here for LWX on this Zeri. We talked about the power pick already starting to go up to full build. Probably will have it as we can look at this fight now here because Yukal just straight up gets caught out. You can see now Hong just trying to keep everyone away, but Clid very well played just to get himself on top of the carry.
Yeah, 2 autos with the 3 Talon Strike and then flashes with the Audacious Charge to get the knock up instantly. Doesn't give a chance for Yukal to respond. And that will be at least 2 kills going over towards FPX alongside the Dragon Soul and Baron. This is where we got to see now what FPX can do because it's a lot easier now for someone to try and be a threat in one of these side lanes. It may easier for KR and LWX to start looking at these towers as well because those auto attacks incredibly short range on both these champions.
Yeah, we'll say you can see Yukal now pushing in the top side. Does not have TP at the moment, still sitting on the cleanse, so not quite able to kind of go for something there. But now Summon, he's going to be the target. They don't have any real flash to get him away. He will have the counter strike and get himself over with the leap strike as well. But you've left your bot side. They could look to try and end the game because someone has TP.
Yeah, no, the resets will come through. They'll lose their bot tower, but I think it's a good call from TT. They kind of knew that this was going to be inevitable. They don't have great wave clear on their side, so not being able to clear out the wave, they decided to try and make the pick happen and force FPX to play on a defensive footing, but not able to do so, and FPX are still here.
Yao Yao gets separated off alongside Beishan. It's kind of a 2v2 on either side, but LWX is just too big. He's taking on so much on this team. You can see now with someone TPing in, they don't have a wave right now, so a little bit overzealous as eventually that one does go down. LWX is just tanking the turret because he does not care, and he has full build right now. He's got himself his rune on Hurricane and a GA, so you're not going to have to kill him once. You're going to have to kill him twice as Hoya gets caught out. He has Flash, eventually gets to use it and keeps himself alive, but now you need Yukal and you need Kepler to try and make this one work for your team, but there's just too much damage. There's just too much going on. FPX are tearing through them. Absolutely nothing you can do as TT, and we're going to a game 3.
Hoya will fall, as will the Nexus alongside Kepler. FPX pushes all the way.
And off the back of some really nice play on that bot side, LWX really did take the carry mantle that you gave to him, Dagda, and just ran with it at full speed into TT. And this is why we do have question marks over which one of these teams is better. It's why we assumed this series was going to be so close, because when they are able to get that momentum going, both these squads can make such good work of what they have available to them.
And it was fantastic plays coming through from FPX. We talked about it, the early stages, enabling LWX massively, KR being able to get some of those plays down towards the bottom side. And this is where it all kind of started to go a bit wonky for TT. They did find one good fight where they managed to shut down LWX. They caught KR out of position and that was it. But unfortunately, just wasn't enough. And even though TT did a decent job of trying to play through wave states, trying to find ways to keep FPX at bay, eventually it all kind of fell apart.
Yeah, it really did. I think the TT were going pretty good tit for tat. I feel like they had some great opportunities they made for themselves, but FPX with this Zeri pick just kind of proved, and the Talia to be perfectly honest as well, just proving that these are the two strongest picks on the meta right now. I think that Zeri is still 100%. You should be picking it or banning it on either side. It just feels like you can't really let that one slip through your fingers, because you can see there, nearly 40,000 damage there for LWX. Just eclipsing anybody else in the game.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely destroying them. And look, you can look at the gold graph and see how close it really was to TT being able to take over, but LWX had to be the one to stand up, and with nearly 38,000 damage, LWX was an absolute beast. The biggest gripe for TT was trying to actually get access to LWX, because you could see so many times they're trying to find these creative moments with Yao Yao trying to come in on a flank for the depth charge, seeing if Yukal could get into position then to follow up with the Realm Warp, and suddenly Kepler flies in with the Killer Instinct, but they just could not lock down this area long enough before the cavalry arrived for FPX.
Yeah, it just feels like Zeri just offers up so much to your team, and just being able to poke people out well before a fight, of course, with the W, and then just the all-in effect of her ult alongside those resets for the movement speed, and the chain lightning as well. But we'll see now where the TT want to kind of take this one here, because they're going into a game 3. both teams have won on red side now, so I don't know if that's an indication if I don't want to go for it. But I'm loving to see this adaptation. You mentioned it a little bit in the draft, but just the idea that red side can just leave open OPs, because it's like, well, fair enough. You get one, we get two. That's just how this song and dance is going to go. You don't have to go the same formulaic way in the draft, and we'll have to see what way it ends up kind of moving. But we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have our third and final game of the day.
跋涉，迷雾中找光线，谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住，翅膀也要飞得更远，尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声。也不过是雨点，勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言。曾多少次摔倒过，人都心总有一天会被看见。想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，将光之间。冷漠与偏见，也接受不完美的缺点。聪明有多危险？不怕，只怕不够轰烈。曾多少次摔倒过，人都心中有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼，沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。流的泪，受过的伤都会终结。被否定，被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。一颗心，一双脚都疲惫，这条路不走到尾，绝不停歇。每个你，每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼。展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching.
attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I weigh my love on high. 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 I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky.
이건 요즘 바텀 싸움이 중요하기 때문에 팀의 지원을 최대한 덜 받으면서 1대1 주도권을 잡아야 된다고 생각해요. 서로 되게 중요한 경기라고 생각하는데 이제 늘 그랬던 것처럼 열심히 준비해서 좀 이기겠습니다.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We have got ourselves a tied game state as we come into FPX, pretty much smacking in the late game team fights TT, who had a couple of answers but could not deal with LWX's Zeri. Of course, I'm still Ushin. He is still the fantastic Dagda. And we got to talk about our MVP. It was always going to be LWX on this Zeri because it just took over. And it shows again and again why this champion is just so broken.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely insane performance. And the fact that he managed to get these 3 quick kills made things a hell of a lot easier. I was slightly worried, I will say, coming to mid-game, because it didn't really feel like FPX wanted to try and play around LWX, but once they kind of got themselves back in order and actually could try and play the team fights, that's where we saw FPX really take over. And I mean, it was this fight here that gave the 3 quick kills across 2 LWX that made it impossible. And it was a nice attempt from TT, but with UCal being separated, they just couldn't quite get themselves into a position to actually take this fight. And from that point forward, LWX was just absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah, exactly. And it just felt like they didn't really have an answer to him. They tried to get UCal on top of him, but really with the protection he had with the Xin Zhao and of course the Braum, just nowhere really to kind of put him in any real threat whatsoever. And right, even towards the end, the W just does so much late on in the game. Level 17, the W is such an extreme poke tool available to you. And honestly, it does feel almost like an unfair... I'm trying to think of another ability that does a kind of similar amount of damage in that kind of sense of that. But yeah, honestly, it feels like a Corki R at some points, just the way you're kind of able to work with it. But at the end of it all, we will see now FPX going back onto the blue, TT going to be going onto the red. And I want to see where this draft can take us. I want to see what these 2 teams can kind of throw into the mix, because we've now seen both of these sides show us their very, very solid hands. And now we want to see the mini meta, as we like to call it here in the LPL, of the individual best of 3s.
And that's the thing. It feels like now you've got to start looking at, okay, well, what are we going to try and achieve here on red side? Do we end up trying to leave open multiple picks here? Also, I think the most curious one for me that kind of snookered TT on this last draft was like the Poppy ban on blue side, because it meant that, oh, well, nobody ended up taking the Wukong, which is what the Poppies kind of become the answers to, but it meant that you end up leaving open the Talia, and it looks like, at least for FPX, they're not going to fall into the same rabbit hole. Banning away the Talia, banning away the Silas, the Azir gone as well, but we're still seeing things like the Renata left open, Poppy left open, Wukong still there. Like, there's still a good amount of these strong champions that can be locked in. It looks like Summit finally rejoices as he gets his hand on the Gnar.
Yeah, he finally gets himself that pick he's been oh so good at all so far this split since joining FPX at the start of July. So very much happy to get his hands on that one there. Hoya, I gotta say, Hoya, he's not been exceptional all this series and really has been I won't say exposed, but definitely getting a couple of faux pas, shall we say, in those later, early game skirmishes and not really getting himself in the best positions. But TT now have an opportunity to get themselves whatever the hell they want to go for. And I will say that Poppy has been going through our drafts and has been going through our bans, but now it'll be going onto our Rift as finally Beishong gets himself onto that pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good pick into the Gnar, and definitely whenever you see a Gnar, chances are you're going team fight, some sort of dive, so Poppy already going to be playing into the hands of that. We'll have to see now if Kalista Renata wants to try and rear its head here, or if you want to just nab the Renata here for yourself anyway, but yeah, I mean, if you're going to go with the Philios, my biggest worry is going to be, Kalista Renata, and it looks like TT kind of responding in kind. I personally prefer to take the Renata though, because Renata Aphelios will beat Kalista, Kalista Renata will beat Aphelios, but we'll have to see now if FPX want to go for the Aphelios Renata stall. There's one, will we get number 2? Thank you very much.
There you go. Finally, after so much hype up for the Renata, you will get your wish.
If it loses, I'm going to be so
I'm going to say, it's
sad.
like, I can see Inamumu being locked in here for Yao Yao, and then they just lose straight up if they end up kind of going for it. We'll see. Of course, there's still plenty to play for in this game. And again, we talk about it so much. These are two teams vying for playoff position. Not only that, but OMG have the head-to-head over FPX. TT have the head-to-head over OMG. And for FPX, honestly, to make that trifecta, that triangle of rock, paper, scissors, they need to own the head-to-head over TT. So this is where these games, these series end up going the distance. And honestly, all three of the series so far between these three teams has gone the distance. All been 2-1 victories.
And I'm excited to see how this last one's going to pan out. My biggest question, though, is what we're going to see coming into this mid lane. Ari banned away. I'm curious what the next one is, because for me, I'm actually eyeing up a potential here for UCal to take something like a Rise or a Twist of Fate, which FPX are already banning away, and start to try and play towards side lanes. You can actually take the counter pick here for Hoya in the top lane if you want to. Like, we've already seen the Aurelia come out for Summit. It didn't actually work out so hot for him, but certainly kind of giving you the idea of, hey, if you want to try and play towards these side lanes, there's a lot that you can work with to put these aggressive play styles and trying to batter through that mid game. But we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is. Even something like a Gwen could still be great for Hoya up against an Gnar in that top side.
Yeah, absolutely. Gwen is something that we've been seeing less and less of these days, despite her changes on 12.13. It does feel like it is more of a personal preference more than anything else with that champion. It feels like now you do have to just be good at her rather than her being good, if that makes sense. But we'll see FPX banning away the Gangplank, get away some of that, easy counter ability into the Gnar, and of course that global ability with the kind of barrage shall not be seen today. But with the Rise band as well, TT, they can just pick up the top laner here, leave that counter pick for mid lane, or look for the kind of priority themselves. They're kind of a couple of options available.
Gwen is your best bet here. You take the Gwen, you then start to go, okay, well, we can leave counter pick into our next rotation, but they're actually not going to go for it. They're just going to take the Swain instead. And this does mean that you're very heavily in on the mid game. So maybe they still go with the Gwen. Maybe be something they end up going for something that's a bit mid-game centric, like an Aurelia counter pick, but we'll have to see exactly what Hoya wants to try and bring to the table. But right now, TT are saying, hey, we will beat you fast, or we will not beat you at all.
Yeah, it does feel like that right now. It just feel like TT are going to be looking for those early dragon stackings, getting those 2-item Pyrospike, of course, the Imperial Mandate alongside the Rylet's Crystal Scepter, and that will be kind of their plan coming out here. But Victor locked in for Care, so he's going to have a bit of pushing power and priority in that mid lane as FPX look to round out their composition with a jungler of their own.
I mean, the Wukong not looking so hot against the Poppy, but maybe they just are saying, hey, look, we need more engage, which is why you could see the Nocturne hovered for a second or two. But yeah, I mean, Wukong is kind of the last one that's up there that could really provide that, unless you wanted to go something off like a bit completely outside of the kind of more standard meta champions that we see. Now, what does Hoya want to go for up against Summit? Again, you got great counter pick situations here.
Do it, you coward. I don't think he will, but do it, you coward. I want him to do it, but we won't talk about it just yet because TT, like you said, have got great dragon and early game skirmishing. Looks like FPX have gone for that. Again, later game team fighting, look to try and dissuade any big dives with that Renata ultimate. And there is the Gwen that you talked about earlier. Finally going to be locked in for Hoya as he finally decides, yep, I can take this matchup.
Yeah, the reason I really like the Gwen here is you've already got really good engage coming through from the Amumu, good follow-up with the Swain, great mid-game positions, and Hoya's Shroud is going to be so good against everything that FPX have. You want to try and play at ranges now, don't really get to. You want to play like all in, okay, cool, but now I pop the Shroud, the Victor damage is nullified, Aphelios can't really walk up because it's very easy then for the Gwen to turn over towards the Aphelios and make him her main target. Like, it's actually really difficult to try and operate at a lot of the damage that's on TT side here when Hoya, on FPX's side when Hoya gets this Gwen. So I think great addition to round it out. But again, we need to see this early aggression from TT. Want to see what Beishuan can do. Get these early dragon stackings. Utilize the fact you've got the strong mid jungle. Actually get off the ground rolling and see if maybe they can push it against FPX.
Yeah, honestly, I would expect to see it right off the bat once we get onto the Rift. Very safe, kind of sprawling 5-point defense coming out from FPX with a couple of wards to make sure they don't get engaged upon. And I want to see TT looking to be aggressive, maybe go for a late invade. They have got such a great level 1, especially with the Amumu having that double bandage toss. And the Renata straight up just not being that powerful. Yes, you can get the handshake out there, but it's not really something that you can do. And you want to be abusing that early weak laning phase coming out from the Renata and the Aphelios, and this is what we want to be seeing. But we'll have to wait and see how they end up all putting it out there. If FPX can scale into the late game, then TT, or if TT will have something to say about it. But looks like we're just going to be seeing them moving forward in a nice standard rotation as Yao Yao gets himself onto the map. He does have a sweeper, so maybe they get rid of some of these wards.
Yeah, I think the biggest worry for TT is, look, I mean, we can still get a lot of damage coming out from LWX in the early stages. Hong, if he gets a good handshake that stuns multiple people, is kind of terrifying as well. So why try and coin flip level 1? Let's just make sure that we spread out, actually start to play towards our lanes, and then make sure that we're in a good spot. So I expect to see Beishuan starting on towards this top side, and then very quickly trying to rotate down towards the bot lane. The problem for Yukal is he won't have as much push in this lane against Kair in the early stages. Kair just outranges him in a lot of situations. So it's definitely going to be a case of trying to utilize nice timing windows here for Yukal to influence bot side. But might still look for that late invade that you were talking about, Oshin, as they're setting up here. And Kair will be spotted as they move in.
Yeah, they will be spotted in. So you can see Yao Yao making his presence known. And that's just going to be a straight up buff steal, you would imagine, here for the side of TT. But because it was all pretty much seen by the side of FPX, they should be able to get their Wukong at the top side. So we're going to have a little bit of horizontal jungling coming out here for the top side and the bot side as well, which is kind of okay for TT because that's exactly where they want to be putting down their pressure. They don't really care about Hoya in the top side unless, of course, it starts to really hemorrhage. But as of the moment, they're not really going to give too many damns about this top side as long as their bot lane can get themselves ahead. As Clid thought about going towards it, but he's actually going back towards his Raptors this time round. But I think that's I don't know about that one, but I think he's trying to go for a bit of a move now to try and towards the blue buff. Yeah, he just wants to avoid the Poppy altogether.
Yeah, I don't think he was spotted on what his route was, but I mean, I imagine that Beishuan is going to be a little bit confused when he gets there. Clid will now be spotted moving into this bot side jungle though, and looks like, I imagine Beishuan will do this red, blast going over the wall, and then start to go in towards Clid's top side. And I mean, it is a nice move from Clid. Just unfortunately, I don't think he realized the ward was there.
Yeah, he can't take it because the ward's there. The bot lane says, cool, we have priority. You're not going to get anything. This is wasting so much time. And then Clid loses his flash as well. This is disastrous for FPX. Their jungler's taken one camp.
And I mean, he will get the Krugs, which is the most valuable camp on this bottom side. But, I mean, you're going to get the same coming through from Beishuan, who's just been clearing this entire time. Curious to see now if TT can try and make something happen in this top side, because Yukal getting insane damage against this mid lane, and Beishuan is now on this top side to try and push back some of its counter push.
Yeah, they're going to see it. They can go, look, you think we're on the blue, but we're not, because we know that the Wukong's on the bottom side. He's going to be able to put up the Steadfast presence in a second, but there's the flash, and there's nowhere for you to go. First blood, TT are running the map in the first few minutes.
And this is exactly what I wanted to see from TT. Getting off the bat early, great movements, Clid trying to outplay it, but now back on this bot side, and TT's bot lane is already moving across. LWX, though, still shoving in bot. Hung is there. Beishuan moving across.
Oh, Care. Oh, my lord. He would have been hit off there by Beishuan, who had got the red buff ticking. But yeah, again, Clid, he went back in to try and take away the blue buff. I think he did end up taking it. Yes, he does have the ring around him. So finally gets himself up to level 3. But
Third camp. Yeah.
third camp is it's just not going to be good enough. Now we're going to see a bit of a fight over here. I will say Yao Yao is still only level 2, so not really in a position to contest. As I say that, though, he is over the wall, but maybe a bandage toss. He did have the priority
Swain is
coming
coming.
in from Yukal. Here we go. Swain going to be jumping in as well. Yao Yao trying to make this one work to get a flash in, and now Clid has no flash of his own. He needs to fight or die. That's what he's got with the bailout, but it's not going to be enough to keep him up, and Clid will fall down. The flash forward from the side of Yukal will force out LWXs, and TT, they are just pulling FPX apart.
And the thing is, that entire top side for FPX has been left untouched. So you'll have to wait and as Clid will clear out that entire top side, still level 1, so not getting the full experience off it before it starts to ramp up. Whereas you've already got some of these camps for Beishuan resetting. At least Clid did get the scuttle on this bottom side, but the level advantage for Beishuan means with the Swain coming in is just too hot to handle. Even look at the level advantage for LWX and Hung with on the support, at least over Yao Yao, but I mean there's just too many members of TTF to get there too quickly. And again, TT using Yukal's advantage mid, using the fact that Beishuan has had these great pathing in the early stages and making a nightmare here for FPX.
And Summit now without a flash, he needs to be very careful with this, because Hoya not too far away from 6, should get it off the back of this last wave being crashed into him. But now that you know, basically, with all those camps up top side, that FPX's jungler is going to be there, you get a nice 5.5-minute dragon, unless Hong can get an absolute god tier steal. But no smite.
No spice.
Well, he has Ren, though. They have Ren.
It's coming here. It's there. It's there.
Yeah, so there we go. So they got the Ren. There's the smite coming out. Very little you can really do about that, as Care takes another really bad trade there into the mid lane. Yukal is kind of punishing this Victor very hard.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, you should be able to back it up as Care, use that laser, try to force it out, but Yukal just being able to walk up, land that Vision of Empire, and then get on top of Care. You can see Care, without having the double up here. Oh, actually, Beishuan. No Hex Flash, but
yeah, I was going to say, there is a flash available for Care, but I think Beishuan's just there to kind of like practice
even if you
one
lose the wave.
This is massive if you can't get on top of this one here. You can see
wait a
Yukal
sec.
just chasing him around.
FPX collapsing.
They are trying to collapse on top of this. Yukal will have the Demonic Ascension to come out on top of this one here, though I don't know if it's going to be enough to keep Yukal alive. Never mind. He gets a kill back, so he still denies the wave from the side of Care, despite everyone from FPX arriving.
Yeah, and Summit will get it mid, but he's losing that in top side. So Hoya will end up getting a plate here. So TT still trade up when all is said and done. This is going messy stuff from FPX, but I love what TT are doing. Like, Beishuan is everywhere that he needs to be right now, forcing uncomfortable plays onto FPX. And even there, you can see Yukal with the level 6 getting that play back. Now, Yao Yao trying to go aggressive bot, but it may not be the time.
May not be the time at all. He flashes away, still ticking down with the ignite. No real damage back there from Kepler onto LWX. And this is the power of the Renata. You're able to kind of put down those extra little bit of movement speed and attack speed as well with the bailout. So, excuse me, you get the extra little bit of safety. And now Beishuan, he owns the map. He owns the entire map right now as a jungler, because he knows that with the different camp timings and such being completely off for Clid, he can just pick and choose whenever he goes in.
Yeah, and he's also consistently hitting the point on the map that has the highest experience. The level 1 camps were only just cleared out for Clid on that top side, but TT are going for these respawning camps consistently. So it means that Clid now is left with nothing on his side of the map apart from Krugs on the bot side, which he did clear out, so at least we'll have a couple of levels under their belt. But Beishuan gets to fall back and go, right, I'm going to take my red buff that's respawning. I'm going to move over towards my bottom side where I actually managed to clear out my wolves and my Gromp earlier, whereas for Clid, you can see he's a bit unhappy to find that his bot side has already been visited.
Yeah, it's already been visited. He's going to take time to clear out this ward, but nothing here for you. And this is the thing as well, is that when you're clearing out these camps, you're constantly getting those levels on top of your enemy jungler. It's not just that, but it's also the kind of opportunities, what you would love as Clid on the Wukong, to be able to take your camp, then transition it into maybe a hover gank, or if something happens, but
it's
you're
Rift
not
Herald.
Yeah.
It's the Rift Herald that you want that level 6 for. And you can see Beishuan just hit it off of those Krugs. And now the Rift Herald spawn. But Clid, a little bit behind, has hit 6 himself off the Wolves. But TT are already in position here.
Yao, he cans the bandage toss. He will get flashed away. I will say, though, they still have plenty of CC to burn him down. The Ignite will do just that. Baseron picks up that this is a clinic from TT. They are just... The FPX don't know what to do. FPX don't even know what game they're playing.
I mean, they're just not getting a chance to play the game. TT and Beishwan in particular is just running them around the map. Now Rift Herald will be picked up. At least you do get the faster move down from LWX and Hong to that bottom side, so maybe they can answer with some turret plates, because Kepler does need Yao Yao's help before they actually move, but it looks like TT may be considering going for this.
I mean, they're going to try and maybe make this one work, but they will get the Dragon secured here by Clid, who does have the Cyclone that you talked about, but might be giving up his life because of it. Kepler gets a kill, and we talked about a little bit earlier. Yes, you get the Herald there for the side of FPX. That's pretty good, and some pretty decent plates as well on bot side, but it's going to be a little bit of a mistake there from TT. It felt like after they got the kill, they should have been able to secure that Rift Herald.
Yeah, for FPX, it's a pretty bold move from Clid, but a good one. You get the Rift Herald, you give 300 gold across because of your death over to TT, but you get way more than that for LWX in the bot lane when it comes towards his plates. And now you've got the Rift Herald as well, and that means you can actually crack open this bot lane turret and give a bunch of gold over towards the Aphelios. So, honestly, pretty big call from Clid there, like, still being worthwhile, even though he's behind. Like, that was a really smart play.
Yeah, very well done there as Yao Yao gets hit by the Gravitum, and another Calibrum Q on the back of that as well. You can see that the Wukong Clid is already on that bot side, waiting and ready to get himself ready in that particular position. We will see TT after a reset about 2,000 gold up, just actually below it, because again, like you said, lots of plates went over to the side of LWX. Got himself 3 plates pretty much solo on that bot side, so 440 gold went over to him, and we'll see now. Sorry, 480 gold, excuse me, my maths was terribly off. We will see now Clid trying to make this one work, but you got to remember, still very difficult to make this one 100% work. You got the Curse of Sand Mummy now available for Yao Yao. They will be able to get Shelly to... Ooh, okay, the bop does not quite work there, and I think that's a bit of a weird interaction that I'm not quite sure I knew was going to happen.
No, but does mean that FPX have moved over towards Dragon. UCal is in the vicinity, though, so maybe looking for the engage here.
Yeah, definitely looking for the engage. LWX is caught out, has to flash away. They put in a lot into the decoy just to make sure that that was the decoy. You never know sometimes, but it is going to be second Dragon of the game now for TT, and this is the early Dragon stacking that you talked about. And honestly, I think TT have done exceptionally well to make sure that they get as many early advantages as possible. They did make a bit of a blunder in that Rift Herald, like you mentioned, but still doing very well. Clid could look to try and get over this, and again, TT have been a bit greedy here, and they've left Beishwan for a 50-50. This is a bit scary.
Yeah, I mean, the cavalry does come over, though, so it means that TT should get it. But as you say, like, FPX have actually doing a good job of getting back into this. Clid definitely behind still, but LWX very, very strong, and we saw what he was capable of doing in that last game when FPX needed him to stand up to be the carry. So definitely going to be keeping my eyes to see if LWX can once more become that major threat here. With the Gale Force already completed, he can actually go toe-to-toe against this Callista now.
Yeah, 100% can, and even that the assassination almost possibility with the Gale Force being on the Aphelios. We can see Hoya missing out on a couple of key trades there against Summit, who looks pretty damn happy to keep going forward with that fleet footwork to make sure he's getting down as much damage as possible. We will now see Hung being spotted out here alongside Clid for the Scuttle, so the Scuttle priority giving over to FBX, but UCal with that Imperial Mandate is at a pretty powerful spike himself, so we'll see now what TT want to go for. With 2 minutes 40 to the next Rift Herald spawns, they might just try and force something around the enemy jungle.
Yeah, I think the best opportunity for them here is to try and make some sort of plan to bot side, reset, and look for a Rift Herald that's about to spawn in just about 2.5 minutes time. But here's LWX.
Oh, he tries to get away. He does have a cleanse, but he's been hit by the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and that flash he lost earlier means he cannot get himself away. LWX had almost everything in the tank, and sadly just gets caught out.
Yeah, this does mean that Kepler can try and push in this bot wave as well, which means they can get some much needed gold back onto this Callista. Now, she's 2-0, has that Immortal Shield bow completed, but just to try to keep this matchup swinging in favor of Kepler. Look at the timing as well. You're going to see in about 30 seconds. Oh, hang on, Hung.
Oh, Hung! Oh, my lord, okay. So close. They were literally millimeters away from each other, but with the Hex Gates, Clid gets himself into the map, so Kepler picks up 2 plates on bot side, and we can see now Beishwan trying to take away this pink ward, but I think, yeah, best bet is to back himself away. We can actually see Summit going head-to-head now against the Gwen. will take a bit of a tower charge after he loses his Mega Gnar form. But yeah, FPX still keeping this one competitive despite the scoreline. And with a minute 30 till the next Rift Herald spawns, we can see some big key items being picked up. You actually do have the Divine Sunderer now for Clid, so he's actually not that far ahead in terms of relative items, and just really that start that was really hindering him.
Yeah, I mean, Hoya now got the wrong side. You got people from TT on the way, but can Hoya manage it?
I mean, Hoya's trying to. We'll get the flash out. Needlework almost does it. They get the Hex Gate. Summit, you can't forget about those. He needs to make sure he doesn't get caught out, but he's looking for the Mega Gnar. He needs to try and stack this up as quick as he possibly can. They know that Beishuan is there, but with the Mega Gnar and the extra HP coming in, very dangerous for the side of TT to make that dive.
Yeah, should give Hoya the first reset though. Can TP and push that wave and be in a position then to help out the squad when it comes to the Rift Herald fight. No ultimate on Hoya though means that he will be relatively weak for this fight. The early damage very much front loaded into that ultimate, especially with the changes that came through to Gwen on 12-13, where Q damage isn't as high at the early stages. So you're going to have to see now what Hoya can try and manage here. But Beishuan already having the Mythic completed with Mythics almost entirely across the board. It still feels like TT, or at least can be in a good spot to contest on towards the Rift Herald.
And Clid stole the first one, which definitely kept FPX competitive in this game. See if he can maybe do another miracle run now, but it looks like he doesn't want anything to do with it. He's down this bot side trying to maybe catch out Yukal, who is just going to be left to try and deal with this bot lane. Doesn't have TP as of yet, but now Clid maybe going to try and make something work onto him. He does have a stopwatch, and it is still a Swain. Very, very difficult to really burst out that champion. Beishuan going to start off the Rift Herald and be solo left on top of it. But Hoya doesn't have push in this top side, so the rest of TT in terms of Keflar and Yao Yao give their jungler a little bit of a helping hand.
Yeah, you will end up losing your entire bot side here as Beishuan, so may need to try and go in and like get some sort of play back on the top end. But because of the desync on the buffs, no blue buff will be there for Beishuan to try and steal. And it looks like instead they're just going to try and get a quick reset off before the dragon spawns, and TT going to look to see if they're going to master third one now before that. No Nard now means that Hoya, at least if he can get this wave pushed out, may actually be able to join his companions on this bottom side with the ultimate.
Oh, you can see now as well, Hoya just playing this so smart, saying, look, you want to try and crash this wave, I'm going to make sure you can't even get it. So right now it is just Boomerang Blades versus Scissors, and Hoya is starting to come out a little bit on top. Remember, no top laner has TP just yet. Beishuan is going to try and stop him. That's just cheeky.
Yeah, I mean, Hung just getting spotted by that creep in the front there. And actually not having Hung reset is huge. Like, you've only got one control ward, one regular ward now for Hung, and Dragon is just about to spawn.
Oh, the never move is
great. Never move.
huge. Carr gets... not Carr, excuse me, has to go into stasis. The Rift Herald will spawn in onto the mid lane, and it looked like they could have went for something, but now you don't have a stopwatch here on Care.
I mean, no stopwatch. Chaos Storm also down. That's such a big cooldown used now. Hoya just going to pop these needlework to make sure that he can actually clear out the wave, but might be in trouble.
He is in a lot of trouble, and he's dead. There's nothing you can really do. I will say, though, he sacrifices his life for the greater good because it is soul point now, and you haven't taken in the dragon just yet. Another good never move from Yukal means that TT have FPX very much on the wrong side of the map. No real mana, though, here for Beishuan as they go in. Ooh, 4-man ultimate from the Amumu catches out Hung. Yes, it's a good hostile takeover, and it ends up being both the supports being traded out. Ends up being a 2-for-1 trade, but TT get themselves on the soul point, which means that in 4.5 minutes time, we have another big 5v5.
They have control over mid as well, so may even look to try and take that mid lane turret, but wave will be cleared out by FPX. And I mean, Hex Dragon for TT, the soul will be so important, enabling Kepler to get those AoE slows. So many auto attacks coming through from this team as well, enabling Poppy, but Hoya, unfortunate here. Nice idea to try and clear out the wave with the ultimate, but unfortunately just not able to get it fully cleared out before FPX can arrive. Yukal again, these never moves have been so clutch here, and Yao Yao flashing in, but it's a little bit too deep, I will say. Kepler not in a position to follow up. Beishuan not really there as well. Doesn't have the Keeper's Verdict to try and follow up on that knockup, but I mean, really nice attempt. At least you end up trading 1-for-1 and offsetting.
I feel like I'm getting baited by these fantastic engages that no one is following up on. It's like the never move in mid lane, no one follows up on. 4-man Amumu ult, nobody follows up on. It just, not that they can, or that, not that they won't, probably a better way to put it, as Hoya finds himself now in 1v1, soon to be a 2v1 against Care, who flashes away, but no one else ready to go for him, and he's going to probably be soloed out here. So even without the TP, it is a good move here from TT, and that's going to be themselves getting them up to 8 kills now, and getting these little kind of small windows here, as we can see Kepler. He's going to have to try and fight this one. Flashes away from the Moonlight Vigil. And all of a sudden, there's summoners being used left, right, and center.
Yeah, TT's invade on top side was thrown backwards, so Beishwan had to flash out of that one. Clid getting his own blue buff there for safety. UCal overcommitting the TP, it feels like, to bot side, because literally he got a wave, and now it's just going to reset. So I think a little bit messy over the board from TT, where they tried to bite off more than they can chew around the map. Still, though, we'll get some good damage. I actually think, honestly, UCal could have stayed and taken that turret. Like, there's 100%. I mean, you got Baron in a minute, but, I mean, nobody's going to rush Baron at 20 minutes, so... it looks like UCal, sorry, not UCal, TT in particular, just getting a little bit kind of lost with the lead that they've gotten now.
Yeah, well, it's about
even
400.
if it is.
Yeah, well, it definitely is a lead in terms of dragons. 100% that is a fact. So they are going to have themselves that lead, and they're going to feel further ahead, regardless of what we see. They do not see the gold, so they're going to know that they have 3 kills up. They have 5 kills up, 3 dragons up, and no real turrets just yet, so a lot of standing gold available to TT. And it's honestly those small little things. You can see mid lane, bot lane, top lane, all almost going down, but almost is not quite good enough. And that's going to be a bit of an issue now for the side of TT, because those turrets still being up gives so much safety to FPX to walk up and know they're not going to be taken out.
Yeah, I think the problem is as well, you're going to see TT hit like a really strong point right before this Rift Herald spawn. You've already got 2 items onto Kepler, but UCal going straight towards the Riley's Crystal Scepter. That is such a massive, massive deal for the Swain. Being able to continuously proc that Imperial Mandates hits every 4 seconds for your team as soon as it comes off cooldown, thanks to the ultimate, is absolutely nuts. The fact that you've got Hoya as well, who's going to be able to pick up his second item, means that he'll be doing a lot of damage. So you actually got like a big mark coming through for a lot of these players.
Summit's going to go 1v1 now. It's actually not even a 1v1 because Beishwan is here. He flashes over, but now he's not going to have that for the next fight. And yeah, it feels like he's just going to die. Summit, we talked about how well you've been fitting in this FPX roster, and honestly, that's a big blunder. 1 minute just before the dragon.
I mean, they're kind of hovering around the Baron. I don't think they really want to go for this, but I mean, at least FPX are trading this for vision control around the dragon. Summit can still TP in. The biggest problem, of course, is going to be trying to manage that Narbar as he comes in. But TT going to use the fact they have that numbers advantage now to start to push in mid. They should be able to get this tower. Hoya can TP in onto this mid lane wave as well if they really want to force the issue, and then rotate down into River to get the vision control that they need. Make sure that they're able to spot LWX. Hoya can get a good flank position as well. And Hoya even, I wouldn't be surprised if he does just TP mid here, just to make sure that he can keep control over that mid wave.
Yeah, get themselves in a position to fight this. 24 seconds till this one spawns. Flashes are kind of all over the place. I will say LWX has 2 items and has both summoners, so he's in a very good position to be able to carry this. Also, watch out for the hostile takeover. Ding Hong has been very quiet so far this game, but outside of that has done exceptionally well to keep this Aphelios alive. Now, we jump back in and we see now where they want to go for Hoya's TP back in, like you said, to control that midway, but he's actually just left it. Now puts himself behind the Dragon Pit. As you can see, it's kind of a bit of a fight off between the top laners looking for a flank himself. Summit, though, has been caught out as Beishwan just turns onto him and says, look, if I can get the Mega Gnar out of him right now, we might have a chance. But Kepler is starting the dragon. I don't know if that was the correct call there, but now they've got the Mega Gnar out. They just have to wait for this.
Yeah, they're just trying to wait it out, which is why FPX are trying to burst it down. They're sent flying.
They're sent flying. There's a hostile takeover. It's a great Gnar ultimate, but for what end? Now you don't have your jungler just yet in the pit. He flashes over, but there's the Amumu ult. After the ultimate comes out, they will kill off the Swain after the Renata goes down. It's currently a 1-for-1 trade, as you can see Kepler trying to just dance his way around, but he will fall after the fight. And it looks like TT got everything they wanted. No one's going to check the brush, and Yao Yao is running for his life, hexing away. They get 3 people out. They only lose 2. It's still a win for TT.
They're trying to ping on towards Baron with Kepler and UCal dead, but with those resets coming in, I don't think they're going to be fast enough. The Hex Gates will help them, but you do have TT en route. UCal has the teleport as well when he spawns in 10 seconds. FPX clears. Might just be caught, but Hoya going to back away. Every ultimate is down apart from Summits on FPX's, which is just about to come back up. Similar story on TT's side, and FPX will, in fact, just back away.
Yeah, LWX had to reset, but the fact that by the time he got there, they weren't really in a position to be able to burn that one down. Of course, like you mentioned, UCal had got the TP available to him, but let's have a look at this one here, because it's a great Keeper's Verdict that just basically stops, honestly, a fantastic ult from Summit.
Yeah, I mean, great ult from Summit. Also a fantastic ult coming across from Hung as well. The fact that you end up getting that kind of 2 ultimates across makes this so difficult. the damage coming across from LWX is fantastic. Care is getting a ton of damage off, as you can see with the Chaos Storm as well. So that AoE is doing a lot of work. But the front line just isn't really able to survive long enough to enable this Kalista. And that's the thing, is that Hoya did a fantastic job of, you know, drawing the attention of FPX's backline as he went in. But Hoya is the guy who needs to try and buy as much time, as much space for Kepler. Because when you're in the thick of these fights, LWX is just going to blow you up faster than Kepler can.
Yeah, absolutely. We come back into live now. We're seeing a second item for Hoya, second item for Summit as he does pick up the Wit's End. And we are starting to see FPX start to, again, build into that late game carry. They're not quite there just yet, but they are starting to hover around this Baron side. I will say, with 3 items now completed onto Kepler, he's as big as, or probably as strong or stronger, in a stronger position than LWX as of now, but it gets much, much harder the longer this game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, this is the strongest moment for Kepler, especially if you can get a big Amumu ult, because you can start to stack those Ren stacks across multiple different people. Looks like TT trying to use the fact that no 3 item has been hit by LWX to make a move on this mid. But the tower is so incredibly low, and TT's poke, thanks to this Hex Dragon, just kind of got kicked up a notch as well.
Yeah, it really did. You can see there's the poke coming out. And it's also just the kiting ability as well. Hex Dragon on a Kalista, so powerful. Just to be able to kind of keep pushing backwards, keep making sure that they can't get quite on top of you. And all this happening, you do have Summit going back into Mininar now, so they know that's not available, even if he does TP in. Visions of Empire will end up just kind of slowing down Clade a little bit. But honestly, they can just go straight for this because they know there's no Mega.
Yeah, they're just going to start it up instantly. Damage is going to be there. The Ren stacks are going to be coming through very quickly. This Baron is going fast, and FPX needs to get in.
Here we go. Clid goes in, but he gets bumped out. Bit of a misjudgment there on the ultimate as Hoya gets himself on the backside, so he's going to try and maybe make this one work onto LWX. He does not have a flash. Baron secured there by TT. Ucal goes into stasis just to try and sacrifice his life for the greater bit of the team. Kepler flashes over the back of the pit, and they get 4 Barons out there. It's not the 100% cleanest Baron in the world for TT, but again, they're coming out with the objective.
Yeah, if they can actually use these objectives now, that's going to be the difference maker. You can see how scared TT are taking the fights after having lost the Dragon Soul fight, having been pushed back by FPX here again. But, I mean, the Baron buff, taking some of these turrets could make things a little bit difficult. As you say, TT, Yao Yao, and also the ultimate coming through from Beishuan at a similar time forces Clid out. Ucal buying a lot of time and space, and again, Hoya trying to threaten onto the backline, but honestly, like, these team fights aren't going so hot. Unfortunately for Kepler, doesn't hop over the wall, but yeah, it feels like at this stage, with 3 items now completed for LWX, we're very quickly teetering over into FPX just being stronger than anything TT can really bring to the table. And a lot of that is the front line from TT not really being able to withstand the damage that Care and LWX are churning out.
Yeah, and you can even see there, Hoya had access to the back line. He was very much looking to try and make something, but without the support of someone like Beishuan or even Ucal to make something happen, it just doesn't really stick. It doesn't really have that kind of kill threat ability that it used to do on the Gwen after so many nerfs and readjustments, shall we say. But TT will finally use their Baron buff to get themselves up towards that top side and take out the final of the 2 outer turrets they need to go for. The mid lane is also going to be used. The Keeper's Verdict is there, but it's only going to be used as a deterrent before everyone kind of fully commits to this one here. And that's finally the 3rd tower of the game going down for TT. But these are the outer layer of turrets that you've gotten for yourself. A minute till Elder Dragon spawns. And honestly, it feels like TT, they're going to need that buff if they want to end. Because like you said, FPX just feels stronger.
Well, that's the thing. TT are trying to use the fact they have this Baron buff now to keep waves pushed in, get some sort of vision control on the bottom side, and make sure that they can set up for Yao Yao with these great engages. One big engage from Yao Yao with the damage from a 2.5 item Gwen plus Kepler could mean the end of things for FPX if they can get on to LWX. And that's all that TT are trying to do. We're seeing both teams kind of separating now.
Oh, they've actually separated them completely. It's a flank that we didn't even know was a flank. That was so good from Beishuan. And they get onto the back line. What do you do when the front line's in your way? You knock them out.
And the fact that FPX put themselves in that position is a disaster. With 10 seconds until the Elder Dragon, TT have managed to clutch it out. Summit, though, sitting on Meganar very, very soon. Clid still in position to try and steal. Yao Yao will connect. That's a CC. Doesn't get the knockback, though.
Oh, they're not quite in him. Now it's a 1v1. I don't think Yao Yao wants to be here. He doesn't have a flash available to him, but Yukal is there to try and keep him safe, as is the Fate's call. Now Clid, they think they got him. Beishwan, you went for the wrong one, but can they kill him off? That's the question. Care taken very, very low. The never move is good. Force him into stasis as Kepler's finally doing the damage. Care will go down, and that's going to be another kill. They almost kill off Clid, and now TT back for the dragon.
They're
You've
so
only got
low.
a couple of seconds. You're so low, but you got to take this before Felios arrives.
Yeah, we got to see what the story is with LWX, especially if he has Inferno. Being in the pit like that could be a disaster. Beishwan now going back to the other side. No ults are Inferno available, and no Moonlight Vigil either. So TT will back away. They overchased, and they lost their moment. They lost their chance.
Yeah, it feels like those 2 kills, as much as it's great gold over the side of TT, it's not the objective. The Elder was a game ender, and now FPX are saying, look, you went for resets. We can maybe look for this objective right now. Yao Yao, gonna see that everyone is still here from FPX, and FPX, you gotta be very careful. Care will have a TP in 5 seconds, and it's gonna be a full 5v5 brawl.
Hoya is on the flank, though. Can he get onto LWX? What can he do here?
Another great Keeper's Verdict just means that Summit can't get that Mega Nart to work for him. Yukal pops the ultimate, as you can see LWX trying to keep himself away. They jump onto Summit there as he tries to get himself onto Kepler, but he's not quite able to do it. It's very scrappy. There's a good Murmu ultimate to try and lock everybody down. It's a trade of support for your mid laner, Yukal, and Beishwan so very low. The Moonlight Vigil not really going to do it, and here comes Hoya. Finally gets on top of the back line like he always wanted, and unfortunately the Moon has nothing to do with the scissors. Summit thinks about maybe going in onto Hoya, but Beishwan shows some presence, and now TT, yes, they lost 2, but they gained 4, and now they can finally take this dragon.
Beishwan going to be able to shield himself up and get himself into a position here, and that was the fight that they needed. Hoya in a fantastic flank will keep FPX at bay. TT get the Elder, and my word, is this playoff bout heating up. This is absolutely incredible. Hoya, look at the flank position here. So Yao Yao misses the initial hit. Beishwan knocks the Summit out of the park, which is perfect, but Hoya threatening LWX sends him out of the equation. Yao Yao as well, waiting for that Amumu ult, waiting for the perfect time, gets plunked in with the Kalista ult on towards the back line, and TT just about have enough damage to deal with all the different threats. I mean, LWX does get a parting love tap onto Yukal to take him down, but Hoya gets his revenge.
Yeah, Hoya has been a little bit muted all game. I will say Summit almost turned it around right at the end here, and I think Beishwan recognized, hang on, if I get hit by a Q here, I'm probably dead. But now you have got the Elder for a minute 40. 20 seconds until the Baron. TT still haven't broken a tier 2 just yet, but they're starting to build momentum as Summit finds himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Beishwan just needs a little bit of moment, a little bit of CC, and they will be able to find it. They're still building them down. They still can't quite bring him out, but Yao Yao will eventually claim that kill. And now, without Summit, you've got still a minute 20 on this Dragon buff. You can go for Baron. They can keep pushing on top lane. TT are starting to pull FPX apart.
Yeah, they're going to get this top lane turret. They'll be able to fall back over towards the Baron. Clade is just trying to be a nuisance and get some stuff on this bottom side of the map, as you will get Care pushing out as well. But it feels like TT starting to slowly but surely get the train moving. Baron started up here. No response from TT. And again, you kind of just get to keep rolling around with these major objectives here for TT. They've gone from Baron to Elder to Baron now, and they can continue to push in and get more and more of these structures.
I will say, though, we are starting to hit pretty big item spikes for FPX. You're nearly on 3 items here for the victory. You're nearly on 4 for the Aphelios. It feels like, yes, it's great for TT. It's a fantastic position to be in. And even going with a Storm Razor for Kepler, because he knows, he recognizes that I just need to kill someone. Whoever's in front of me, I need to be able to kite. So that's going to be comboing in. If he can get one auto attack onto the LWX or onto Care, that could be huge for his team. But they're not going to go for anything else just yet. They are going to use some Hex Gates to maybe catch out Clid here, but I don't think they know he's here.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing here for TT is once more getting Hoya into a position where he can have that flank. You can see how much trouble this causes. We talked about in draft where Hoya... Oh, hang on.
Oh, my God. Oh, LWX. He's isolated again. He flashes away after using the cleanse. Now he does not have either summoner. We will see a Mega Nart coming onto Hoya, but they haven't been able to kind of get any real damage down. The hostile takeover is actually fantastic. They're just killing themselves. They're killing every single one of their teammates because of Hum's fantastic ultimate. Now you need to turn this one back around. LWX, though, being pushed in by Kepler. He just needs to get the rend off. off. He does. The bailout is good, but not good enough because he has the GA. He needs to get Kepler back out on top of this. He flashes in. He's going to have the Marshall pose. It's Kepler versus the world, and the world says no. You shall not win. You shall not be able to do it. I don't believe it, Dagda. I think TT have thrown it away.
Yao needs to be able to get out of here. He still has maybe enough time to buy, but Summit is on the chase. Yao should be able to hop over the wall. 2 turrets stand in their way. 20 seconds until Beishwan arrives. Low health bars here for FPX. And remember, they don't really have an AD carry, but with Summit now arriving, 10 seconds on Beishwan. Yao has his ultimate still. I don't think the FPX will be able to end. They will just get the mid inhibitor. But TT, that was a disaster.
I mean, they went for the big hero play, but like you said, the TP coming in from Hoya. The funny thing is, without Hoya TPing in, they probably just get a fantastic play, but because the play gets extended, he has to Zhonya's, they have to try and keep him out. It just goes a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, all that Hoya had to do was TP to one of the back creeps, but instead, TPing on towards this one in the front means that you end up in a great spot here as Summit comes in, hero of the day there, instantly getting on towards Hoya. And as you say, this ultimate from Hung connects onto Hoya, connects onto Yao, and also managing to hit the Callista means that they all end up just killing each other instantly. And it gives that moment of opportunity, because look how much damage actually comes out from TT here. Like, they nearly turned this fight around. If you had managed to get a Yao ultimate in the middle of that, or any other damage coming through, that could have been such a different story for TT. But now, 15 seconds left on the Baron, a negative 4,000 gold Baron play, and TT, once more Beishwan trying to separate them.
Yeah, he has got his ultimate point, but a good never move there onto Clid, just brings him back into the fray. I will say, you got minions pushing in here, and TT haven't dealt with this, so then FPX saying, cool, see you later, loves, we don't care, we're going for your base, you have to try and answer to this, and now, TT, this is awful, they're in a terrible position.
Well, they're trying to play it slow. Clid actually getting caught here. Clid not exactly very tanky, so who's really trapped here? TT, if they can knock away this front line, could spell disaster for FPX. They're getting poked down.
Oh, the Hex Dragon is doing such good work. They got the never move down on top of LWX as Kepler jumps straight on top of him. He's being taken out into GA. They've lost Care, they've lost the Renata, they've lost the Wukong, and they're going to lose another one as well. 4 for none. Kepler with a double kill. And TT, they called the bluff of FPX as FPX tried to run it down into the mid lane, and unfortunately FPX just could not stop all of the damage coming out.
They tried to Shrelia's Reverie FPX to get on towards the base as soon as possible, but they didn't have the minion wave, they don't have the Hex Dragon, and that's clearing out minions incredibly quickly. 30 seconds left. TT may have their opportunity to end here. Summit, what can you do against 5 strong on TT?
This is a huge moment now for both TT and FPX's playoff potential. They have to try and win this now, TT. I think they know that the game is pretty much done. The Keeper's Verdict will do nothing. Summit's been CC'd up. Can they burn him down? He's pretty tanky as Yuko comes in. Here comes back Hong. They're getting the respawns in. 2 or 3 more seconds. They're onto the Nexus turrets. The Nexus is now the next target. They need to get Hoyana. Kepler is dead. FPX, can they survive it? No, they cannot! TT! And you can see how much that means to them.
Beishwan popping off against his old team. The biggest jump I have seen from any player played at home. And the relief on their faces says it all. What a performance from TT against FPX. Leapfrogging FPX in the standings. Now moving up into owning a spot in that playoff bracket.
Unbelievable. And you can see, like, I know I kept harking on about it, but that could have been basically last game of the season. Win and you're in, lose and you're out. That's how much they know this match means to them in this particular setup, because now FPX go down to 5 and 7. TT go up to 5 and 6. They leapfrog them, like you said. Not only that, but TT now own the head-to-head between FPX and OMG. I cannot overstate how important that game 3 could have been, and it almost went away from them. FPX almost took it off them.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. The fact that TT were able to bring that back, great. Like, Beishwan MVP by a
100%.
mile. These Poppy ultimates were absolutely incredible. Consistently separating out FPX, finding ways to get onto LWX, great flanks, great uses of the flashes, always putting pressure onto FPX. Beishwan was the hero. And as we say, against his old team as well, you could see with that, I thought he was going to reef his PC off the test with that jump with the headphones still in, but he deserved it. That was an incredible performance from the TT jungler.
I mean, the picks at the start, the setup, and even getting set up around the dragon, he was the one orchestrating everything, knocking Clit away, knocking Summit away, making even that pick in the mid lane where we thought they should have gotten Elder Drake afterwards, where he was like, cool, you think your front line's going to be able to protect you, LDBX? Gone. Your front line doesn't exist. So these little moments, and it did feel like we were hitting an inevitability. If FPX could have stalled out for even half an item left for care, they were just going to become too big, too much to handle, and it just wasn't enough. You got to the late game of Felios, you got to 4.5, 5, 6 items. It still wasn't enough. And look at that graph right at the end. You can see just how close they were to losing it.
Yeah, I mean, already the cliff had started to form, but just able to hold on. TT with really smart ways of playing the game. Great team find setup with Hoya being able to find the flanks, and never really giving, like, there was 1 or 2 moments where they gave FPX moments to find fights, but they were very smart on how quickly they were like, right, we can get this objective, move away, like very quickly taking Baron, everyone dissipates from the Baron pit, Kepler flashes over the wall, like making sure that they never actually took fights that they knew they couldn't win. And then once they got the soul, they got Elder, they got Baron, this was where they slowly but surely accumulated all the funds and the experience that they needed to take this down. But yeah, I mean, I have to say, Beishuan, what a performance from that man. Like, you can tell, look, you saw how happy he was after the win the first game. Storming out of the room, just like, yeah, we did it. Hell yeah, let's go. And now to come back, you can see him leaping up and down. This must have meant so much for the old FPX Blaze, FPX jumper.
Yeah, honestly, he just, again, not only winning, but also winning against your old team in what could potentially be playoff-defining games. That's the difference. And also, for me, specifically, it's like, I look at TT as a whole, it's like, this gives me a little bit more hope for these guys, because it's the clutch factor. It's the intangible way of kind of defining how you win these games that arguably you should have lost. Those moments, those key little times where a player like Beishuan just absolutely pops off. That's the difference between a lot of our teams sometimes. That's the difference between FPX today and TT, because TT were able to have the clutch factor and FPX weren't.
And look, there was some mistakes coming through from TT. Don't get us wrong. Like Hoya overextending a lot on TPs throughout the course of the series. Like some misplays when it came towards, team fights. But overall, this is the improvement that we've been looking for from TT. This actually really does seem to be coming together as one of our playoff teams. And it's incredibly exciting to see this group starting to form together in a way that I think a lot of us were kind of underestimating what they could achieve. And especially when you look at them now, they still have top esports and RNG left to play, but they have series against LGD, Ultra Prime, Rare Atom, coming off the back of a win like that against FPX. It feels hard to deny that they're going to be able to pick up 3 more wins. That will stick them at 8 wins, which almost always guarantees you a playoff spot. So that win, as we said, incredibly crucial for TT.
I mean, you look at some of the people they're fighting against right now. I look at OMG. OMG still have to play Anyone's Legend V5. Then they play BLG and IG. BLG could be a bit of a toss-up depending on how they go. So there's 2 losses there. You would argue for the side of OMG, putting them on 9 losses. Even FPX. FPX have only got 4 series left to play. They play BLG, Ultra Prime, probably 2 wins from that. Then they play Weibo and then WE. So they actually might lose that Weibo series, and that could put them on 8-8, which means that, again, we go to game score. If they're same on game score, we go to the side of the of head-to-head. And TT own the head-to-head against FPX and OMG. They are actually in such a strong position to be able to get themselves 9th or 10th.
Yeah, and which is incredible for TT to be able to come back from what was a pretty detrimental start to the split. But across the opposite side, a bit heartbreaking for FPX, right? Now 5-7, dropping down to basically being still just 10th. Ahead of OMG thanks to game difference. But the fact that you still have to play against the BLG that's still in the mix there, Weibo's still there, can cause issues. I think BLG, especially with the issues that BLG are having, should be okay for FPX to win. It's just that question mark around Weibo, and then trying to keep themselves ahead of OMG, who, if I remember correctly, OMG have a pretty difficult end to this. Yeah, OMG have Anyone's Legend, V5, BLG, and IG still left to play, so a little bit of a more difficult time. So hopefully they can keep that in, but definitely this loss is going to hit FPX hard, with just kind of causing that uncertainty and causing a bit of that stress factor, trying to see if you can keep yourself in playoffs.
Yeah, and honestly, somewhere Kelsey Moser is just absolutely ecstatic, delighted with certain results. You know, the OG TT fan coming out here. But again, I cannot really overstate how fun it has been to watch TT. And honestly, it just kind of shows the competitiveness of our league. I harp on about this all the damn time, but TT, again, a very much a bottom place team, you know, bottom 4 in our league for the last few years. As soon as they kind of, honestly, the last few splits since they were in their inception into the league. And it does feel like they are building improvements, and people like Beishuan having, you know, young talent like himself and Kepler coming in. Speaking of the devil, we have got our MVP from game number 3. It was Beishuan. If it was anyone else, I would have just walked off camera, because this guy deserved every single accolade that he possibly can get in this game.
The hero that TT needed, Beishuan, was godlike with these ultimates, consistently hitting the core champions that he needed to. Summit trying to get in with the Mega Gnar ultimate. Get out of here. Klid trying to steal major objectives. Get out of here. FPX trying to get onto the opposite side of the map. Well, Frontline, get out of here. We're going for LWX. It was beautiful to watch. And as you say, it's not only the fact of how crucial he was at all these junctures, it's how he incorporated himself into the early game, setting up TT spectacularly, getting these early kills from Kepler, helping work with Hoya on that top side as well, getting him these early leads. And it was just so beautiful to watch.
It really was. This is the final team fight here. So let's have what Beishuan's able to do here. Because again, look at Yao Yao. He kind of just separates the Aphelios off. But then Beishuan just kind of keeps everyone away. And look, as soon as he's got rid of the front line, he's back in on the fight, recognizing who the carry is. Just really good awareness there from Beishuan. And honestly, it felt like the side of FPX were a little bit lost, even though they had the scaling. Care had a terrible game, in my opinion. Just really did not look great on the Victor, and just constantly like getting pushed back, not really having the same level of impact. And for FPX, they have a lot to kind of think about now. Like you said, they have a little bit of an easier time in terms of their schedule, but these aren't easy games. I actually think the funny thing is BLG play OMG and FPX. If BLG can win both of those, we might actually end up having a tiebreaker for 10th place at 7 and 9. That's how close our standings can get now at this point of the season.
Yeah, and I mean, what an incredible spot to find ourselves in. TT kind of bringing it back from the brink. FPX now contending with OMG, a ton of other teams at the bottom. It just makes everything so damn spicy. And if we get a replay of a game like this as our playoff bracket, I'm happy. If this is the way we open up LPL playoffs, I'm a happy man.
Yeah, honestly, I'll take this with open arms. You know what I actually really want now? I want a rematch of this. I want TT versus FPX in the rematch in a best of 5. That's what I want. Watch me hype it up for it to be absolutely terrible. But yeah, that's just the way it is, really. But yeah, I think we do have our results ready now to see. If you've only just joined us, you honestly missed a bit of a banger as TT were able to take the 2-1 over FPX. But earlier today, RNG, it took a while. It was the longest 25-minute game 1 win we've ever had, but they did move themselves up to 9-2. 1 win off of making playoffs.
Yeah, spectacular stuff for RNG. Dominant, as you say, against Adam, even if there were some network connectivity issues that meant that 25-minute stomp got drawn out, but still confident from RNG. And then FPX versus TT, very back and forth between game 1 and game 2, but game 3, it all culminated in a banger where TT were able to take it.
It really did. I think TT thoroughly deserved that win and then put them safely, well, not safely, but definitely happily up in 9th place for the moment. They do have to play 5 more series left, but if you look at the standings right now, you can see there's the leapfrog. TT up into 9th. They're actually 1 series technically behind LNG as FPX fall to 10th. They are now going to have to start thinking about where they're taking themselves and their series as we go further onto the split. But we're running out of time, Dagda. We're already down to our last 20 days of broadcast, our last 20 days of regular season. And tomorrow has some massive games, in my opinion. Actually, tomorrow's kind of a low-key banger for a random Tuesday in Week 8. JDG versus V5, LNG versus EDG.
How is this not at the end of the week? What the hell is this? What? That's insane. That's like the best day of the week. Why is this on the weekend?
It's a random Tuesday, but we always bring in banger
Here,
Tuesdays.
it's the same with like Week 10. Week 10 has like a random Tuesday that
Top
is just
esports versus
insane.
V5.
Yeah, but like, why is this on a Tuesday? Who
I don't
decided
know.
that Tuesday was a great day? Sure, terrific Tuesdays, sure, but like, You know, Super Saturdays. Where'd they go? Super Sundays.
Super Saturday, Super Sunday, no more supers at all, but Terrific Tuesday, that will be happening tomorrow. And we're going to coin that now. Every Tuesday will be Terrific Tuesday as we come into it. Watch it as it's just, you know, RA versus BLG every single time. But anyway, I believe that we always come down to the end of it. Thank you. And that's almost, certainly, haven't been told in my ear just yet, but it's, there it is. Thank you so much to our director. A little bit slow on it today, but we forgive you. We're going to have our end of our broadcast. Thank you again, Rob, for bringing me through what is the weird and wonderful world of the LPL. Thank you to all the viewers for bringing us through, watching us through that banger. And we'll see you guys tomorrow on the same channel at the same time. See you then.
Dirty perfect.
Almost.